She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome, everybody. We've got another day of Counter-Strike coming up. We need to find a team to make it to the final here. Right now, Parivision are going to be facing off Heroic in a best-of-3. I'm Anders. This is Neo. Neo, how have you been? How are you doing this morning?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm looking forward to this, right? Semi-finals time. It's Super Sunday, right? We've got to try and figure out who is going to be going towards Blast Open Lisbon. It will be one of the remaining 4 teams, of course. We've got this first semi-final coming up in just a moment out of Heroic taking on Parivision. Now, Heroic were expected to get here. Parivision, maybe a little bit of an upset along the way to get to this spot. On the flip side, Astralis and 500 wait in the wings to see who will be going to that grand final. This is a good time we could touch on the bracket to see how things have sort of gone so far. Parivision, a 2-0 over Gamer Legion was not what we were expecting. We were going in towards that one, both of us saying, that's going to be Gamer Legion every day of the week, and it should have been. Gamer Legion were 12-6 up on map 1 and choked and lost in overtime 16-13, so that's gotta hurt. Heroic on the flip side, a 2-0 win over Passion UA, which was great, but it did require triple OT on that Mirage. 22-19, an insanely long game over there, as they both couldn't find a way through, right? But in the end, Heroic sealed the deal there. Astralis got a 2-0 over 9, but again, were really made to work for it. 13-11 on Train, and then a 28-26 on Inferno. So they went way past the triple OT. That's what we're talking, like 5, I think, at that point. Where at that point, I'm guessing. To finish it off, Big took on 500, and another upset came through as 500 decimated Big there on Inferno and Ancient, 13-9 and 13-6, and it was one-way traffic basically all the way through.
Yeah, I think some really surprising results. Maybe means we're underestimating Parivision a little bit. Like that could be the case, but also kind of exciting to see that they are already making some pretty grand improvements. Being a new team, and with James sort of obviously dropping from the heights of winning a major all the way down here. But at the same time, like, if he can rebuild, then more power to him. That sort of would be impressive, wouldn't it? And Heroic themselves, like they had some weaknesses, like obviously they've kind of been capturing some headlines, and people are a little bit excited because they do look really fun. But at the same time, you could see when maybe when they slip up and fall a little bit. We discussed it in that last best of 3, whether it was that second map that kind of went back to haunt them. But either way, they've got some stuff to work out themselves. They're not just like the team that's going to storm through absolutely everything. But either way, I think it'll be a really exciting game, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, no, exactly that. Well, this is the schedule for today. Myself and Anders are just going to be here for the first game of the day, as we got Parivision taking on Heroic. Following that, it's Astralis and 500 in the second semi-final, and the grand final to top it all off. So, a good day of Counter-Strike, all in all. And like we said, there's only one spot available to Blast Open Lisbon, so it is cutthroat. It's single elim, as it has been all the way throughout this qualifier. And, well, I mean, where we're looking now, it's very difficult to kind of guess who can take this, right? Astralis probably the biggest name, Heroic probably the most consistent team, but then you've got, Parivision, who have won 9 out of their last 10, for example. Then you've got teams like 500 who seem to be scalping big names and looking really, really solid. So it's a very difficult one to predict for me. I mean, I think if I was going to go like gut feeling, I'd probably actually go Heroic. I think it's probably where my gut would lean. But then again, I think Parivision seem like such a tough beast to put away at the moment that who knows.
Yeah, I don't know. My gut feeling says the same, but I have a feeling it's just a little bit of bias from how impressive they look when they work well. But then the other problem is like, well, what if things kind of become a little bit untangled and they don't kind of you know, they sort of stop having the highlight performance from Tinier and all the rest of it. So I don't know. Also, like again, Parivision, they seem to be just kind of slowly leveling up. And I just think it's really they just seem like another hard team to play. Like it's always been the case. Even if I know not technically the captain, but there's some obviously the philosophy is going to have an impact here. I'm sure he's not going to be just mute in the corner. And Belchanok is, you know, he's having some of those games that we were promised, right? That look really interesting and really cool. So I think it's I think it could be a hard day for Heroic for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you look at it, for me, I really think Heroic are going to have to work for this and work for it pretty hard, right? There's no two ways about it. This Heroic side, I've got to offer up a hell of a lot. And it all starts with Sampaius, the first name on the team sheet. And no surprises, right? He was incredible yesterday. And we were even touching it. In that game against Passion UA, I feel like if Sampaius doesn't play as well as he did, I don't think Heroic even make it here. They were really struggling without him. He had to put up some pretty insane numbers. So we'll see whether that can play out, but on the flip side, you already touched on his name a little bit. Tanier has been incredibly important for Heroic at the Tier 1 level. They've got to now find a way to get him online a little bit more. He was a little quiet yesterday by his standards, so we need probably like an extra 20% out of Tanier to really start to feel comfort. Yes, Youngstar looked really good. He was stepping up in a big way. X-Fighter has moments too. Even LNZ in the numbers department actually was looking much better than kind of usually he does as the IGL, but you need your hero. You need your kind of entry fragger to be putting up these big numbers, because on the flip side, there is some really scary rifles for Parivision. We touched on Belchanok a lot. Nota as well, 17 years of age and incredibly aggressive as well. Yeah. They have to work super hard, this rifling core over towards Heroic, to make Parivision feel uncomfortable. And it's just that issue that so far from what I've seen, which is the majority of series that Parivision have been playing recently, nobody makes the side really feel uncomfortable. They picked up a loss to Bait, but before that, their last loss was like multiple weeks ago. So this is a side who just seem to be in a really, really good run of form. Since this team came together, they've won their first tournament immediately off the back. This is technically their second tournament as well. They go 2 for 2, which would be an insane run for Parivision.
Yeah, and just to, again, reiterate, like, we're talking about qualification for a VRS tournament. It's massively important here. I mean, for the players and for the orgs as well, like, there's so much on the line. Heroic, I bet you they would love a chance to play in Lisbon. On the other side of the bracket, like, you know, Astralis is out there, Big is out there. Like, I think either way, it's gonna be super crazy. Or 500, sorry, are gonna be out there. I think, yeah, I in my mind, Big should have won that game, by the way. But obviously, if I actually, low-key, like, this is going to be super biased. I low-key kind of hope that 500 are the team that make it through. Like, there's some part of me that wants that to happen. Like, I think it could be super sick. But obviously, again, like, from an org point of view, it's super important to make this work. So yeah, a lot on the line. I think it's gonna be really, really fun to see. Also curious what kind of maps we're gonna be seeing here. You know, we've been seeing a lot of the same. Ancient is in every veto right now. I don't really mind. I don't hate it. So I'm okay with that being the case. But obviously we love it if a train or something like that sneaks in there. That makes everybody a little bit more excited.
Yeah, let's take a look at what we get. I mean, for Parivision, they've been loving the Dust 2 recently. That's been a map they played a hell of a lot, and it won't change. There we go. Dust 2 going to be picked in for them. Anubis to follow up for them. This starts to feel like a train might be the decider, and it is. The train will decide.
Okay.
I didn't think that Heroic wanted to risk that Ancient again, just because of, you know, again, yesterday, and actually just generally, the Ancients had a couple of issues with it, where they're so reliant on some bias. I feel like Train throws span in the works. However, Anders, me and you cast a Parivision on Train the other day. And first of all, that's probably the best map of Train I've seen so far at the pro level. It was incredibly fun into the overtimes. But also, Parivision looked insanely good. Belchanok was untouchable on that map. Nota was incredible. Jame had his moments too. So if this goes 3, I think there's a real sort of inherent risk there for me that I feel like Heroic, they've got to have a lot of good prep for this. And it feels like at the moment, a lot of these Tier 1 teams, their prep hasn't been as solid as the Tier 2 teams on this map. Just judging on the fact that they've been away at tournaments. They haven't had that time to sit down and prep it.
Yeah, I think it could be. Well, hopefully we get there. Like, if the fact there's the third map, always a chance that we don't. But if we do end up there, I think it's exciting. And actually, no Ancient for once. So Dust 2 and Anubis instead. You know, that's fair play. I'll accept it. I don't mind. But yeah, I think it could be fun to see what James is cooking on Train one more time, and you know, maybe to see if Heroic are feeling confident and comfortable on the map too. So it should be a good assortment of maps here for us to mess around with. Coming up on game time pretty soon. So once we get all the players in the server and everything else, hopefully we'll be good to get locked in. Do you want to make a prediction? Like, you know, we said like what our gut feelings were, but like, do you wanna like go against that, or how are you feeling?
My gut feeling says heroic, and it will say heroic, but I just think Parivision is so difficult to break down that maybe because we're in the online space, this is sort of like their territory a little bit. I might, I still think I'm going to lean heroic here, but I would not be surprised if Parivision win, if that makes sense. I think this is probably testament to how close this game actually is. I think for a lot of people, they're going to look at this game and think, oh, heroic should just win it every day of the week and not break a sweat. It shouldn't be that easy, at least in terms of the form that Parivision are in. I mean, Parivision should at the very least be pushing towards 3 maps. If not, in fact, actually kind of potentially even be able to take it. That train from them was really good. So I'm going to still stick with heroic as I did yesterday and just say my gut feeling feels that they're the favourites for this tournament. But I think Parivision are a difficult side to put away. I'd much rather, if I'm heroic, be playing 500 or Astralis right now than be playing Parivision. Put it that way.
Yeah, at least it's perhaps more of a known quantity, and again, like we said, some of those CIS type teams, especially when James is anywhere near, is just they have this weird knack for being just very hard to put away. Could be kind of frustrating to play. So maybe some players even forgot about that. Obviously, many of these guys would have played James in the past. But you still got to wonder if you forget, because the rest of the meta is sometimes a little bit different. But we'll see once we get into it. If I had to make a strong prediction, I probably would have to go with heroic on this one too. Again, I feel like their urge to find kills and find fights looks really, really strong. It's great fun to watch, and we've only really seen it kind of fall apart, maybe one time so far. So we'll see how this one plays out. We're actually into the game, so big welcome once again, everybody. We've got heroic and Parivision here, and the start of the best of 3. We're on Dust 2 with Parivision starting on the T side, heroic on the CT side, and what looks like a pretty default long setup. They got 2 smokes, so they might use one, wait, and then throw the next smoke to try and bait out any utility, or they might have a more elaborate strategy and just trying to go straight for the cross smoke and the defuse and the plant right away. So we'll see how they time this.
So done. And see, just gonna play behind it. He might want to fight off the back of that flash, but he gets caught by it probably more than the T side does. So that'll stop him in his place. He's in trouble now.
Deep flashbang going over. He did put up that defensive smoke himself, and I think they've realized there's nobody on the catwalk, because that was where the other smoke went from Parivision. Quick trade here. LNC for Belchanok, but no trouble taking another kill, and the bomb's going to get planted right afterwards. And there, bleeding players on the heroic side. Tania with the dualies. He's got 1 kill. X-Cloud showing up. It's a really good headshot, but you need one more quickly. Trying to fall back for reload, and I'm actually surprised that he doesn't get completely jumped there. It's X-Cloud with another good shot, leaving Travis on his own with a Glock in his hand, trying to see if he can actually stop this incoming rush, and he can't. Tania runs him down in a crazy 2 versus 4, being won by heroic to start this map with.
Yeah, for a moment, that really felt like it was actually just under complete lock and key for Parivision. The smokes down to get towards the A site were really good. The initial fights looked really good as well. Nota in particular, getting those 2 very early on. You're thinking, all right, sure, we're going to see this one over the line. But they overfight, they overface just a little bit, and it's enough to give heroic a chance back in towards that round. So well done for them to kickstart on Dust 2. Parivision's map pick with a pistol round taken, and now a good opportunity to kind of spiral that into a bit of success. That's exactly what you want to see. So Parivision are going to force buy into this. We've got a scout out for James, a double Galil, Tech 9 on the Deagles. So it's not the worst force buy by any means, but on the flip side, some bias has got a second round AWP. So I'm sure I'd much rather be going with the latter.
Yeah, no question about it. I always feel like there's sort of a curse upon anyone that buys an AWP in the second round. I don't know if it's just me.
Yeah,
I feel like it's
I'm with you.
Your chances of getting rushed down by a Tech 9 just go up by 3 or 4 times. So some highs though right now is at a pretty safe spot. Wow, smoke up into the middle, and they're actually going to be running out. Oh, this is super dangerous right now. 1 good headshot on any one of this B bomb site, and they're dead. I think this round is probably 85% lost at this stage. Tania goes down, and the rest are going to be saving. That is... yeah, you can see that happening, and it really brings us back to, unfortunately, what is the current sort of Dust 2 guessing game a little bit, which is how do we set up this defense, and how do we know anything? And the truth is, a lot of teams don't know anything about what's happening before it's almost too late.
Yeah, and to a degree as well, when you look at it, the second that B site gets taken, that's it. And that's always been Dust 2. Even from the early iterations of Dust 2. You lose the B site, there is just no way you can retake it. It's the hardest site statistically to retake. And also, it's the hardest site to play exits on because you can save on the site. I know we've all seen kind of Sponge's rant about it, but he is absolutely spot on. You can actually go and play over towards bricks and survive. So it's a real kind of cursed thing about this map, and definitely, you know, without a doubt needs to be changed first and foremost, because you can't make, you know, you can't save looking at the bomb. That doesn't make any sort of sense generally, but it's a really good response from Parivision, and the fact that they do it flawlessly as well completely flips the narrative of the early part of this game. Now it's Parivision, which are going to have a, you know, a better buy coming in towards the next round. Heroic, of course, will force buy in response around what they had saved, but it's still a really uncomfortable spot where, bar the AWP, you're probably backing the buyer Parivision a little bit more. It's a little bit more conclusive. Rifles across the deck by one MP9. It feels like it's got the better chance here, but we'll see. Some bias wants to play over towards B with this AWP, and he's going to play alone as well. He's in the right spot, but at the same time, very risky for an AWP to be there.
Yeah, but, you know, given the rest of the rifles, it does sort of make a little bit of sense, right? They just have to stop the mid-split from coming out. Ooh, nice timing on the grenade, but unfortunately, they couldn't do enough damage before that really came through. That would have been kind of sick if they would have been peeking right into it. Now they're trading even more utility, but obviously, it's a lot more on the Parivision side. Some Pyres in the middle. I actually kind of like this. I don't know if I'd want him to go back into the B bomb side. This feels like a crazy risk right now. I would say almost rather that he kind of try to AWP middle, maybe lean towards the CT spawn and to try and save it. Maybe it's enough to scare them into this stack, though. We'll see. Stack or not, it's not going to be standing up to the Galil that's coming in there. So now it's just down to Linus alone with Pat with the FAMAS. He gets another dink. It's not bad, you know. It's just not the weapon that would have got him another kill there. So
yeah,
some Pyres, they know where he is, and they should absolutely hunt him down.
Yeah, they know he's got an AWP as well. Go and try and find it. And it looks like, you know, with a tap on towards the bomb, they're trying to tempt out James. Just see if anybody's lurking around. Some Pyres hasn't spotted one yet. They were a little bit lower. He's going to have to fight here. This is going to be an awkward one. They're trying to cross, and down he goes. Or dropped, and will be scooped up momentarily. Of course, to be given over towards James in a fantastic way to start things off again on the flip side for Parivision. This is a really good spot that they're in. They've taken a lead. They've won both the force buys back to back. And they've completely crippled the economy over towards Heroic. A fantastic spot that they're in. And hence why, you know, coming in towards that round, you feel that even despite Heroic having the AWP, it's that buyer Parivision that you back more. And, you know, it's a bit of a cherry on top as well. It's actually the MP9 that gets the kill. All five, by the way, have just crossed towards B. I'm sure Jane would have spotted at least two. If we just hit A here, they don't realize it yet, but it's free for the taking.
And he's actually just watching and seeing if anyone's, because sometimes you could do that, right? You can run there and then try to run back and do like a little visual fake like that, hoping that no one's watching. So pretty sure that he's just going to be hanging out and checking it for as long as possible. But they definitely know, and the fact that nobody's crossed back, so they're just going to go hang out of the A bomb site. Yeah, I mean, I definitely have my frustrations with the map, and I don't think the main problem is even the bomb blast radius of the B bomb side or anything like that. I think it's down to, it's down to like the level of risk versus reward for the CTs trying to be aggressive. Like that's the best way to sum it up. I think is that it costs you so much to try and find out where the T's are, and also because that catwalk position it's a staging area for both B splits and A splits. So, like, knowing that the T's are there just tells you nothing at all. And keeping control of catwalk is, like, you know, you're just going to get grenaded away. So, I don't know. It's a real big issue, I actually think. I have my own thoughts about how to maybe change it, but, I don't know. I haven't tried to put them public yet. It could be fun to do, like, a video. Maybe get, like, a map editor to, like, show how would this actually look if we changed how some part of the map worked, and if maybe we get people on board. Because I do feel like, the map is in a bit of a spiral right now, weirdly. Like, it's for most teams, it's sort of the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, I gotta say for me as well, like, I mean, I've never been a fan of Dust 2 that much anyway, especially not to watch at the pro level. I think it's very repetitive at the pro level. it was always one of those maps that when it got taken out of the map pool, I was very happy. When it got brought back in for Overpass, I was very, very annoyed. First of all, I loved Overpass. I thought it was tactically quite deep. One of the, the very few maps where, like, if you put up a very good T-side, it was, like, game-changing. T-side was so difficult on that map, so you really had to work for those rounds. So, for me, I was really sad when Overpass got taken out. But, for Dust 2, I just think, like, these puggier maps, and it's very similar now to, you got Inferno, Mirage, Dust 2, and Ancient, and even maybe Anubis if you want to count it like that. They're all quite puggy maps. They're not as detailed as kind of what I feel like an Overpass is. So, but Dust 2 for me is one of those maps that I've never been a huge fan of. I've always disliked at the pro level. I don't love playing it either. It's just always been one that I've been happy to hate on.
And actually, now that we're talking about all these problems, right? Heroic are actually trying to solve that problem right now on the catwalk. Like, you can see that they are trying to push down shorts. They have a bit of a setup. Like, it does require 3 people, but they are trying to flash their way in. They're hoping that they get the timing right. And you know what? Credit to them, because that is the kind of move that you need to try and do, right? The problem is Parivision are playing it very slowly, so all that really happens is that they end up wasting, some of their utility, and they're burning a bit more now, but it's never going to buy enough time for absolutely everything here. X-Cloud, nice. He stays on that little ledge. That's pretty sick. And now pushing into the middle. Again, it's going to get punished, but there is a chance that Tania could bring it back. They don't know that he's here. Oh, they nearly line up for him. Again, Heroic, they're doing a ton of things in this round that I think you have to try and do. It just unfortunately does get punished.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. I like the idea. It's just, it's that classic thing. The idea is great, but the execution isn't, right? I think is the really unfortunate thing. And that's what happened. It's a tough one. LNZ going to get caught at range from long as Kicker went for a late lurk. And, well, that'll be that. I mean, that was that anyway, but it will most definitely secure things in place. Youngster going to try and just keep hold, if he can, of this M4A1S. It's very much so if he can, because I think at the moment it's a pretty right position for Parivision to hunt, and this is the right call by Kicker. He found that kill towards long, and he kind of doubles back towards tunnels and see whether there's anything looming here. I don't know whether Youngstar, he might actually just dodge him, in all fairness, especially if Kicker wraps in towards B.
It's a really, really hard start here for Heroic, but I actually think they had the right idea in this kind of round, but then the problem is obviously you can get the right idea, but the timing is the other part of it, and unfortunately it didn't really work out. The other kind of aggressive pushes you can obviously do is into upper dark, and that's also fun to try. And if you watch a team like FaZe on this map, sometimes you'll see that Rain is going to be lurking in the long double doors and trying to push out at the right time. Again, it's a good idea, but again, it's very, very hard to get the timing right. And if you fail even a little bit, you're obviously going to be dying. So back to pistols we go. And Parivision, I mean, they're doing everything right at the moment. Like they're starting them around slow. They're not walking into early setups. And I guarantee you, Heroic fall back into a more defensive position here, where they are just further back on the AME bomb site. Then Parivision will keep taking this catwalk control, and they'll keep doing either A or B splits, and every once in a while they'll throw in like a long take instead, and sort of just for the fun of it. But like, the problem is Heroic are gonna have a hard time knowing which of those is coming, and you can't tell by the grenades or anything else either. Nice trade.
Yeah, at least getting something out of it. Nado bank round as well. Nota taking a bit of damage. She's actually enough as well wanting to stick around here, which against FP9, I just feel like it's quite risky. Nota is vulnerable. Thankfully, he does have Belchinok in for support. And Belchinok's got the bomb on his back too, so he also needs to be just a little bit careful. Let's not overplay our cards here. By any means, they're double stack. We've got a pistol at range. And Nero close with that MP9. This could be a little funky. It's Kicker takes damage as well. Double Molotov, but nade behind it as well to try and force him off. Is Tenero close going to do all the damage? When does he have to drop? There's the first, and he falls back to untraded. That's big. They might just completely pull away from this, and they will.
Yeah, which in itself is pretty risky, right? There's only like 30 seconds left, so I think they're going to know Heroic that they're in the middle, kind of listening. James is actually making a bit of noise here, which is nice. Again, you have to try and sell the idea that maybe you're already out, and it works so far as pulling everyone in the middle. So now they're back at the B bomb site. With just 15 seconds on the clock, they've smoked it off. This is a nice move from Parivision. Very hard round right now, but I think they've done just enough, and all it say all, but what it took was James running in there to really sell the idea, because otherwise Heroic would have been listening. They would have said, oh, you know what? They're not actually running away. They're just kind of staying nearby. So good job for Parivision. A hard round right there.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, I really feel like in the spot that we're in, for Heroic, they are so close for that round to kind of fall into place for them just off the back of timing. But it's that late push by Noto who just sticks around. And again, sticking around with such low HP. Well done. I thought Tenero done enough. When he's playing up here towards Bricks and he gets that first and falls back away, it feels like, okay, you've got a chance here. But well done. So Pius looking for exits. Don't think he'll get them. Noto, yeah, he won't even die to the bomb as well. They can save in towards upper tunnels. Obviously, that for me feels like a bit of an issue. It still feels like it has to be extended a little bit more, that you have to at least get out of tunnels if you've got 20 HP and you can survive in there. But it's a Parivision 5-1 start, and it's a very good start from Parivision. We know Dust 2 has been a great map in their pool. We know it's been very strong, and they're just showing exactly how. And this T-side for them has been super clean. Very few mistakes being made there. They're pulling Heroic all over the place, and they're very good at building up at least enough of a repertoire that even at the CT side, it can be so difficult that they might not even need that much of a CT side, right? So that's where Parivision are doing a lot of the best work here. If they get anywhere near like 8 rounds on this T side, it could actually already be done at that point. And then the thing that worries you on the flip side, with Anubis coming up next, I know it's a Heroic's map pick, but they're only 2 for 6 on this. And you look at their recent results, right? I'm talking the Kato play-ins into kind of Blast Bounty as well. You know, 3 losses in a row, Eternal Fire, Liquid, and Spirit. And then the last time they won was Liquid and 3D Max at Blast Bounty. So, you know, it's been a bit of a minute since we've seen them kind of pick up wins. They're on a bit of a loss streak there. So the choice to pick into is quite risky, considering that Parivision have been playing it quite well and quite effectively.
Ooh, okay. That's another type of risk. Again, much more aggressive for Sunpires, but I absolutely love it. I think this is what you need to do. Doubling down on the aggression by the catwalk, I mean, yeah, you can try. I would say maybe be happy with the 4-on-5 here. Let's see what they actually decide to do, Parivision, in response. It looks like they do want to try and hit that B-bomb side, and maybe even a little bit early, so we are probably going to see a grenade in the middle thrown here towards that CT spawn position. Yeah, there we go. And then the question is, how much are they allowed onto the B-bomb side? There's a real risk here that if James just finds the opening somehow, the round might be dead anyway, in spite of the early kill for Heroic. You can see Notaris walking in, classic smoke here. Spots for the boost. They are waiting for him. It's a good setup, but somehow he's still able to land a headshot, and that's going to be a favorable trade. 3v3 again, and Heroic, I mean, by the numbers alone, you'd say you should never even try this, but the problem is, like, when do you start trying?
Also, what he said, it felt like today kind of fell asleep a little bit there. He was caught pants around his ankle on that swing. This is a seriously difficult retake. 3v3, retaken with an AWP. Not easy. Travis playing below the window. Belchuk playing back box as well. And you got an AWP to support in all of this. Molotov towards Bricks. No one's there. Flash comes over. They might want to play through that smoke. In fact, you know they spotted one. But nice shot from LNZ, but it's still all down to the AWP. Retaken now Sunpires. He might just call it. Does get one. Gifted his way, but he has no idea where James is. And another round going the way of Parivision.
Yeah, super, super well played. Probably did hinge a lot on the kill in the middle, but I mean, there is a chance that even if they don't get the kill in the middle, that Youngster still goes down, and it's still a 4v3 retake, which honestly, at that point, is still quite losable if you're on the Heroic side, so tricky stuff. Really well done, though. Belchunok having a great time. Going to be 6-1 scoreline, and Heroic, I've got to give them credit, though. Like, again, you know, just to be honest, they're doing a lot of things to try and stop this evolving T-side. It's just not enough. You know, and that's in spite in that round of them getting the opening. Like, you get the opening, you're in a 4v5, you feel pretty good, and you still lose the round.
6-1, though. This scoreline's getting seriously out of hand, and very quickly for Heroic. They've not got a lot of time to get back in towards this half. I mean, granted, they can still very much go towards a 6-6, but it's just not going to happen, right? So we've got to try and find a way to find a little bit of recovery. 1xBet odds are very favorable over towards Parivision. I don't blame them. I'd sort of be leaning the same way right now. This is looking great, and it continues to go great as well. Some players caught early in the round by James is exactly how Parivision wants to start things. They're going to go quick, flying out of doors. Trade going favorably, already down to 3. Heroic is struggling.
Yeah, and it's what we said. Every once in a while, you know, you get spawned for it. You try to go for one of those long pops, and this is maybe another problem with the map, but the truth is, on any other map, if you got locked into one of these positions, it would be a tactical disadvantage, but because of the way that the architecture is on Dust 2, it's really not. Like, you don't really have to be worried about it in the same way. They are a little bit now. They are actually sort of checking. You see Belchnok's back here looking to see, is anyone walking up middle? He's right that they are. And xCloud, if he keeps going, he could be in a lot of trouble here. But for the rest of them, they're going to continue the execute onto the site here. There we go. xCloud down. Sneaky move from Belchnok. And suddenly it's a 2 versus 4. They got a minute or 50 seconds. They can do whatever they want still. They could go back if they wanted to. But they could also just keep the execute up. And they should win this almost every time.
Let's see. Trading guns in towards Pip. Youngster. Don't see him on the old floor, actually. I wonder what he's got for us. Oh, it's not a bad shot as well to start it off. Gets caught on the trade. He's Tania. 1v3. He's had some seriously, for lack of a better term, heroic moments for this side. And he's now going to find one here and now. Spam through the smoke. I won't find his intended target, but he's still lurking here. Didn't gone towards one. He plays back down towards the lower end. And he's just spammed by James. Mr. Inevitable James, as he just knows his lineups. 7 for Parivision. 6 rounds ahead of Heroic. We could be getting a very quick map of Counter-Strike here.
Yeah, it's shaping up that way, and, you know, I've got to be honest, you know, maybe instead of complaining so much about the map or whatever, like, I've got to say, Parivision, their understanding of what's happening on this map and how to play it is super, super high. So, just a lot of credit to them. I don't want to make it sound like it's just a map or anything like that. Like, they are also coming up really well prepared for playing this game. So, that's sick, and you should probably recognize that, too. Nice push for the middle. And again, just to, you know, handing out compliments. But again, Heroic really are. They're really showing us, actually more than most teams are, they're showing us how to try and get around these problems that I'm trying to highlight. So they are really doing a great effort, I would say, at making this work, right? And a push in the middle like that is one of those ways. Unfortunately, they only have the M4, so this will be kind of a hard round to win here, but the creativity is definitely there for Heroic to try and do something about this instead of just waiting, which, to be honest, is what a lot of teams end up doing.
Interesting, though. The first time James really tries to, you know, try something a little audacious, and he gets punished. Poor guy for it. xCloud and Youngster going to find a kill simultaneously. So it does give this round some legs behind it. It's a 2 versus 3. And, of course, now you've got to give this retake a go, surely. But it's still not easy. It's the beast out of Dust 2. And Note is going to play up close. The 2 young hero riflers on this Parivision side who've got so much to offer up. Does LNT clear close? He does. It's awkward. First time goes away. No turn. He can't get the second. Damage dealt, sure, but not enough. One coming through for Belchnok, and the last player, they know where he is. Sunpius is low. He's basically dead on arrival. But Belchnok, a swing and a miss. Sunpius posters him, and that'll be finally a second round for Heroic. It's close, and especially with how low Sunpius was. But again, it feels like whenever Heroic are finding success, it comes off the back of that man.
Crazy without the kit how close that defuse is. If Belchnok, I mean, not that he can't really know that, but in theory, if he just doesn't ever peek that, he's probably going to win the round just the time alone. So really close. Finally end of the round for Heroic. They needed it. They needed it very badly. It's about time that we get to see some success here. The problem is there's so much money on Parivision that we're not talking about Heroic winning like one more round and then the saving and you can, you know, then you can get up to 5 rounds. No, this is going to be a battle all throughout. But at least they have something now. They got the AK on Tania. They got the AWP back in the hands of Sunpius. If there was going to be some sort of, you know, recovery for Heroic, it has to be now, and it has to be, I would say, winning at least a couple of more rounds. Like an 8-4, I'll say they can still win this, I think, but less than that, and I am getting really nervous.
Yeah. I feel you. And at the moment, this narrative of trying to get 4 or more for Heroic feels so unlikely. There's never going to be money issues for Parivision, or there shouldn't be anyway, if things keep going their way. And we're in a position at the moment where it feels like, yes, Heroic have just found a round, but it comes down to the wire there. It very easily could have been lost as well. And I don't think it's going to phase Parivision all too much. They're just going straight back into it. Shot by James!
Oh,
Round
no.
behind, just as he tries something a little aggressive and he gets caught in towards suicide. This time, he lined up 2, and that's a way to respond.
That's so shocking, and the sprays to the wall out here. He's so lucky to leave xCloud, making it just barely back around the corner, but what a destructive beginning to this round. 7-2 in favor of Parivision. And for Heroic, what do you even do? What do you even say at that point? You just have to shake your head and say, okay, whatever. Like, you know, it's not meant to be. Maybe it's hard to even be too upset about it. You just have to roll your eyes and live with it, you know? 5 versus 3. I would say, honestly, for Heroic, group up and fight. And yeah, I actually think this is... I would do this. I would say, get everybody together, try and take a fight somewhere. That's exactly what they're doing. I think this is super sick. I actually... In spite of the fact they only have 2 rounds, I've got to give Heroic a lot of credit here. They are trying to fight their way out of this as opposed to just waiting and kind of like, you know, being the victims of whatever Parivision are coming up with. LNC with a potential grenade kill here. If he wants to take the risk and throw it out, he could actually get maybe even a double kill with it. There's Belgian. He was one of the potentials. Grenade goes deep, and Travis will avoid it, so at least that's not going to be in the menu. He will burn to the Molotov right afterwards, so back into a 2 versus 2. And again, not bad from a 5 versus 3 here. Nota, he spots it out early. And Sunpius nearly jumping into that AK. But I don't think he has any shot at retaking this one, unfortunately. So we'll probably have to save this.
It's just a question of can we? Because, look who's here. Pistol, going to try and fight. I mean, Sunpius, how do we get out of this? Double scoped in, missed shot as well. Pistol pulled out and just deleted by Nota. The youngster is seriously talented. That round starts, of course, with that double by James. The collapse. Exactly what you want to see as well off the back of, you know, him just doing something sort of out of the ordinary and going aggressive in that previous round. Dying immediately. This time, beautifully done. So quick, the reactions as well. But Parivision up to 8. I was saying a little bit earlier, I feel like if they get to 8, that is it.
Yeah, I mean,
we're using our 3rd time out, so you can understand that Heroic are in that same position, right? They're obviously very much feeling the pressure themselves, saying, we might actually be a little bit screwed.
I think especially the manner in which, like, they fought very, very hard for that other round, like the retake with Sunpius getting the 1 versus 1 against Belgian. That was such a hard-fought round. And then losing it in the fashion that they did against James AWP in the middle at the start of the round, like it's heartbreaking. Yeah, unfortunately, it's you know, like it's not like a trying. I've got to be honest. Again, Heroic showing us a better Dust 2 in many ways than what I'm used to seeing. But Parivision, on the other hand, I mean, their understanding of the map is super high level. It's really sick. Tania trying to get flashed in here. Another good idea. Another variation of CT side aggression. It does get punished on both fronts, as Youngster was trying to hit the timing, walking through the smoke with no sound being made there. But they were ready. Linus out here. Hiding in the smoke. Classic trick. Doesn't work out. And this round has fallen apart.
Yeah, that's sort of unfortunate. I mean, Linus plays a bit of a gamble there. But you're always going to be better off being outside of the smoke than inside of it. That's that. So I'm going to go down 2 versus 5, and I don't really know what we do here. We're not going to have no money until the next round either, so it's going to make life all the more worse. Parivision find 9, have a good chance of getting 10. I mean, it's as simple as that. This is a brutal decision. They call for their 3rd and final attack pause, and they took the risk of buying in towards this one rather than buying the next. Unfortunately, just has not worked out. Or at least for now. FAMAS. We want to try and shut them down. They're just creeping behind this smoke. Molotov over towards short. Oh no, towards Gandalf instead. They might try to fight short. No Gandalf player. Short smoked, so now they fight 1. Damage taken towards xCloud. I don't even really know what he can do here. He's going to wait for support, but support's nowhere really to be seen. It's an M4 now.
Yeah, I mean, what do you even do? They're trying to escape. James is waiting for them. It's in many ways, it's a kind of a miserable map for Heroic right here. Like, nothing is... Yeah, he was really waiting. And again, like, they fought really hard to get into some potentially good positions, and yeah, every time they've sort of had their hand on a little bit of success, Parivision slapped it right out of their hands and said, no, you're not keeping that for very long. Sickening first half already for the Parivision squad. We'll see if it continues. We are moving into the last round of the half here, so this could be a really rough map number 1. I think if Heroic win the pistol in the second half, like maybe the pistol and the first rifle round, like this is sort of the start of the conversation. We'll see if Heroic can do the same. I don't think it's impossible, but I guess we'll find out.
James' reactions, they haven't slowed down by any means. He's still got
he knows
it.
What he's doing.
Yeah, as the kids would say, Unk still got it, and he does.
Yeah.
9-2. What a decimation by Parivision. If they get 10, I mean, 9 already feels done by the largest of majorities, but 10, that does feel like the nail in the coffin, especially if a pistol gets taken off the back of it. This has just been a no-show for Heroic. We know Dust 2's been so good for Parivision, but this is oh, it's different gravy. What a shot by James. Speaking of the reactions, they are still fresh as a daisy. Ladis gets clipped.
Yeah, out of the round early. Long control. They've got middle as well. Youngster trying to do what he did last time, and this time with a lot more success. I'd call it desperate, but at the same time, like, what else are they supposed to do? They're already down a man. They've got to find a way. Nota should be caught here. Yeah, quick kill with the MP9. He runs right into Travis, unfortunately. Yeah, tough call. Do you want him to double down on that aggression, or do you want him to just hold the lower dark position? Either way, once again, down a man, although X-Cloud's can actually push into the incendiary there, and will take down Belchanok. So it does kind of split the Parivision team in a really funky way, although they're not realizing, but already the T side very far up this long position. X-Cloud is crouching in CT spawn. If he stands up at the right time, he might get a pretty quick headshot here, but unfortunately, Tania's going down. There is X-Cloud. Just had to uncrouch, and he was going to be able to see at least one of those players. And Sampai's in a sneaky position back here. That kill should pretty much cement it, but the bomb is going to be planted here. And Kick It with a chance for the ultimate heartbreak on Heroic. 1 versus 2 clutch at the end to get 10 rounds. I don't know if they can handle that going into the second half. We're going to find out, as they are a bit low on health, and they do not have the defuse kit either. So Kick It in a very strong position all of a sudden. Sneaking on past here. They're spotted once, but he gets dinked in X-Cloud. Excellent shots coming out from the Turkish player. A triple for him in the round, and finally a 3rd round on the board.
Yeah, I'm going to say, that was potentially going to be insane if Kick It was able to win it. You don't see too many Kick It moments as well in this lineup. Obviously, as the caller, he's letting the rest of the rifling core and, of course, Jame do a lot of the heavy lifting. But what a half. I mean, 10 kills for Jame, but some of them so impactful. And it's just like an all-round incredible display from Parivision. Pulled no punches, have made that half look fantastic. 9-3 is what we've got. Is a ridiculous position to be in. I don't know if Heroic can recover from this, but we're going to have to wait and see. I think we have a little ad break for you before we get underway into the second half, so we'll see you in a moment.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
We're back once again. Parivision versus Heroic here. It's the semi-finals for a chance to play in the finals later on today against either 500 or Astralis, who are in the other semi-final. And everything is on the line here. Qualification for the Blast Lisbon event. We are still in the first map right now on Dust 2, and obviously Parivision with a enormous lead. Heroic must win this pistol. They must win the first rifle round, and then we can pick up the conversation after that. X-Cloud, quick reactions. I don't know how he doesn't straight die to that. But he is going to get traded, and they're already smoking the cross, so no reason to slow down here if you're Heroic. You've already been found out on the rest of the map. Just go for it, get that bomb planted, put the pressure back on Parivision.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Travis, first contact. Oh, what a good tag as well. Seriously good tag. that side player could be in a bit of trouble because Tanair gets the first, and he gets the second behind it as well. Tanair for 3. And that should be the round. It's James with it all to do. Swing and a miss on Linus up close. Heroic, a much-needed pistol to keep them alive.
Not bad. Not bad at all. That was the first requirement, right? Like, that was the first thing that had to happen here. Not at all out of the woods yet, right? Like, it's a long, long road ahead of Heroic, but, like we've been highlighting, might even sound like a bit of a broken record at this point in time, but the +2 map on the CT side is super hard to figure out. Exactly. And, you know, Heroic, I think actually in their own way kind of did do a fantastic job at showing us all the ways in which you can try to get something working, but because of the slow nature of Parivision, a lot of the timing attacks didn't really work, and as a result, they ended up losing. And there were some kind of slightly bullshit rounds in there with James as well, but
oh, for sure.
You know, but at the end of the day, like, there's no reason why Heroic can't do something similar themselves. 1 flash and 5 USPs. Now, what's your over-under on this one?
I doubt they get more than 2 kills, is how I would say. But at least they've got your 1 flash, like you said, right? The second we see any sort of contact, we might have a little swing in towards long. There it is. But it gets shut down. 2 of them are playing anti-flash. Really well done. Make sure that there's nothing behind this. I should have said that out. They get no kills. Very easy round for Heroic. But you never know, right? You may as well buy a flash. It's $200. You always kind of go on about this. I think you're spot on, right? Why not? You're not losing a lot to potentially gain quite a lot. So why not take a bit of a gamble? Just unfortunate that basically it was actually more or less everybody bar that front man was playing anti-flash. So the second that flash pops, they're all ready to fight. 9-5 though. With a pistol to force by behind it, or at least the eco round they've just won behind it. For Heroic, it's only a 4-round game. That's only 2 gun rounds on the CT side economy. That's how quick on MR12 things can be kind of completely flipped. So as much as Parivision, sure, that 9-3 was an incredible first half, it could very quickly fall away.
Just down to 4 smokes left on the Parivision side. And a stack at the B-bomb side. And honestly, I kind of fuck with this a little bit because, you know, again, some of this is about taking risks. And, like, if Heroic want to do, like, a B-split early and you just happen to kind of guess it right, like, they don't have information about this. This is about saying, let's just cross our fingers and hope. And right now, it's looking pretty good. The push is coming from the middle, but you're not going to expect... Look at the rotation already. They already see it coming. This is kind of sick. I don't know how Heroic are fighting their way through this round. It's a 1 versus 1 and Tanair gets the headshot. A quad kill to take down the last 2 players. That is sickening. Heroic have no business winning that. The rotation is there. They had the stack of the B-bomb shot. That should be a Parivision round every single time.
Yeah, I gotta say, I mean, again, that is such a good round from Tanair. Tanair on T side is such a scary beast. He didn't have a lot to do in that first half, but my God, I mean, again, just looking at how he isolated fights here. I mean, he single-handedly keeps them afloat, and some of these shots are seriously hard. Those last 2 onto Travis and Kicker are no joke. And again, for Parivision, they're going to have to use their second time out as they converse about what we do in towards the next. It looks by the looks of Kicker that they want to force buy in towards this one. Or maybe even just a hero rifle on his back. Try and kind of play pass to parcel. If he dies, moving forward. But,
man.
I know, yeah.
I mean,
crazy round from Tanair. He's single-handedly probably kept Heroic in this game.
Yep. I think that's. I was about to say the same thing. Like, I think if they lose that one, it's over for Dust 2. Like, there's nothing to fight for. So, if this ends up some sort of sick comeback, remember that round, ladies and gentlemen, because Tanair just saved them. Yeah, that's so unlikely. And again, like, it kind of shows you, even if Parivision have, like, they've got the, well, they don't have the, they have the right stack, they have the quick rotation, they still lose the round. I don't know how it's possible. Pushing up in the middle, I love it. Parivision, why not? Try and see if you can get in here. Nice flashbang going over, but Tanair, he was in position. Didn't look like he was that flashed. Still, they're going to try and push into James. If he gets a headshot here with a 5-7, this round is back on again, and he absolutely will. Nicely handled. The chaos is everywhere, and it's a 3 versus 3. The youngster, though, he's pretty reliable. Going to be getting that 1 kill. Still a 2 versus 2. My God, this is such an expensive round. It should be Heroic winning it, but, I mean, they have time to go for it if they really want to. If he misses that shot, but he doesn't. Good job.
Well, for Travis, 1v2. And are we just keeping all the M4? We might be. Yeah, I think for definite now that we are. He's going to go play over towards B. Keep on the M4, which actually means you can buy around this now as well. That can be dropped back over towards Kicker. Travis can reinvest for his own. Should be fine. I'm just thinking now. 2.45. I don't know if James can get the AWP out. It seems a little low for it. So maybe not. But yeah, like you said, I think all in all, quite an expensive round. You know, I don't think Parivision are expecting too much in that round, generally speaking. And they've walked away with 3 kills, putting a bit of pressure on the finances for Heroic. It's a silver lining, but it's still actually a 2-round game now. So, again, coming back to how quickly things can go south in MR12, this is where we're at. 4 rounds in a row in very quick succession for Heroic. This is game right back on, and Parivision right back under pressure. And in the same vein that we speak about how Parivision like Anubis, this, that, and the other, you have to look at the other side and say that Heroic have picked in towards that map. If they steal away Dust 2, who knows what happens to Parivision in this series.
Yeah, they could be the victims of a very brutal comeback, and mentally that's going to be hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Got to get shouted as well to Extra. He's 18-10 right now. If you look at like the rest of Heroic, and again, I don't want to judge too much based on that first half, but for the second half here, if we get, you know, Youngster and Sunpies, we know they can play better than this, right? And even Linus, like he's proven himself a really solid player. Might have been a little bit overlooked, but you know, Swedish Counter-Strike, it's not what it used to be, but honestly, it's producing a lot of really raw talent in the last couple of years. They just end up playing outside of Sweden a lot of the time, you know?
Yeah, it's the NIP curse. I don't blame them.
Yeah, man. I mean,
even for Linus, your time at NIP does not count. It's a great example.
They had to, right? Here we go. Push into the bomb site. Only 2 people defending. Beltranok, though, is one of them. He's burning alive back here. Finally comes out, but a great defense so far. Nota very nearly getting the triple. USP's out. It's Sunpies to almost point blank scope him up there, and James going to be taking on X-Cloud, who was hoping for a timing. This is really sick. Like, really fantastic defense coming out from the 2 players inside of the bomb site. Beltranok taking all that damage to avoid dying and just living to find that second kill is absolutely huge. So Parivision, massive round. And Heroic, you know, not kind of going through the same slow approach of taking Catwalk and you know, and posing that question to the CT side, which is it going to be a B or an A split? They just kind of go for it.
Yeah, insane stuff. 3 rounds difference, though. Again, that little buffer zone that Parivision now got to work with makes such a big difference. It's really going to help. It's a little bit of breathing room on what was actually starting to feel like quite a suffocating Dust 2 on the CT side for Parivision. So, back into the buys both ways. And what is, for the most part, kind of considered a bit of a swing round here. This is a pretty important one. Whatever team loses this round, you probably lose 2 in a row because your economy gets shattered. It's a little bit better over towards Parivision, but it's still not conclusive across the board. Travis, Kicker, Beltranok, and Nota, all actually in double eco territory. Oh, tough spot. That is for sure. Heroic, you lose this one. It actually could be the map. It could be curtains for Dust 2.
Well, they're back in the middle. The fact that there's a long component of this on the minimap sort of tells you a lot about what might happen. It's not... The problem is Parivision don't know it yet, but this is definitely suggesting that it's going to be way more of a catwalk execute here. Deep nade. Ooh, that does land on a couple of them. That's really nasty. And a shot through the smoke. Oh, no. They lose X-Cloud, who is their strongest player by far in this map. So... yeah, 4 people along this A side of the map. I mean, Parivision, maybe it's just their research, their prep coming into this game on Heroic. That's really good. Like they've had some great defensive positions so far, leaving Jame alone on the other side of the map. This should be it. Like I don't see him losing this round. No, trying to get out. Some trades are coming through, but Linus and Youngster, they are so low on health, and they're not checking a huge position. Easy spray down. Yeah, I mean. Parivision, I've got to give them a lot of credit. Like, I thought it was just going to be the T side, but their CT side, like, they definitely have some good read on Heroic at the moment. Yeah, honestly, really well done. Don't play Goose because they're so concentrated on everywhere else. And oh, it's an easy double from that position.
Really, really nice round, I think, from Parivision as well. They just play a couple of unorthodox CT side positions that just don't get checked properly. Even like a double stacking towards Goose like that, completely overlooked. I think Kicker does really well in that round, and Jane keeps hitting shots that he shouldn't be getting away with. The second one, though, as Tanir will delete him with that scalp. Almost up down, so honest with the Glock, he's actually in a bit of trouble here. I don't actually know really what he can do. Flash will bank round. There's a lot of players here. It's going to be awkward. Here, first contact. The Glock going to try and fight, and obviously not going to amount to all too much.
Should be straightforward path to victory here for Parivision squad. It's 4 versus 2. Obviously, nothing to really work with on that T side, and just barely dodging out the flames is Tanir. Gonna grenade it just for good measure. Why not? Yeah, and he's gonna be hunted. They have no reason why, not to. Just keep it going. So now we're fighting for overtime. If we are on the other side of the fence here for Heroic, they need to. Yeah, the road back is so long right now. I've got to say, super, super impressed by what the Parivision guys have brought to this map.
Tanir and this scout still looking very scary, but you got to say with 7 points of HP, it's really asking a lot.
Yeah, you can't imagine, can you?
Imagine if he did, though. That would be the most ridiculous round I've seen in a while. It's just like, feasibly, how does he make anything stick here? Especially without the bomb. And Nota going to clear him out there. That's 12-4. Parivision 1 away from taking their map pick. They are in a good spot right now. 5 map points to close this out. It should be doable. Should be the operative word, but nonetheless, Heroic still have a couple of tricks up their sleeve. I just feel like this T-side's never really truly got going for Heroic. Yes, we had that streak right at the start. Those 4 rounds in a row, but since the guns and the economy has come into play for Parivision and it's been in a somewhat secure space, I just don't think Heroic have enough to be able to really compete here. They just are struggling to understand what the CT side is doing.
Yeah, I mean, this actually is a game that could be, if you wanted to write like a school book about, the current sort of Dust 2, do's and don'ts. I feel like Parivision they've shown us so many cool things. Be very awesome if there was a way to find out, like, how did they know about how to do those like A or B leans, because that's, I mean, maybe it's just random chance. It's hard to know with only one sample size here, but I must say I'm really impressed by them. Travis gonna win that fight out and long, even though he was halfway flashed. His line is going down and pushing up onto the catwalk here. James trying to take a bit of a peek. He does a little bit of damage, but they are definitely committed to this attack. So now the rotation's going to start to come on over. Nota gets a bullet to the face, and rifles are being reeled in left and right. It's going to be a 2 versus 3. Bomb being planted here, and Youngster and Sun Pius, where do they go? They're in a really weird plateau back here. They need to find a way to either fight their way out, get back to short, or anything like that. They can't really just stay crouched down here, or it's going to get really awkward. Oh, James very nearly sealing the deal and actually winning the map on this one. It's going to be a quick couple of kills to finish it, and it will be Parivision to pick up the map and win Dust 2.
Alrighty. Well, for Parivision, this is a perfect way to kickstart this series. A relatively dominant Dust 2, all things. Yes, it's a little streak from Heroic, but it's simply not good enough, right? You had 4 rounds in a row to kickstart this half, but in general, gun rounds are actually really lackluster for the Heroic side. And now there's Anubis coming up next. And Anubis is a very interesting position. Sure, Heroic are the ones picking into it. They've obviously got to have some ideas about how we approach this. It's just the fact that it's not a bad map for Parivision. They're not too upset about playing this. They've been playing this a fairly decent amount online recently. And with, I actually would say, pretty decent results, right? They're coming in towards this Anubis on a 4-map win streak. Get some decent teams in there. Amiga, Bait, Sinners, Spirit Academy, who I think in particular are a very difficult side to put away. We obviously have all heard about Kaisuke and the rest, but you've got Heroic, who, they're on a 3-map losing streak on Anubis. And sure, the big kind of difference there is the caliber of teams you're playing against, right? We're talking about, obviously, Tier 1 tournaments like I Am Kata play-ins, like Blast Bounty, compared to kind of like your CCTs, for example. But it's just the fact that Parivision are going to be feeling a hell of a lot of confidence coming in towards this. They're not too upset about Anubis by any means. So there's a real world here. I mean, Jane Ball seems to be absolutely thriving here. The riflers look great. This is a tough predicament for me, I think, in the spot that we're in. We're going to have to wait and see. Either way, we're going to throw us on to a little bit of a break. When we are back, it's map number 2 coming up next. It is Anubis up on the docket. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payout.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Here we go. We're back once again. This time for a second map. It's Parivision versus Heroic. It's a semi-final here. Spot in the grand final is on the line, and from the grand final, it's qualification for Blast in Lisbon, and that's super important. We're talking VRS points and everything else. Parivision, they're up one map, and now we're going into the second map of Anubis, which, man, Heroic, they've got to really wake up for this one, don't they?
They do. I mean, you know, when you look at the numbers on paper, it really wasn't a good display. Of course, Linus, you can give him the benefit of the doubt as the caller, right? You know, for him, 6 and 15, never where you want to be. But then you got Youngster, who yesterday was probably one of their best players, or probably the best player on this side, 8 and 17. And behind that, Sampaias, 9 and 12. So you got 3 players on single-digit kills. It's not good enough. Tanir came alive towards that tail end on the T side, but again, it was sort of too little, too late for me. It was only really xCloud who was consistent all the way throughout. He ended on 18 kills, top of the server, but it doesn't matter. When you look at the flip side for Parivision, across the board between the top in terms of kills was 16 for Nota, and the lowest was Jame on 13, right? So you've got kind of the difference between 3 kills between the top and the bottom. That is a team-wide performance. That is a brilliant display coming through. Everybody had their moments. Everybody shone when needed to, and that's consistency that makes Parivision a difficult side to break down and why they are so hard to play against. Dust 2 always felt like it was going to go the way of Parivision, but the rest of this veto does throw a lot of question marks up in the air. We've already spoken about Anubis at length in terms of how, in a way, it feels kind of risky. You know, this is a 3-map losing streak for Heroic, a 4-match win streak for Parivision, but the caliber of teams are vastly different. Heroic are playing much better teams generally, of course, coming off the back of IM, Kato, and Blast Bounty, but the way that we look at things at the same time is Parivision, their form has been incredible. They're not playing like a Tier 2 online team. They're playing like a Tier 1 team that should be qualifying for tournaments. This is their second tournament play. Their first one they won pretty handedly with, something like an 11-match win streak or something ridiculous along those lines. Parivision are a tough side to put away right now, and I don't know for Heroic, who feel kind of asleep at the wheel a little bit and maybe just not used to online reps in the same vein that Parivision are, their chance could be slipping away.
It does feel that way. I mean, xCloud was playing excellent Counter-Strike on map number 1, obviously, but man, they got brutalized way too hard, and like the hungry, like, you know, urge to kill that is kind of synonymous with Heroic right now from some of their players, like Youngstar and Tanir out there fighting. You got Sampaias, you know, with again, the firepower is insane, right? That didn't really matter on Dust 2. Like, it wasn't really a thing. So yeah, sure, we had a couple of fun rounds, but like that just wasn't what made a difference. And Parivision, again, it's probably more credit to them for being able to silence that kind of force by just playing, you know, good Counter-Strike, good tactics, you know, understanding the rotations and the timing and everything else. It's kind of sick, actually, even if I'm criticizing Dust 2 a lot. We'll see if they can do the same on Anubis if they can. I mean, again, this could be a team that, like, rises from being, like, newly formed, playing in Tier 2 into, like, a much more powerful team. Actually, at kind of rocket speeds. It's kind of crazy, like, what we're seeing here. I wonder where the test is going to be. Again, if they win this, they're going to be playing the grand final. I'm going to be watching that result because I think it's a little bit interesting. If they keep upgrading like this day after day, it's kind of sick.
Yeah, exactly that. And especially, you know, on the other side, I don't think, you know, either of 500 or Astralis would want to play against this Parivision team. It seems just so uncomfortable to play against for everybody. It doesn't matter what level you're at. And especially with, you know, Astralis looking really uncomfortable. 500, yes, their form is great in terms of they've been scalping some big teams, but they've also been picking up losses along the way. They're by no means a super secure team. Of all the teams in this competition so far, Parivision have the best win rate of any of them, right? And yes, a lot of them are online and maybe not the strongest of opponents, but wins are wins all the same. And we know confidence is absolutely flourishing for this Parivision side. So let's see. Belchnock first to get caught. There's a triple push through main. will get a very easy first. How does James decide to kind of respond to it?
If they win the pistol round here, I mean, again, it's going to put Heroic in a bad spot. Ooh. It's actually a nice kill for James. He does pick up the shot on the Sunpie. He's got the P250, and he's going to swiftly put a bullet to X-Floud, and suddenly it's back into a 3 versus 3. This was usually the default beginning from Parivision. I think they had one grenade that lands at the back of the B bomb site, which, again, could be one of the reasons why there was this push out from Heroic. They're sort of, you know, throwing the grenade, baiting out somebody, like they were waiting for them, Parivision, so they just didn't get every single kill, but they got enough kills to make it interesting, and now it seems like they're back just trying to execute onto the site here. They've got one flashbang on James, and that's about it. It might not even need it with the P250. You might just walk in here and just try and see if you can land a shot on somebody, which is kind of what they're doing against the USPs. Why wouldn't you try to see if you can line something up? Although Kicker is going to be going down. The rotations are coming in, and they're on a borrowed time here, Parivision, but they get the kills they need, and maybe not after all. 30 seconds. Tanier, unnoticed, undiscovered, has the bit of an advantage here. We'll throw away the one USP for another one with 10 bullets in it. Could have maybe had that kill. Now he's going to jump straight down. Not lacking in confidence, but he will be shut down anyway. James with a quad kill, and again, I must say, a very well-constructed round in just in every way from Parivision here. They had the bait smoke on B to try and lure people up from the A bomb site, and then they decided to walk in with the P250 to try and get the advantage instead of throwing any grenades. It's really sick.
Yeah, honestly, James' consistency is just so scary, man. Again, that round doesn't start well. It actually doesn't look initially well, even in the 1-for-1 trade that gets found over towards Carpets. But still, James makes it stick for them. So well done. And I think now as well, for Heroic, it's those sort of rounds lost where you get the initial advantage. You get the numbers advantage kind of twice in a row in that round, and you still let it slip. That's where your confidence will start to falter quite rapidly. You're thinking, and what do we even need to do? How many kills do we need to get before we're really in any sort of a comfortable spot in this round? Or are we always going to have to be on edge against Parivision? I think that's sort of the issue that they're kind of formulating right now. Belchadok, he tried this last round and got deleted. There's another triple stack in towards A main. It could be more of the same. This is a pretty scary buy on the other side. MP9. And nade. That nade does so well. Softens them up, though. That's beautiful. He knows there's another there, too. He saw him.
Yeah, got to keep an eye on it. Those A pushes are one of the big ways in which the CTs can try and claim some advantage here. And, you know, Heroic already on the Dust 2, they kind of showed us. They understand what the power of CT pushes are. They didn't do many of them successfully, but not for lack of trying. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see more out of it. Indeed, they are running out of the A-bomb side once again. If Youngster can stay alive even for another second, he would have been having a little bit of backup. I think there's definitely an argument to be made that Youngster could have, you know, tried to tuck in and wait because he had two people running up right into the river. So there was a way to make that more of a favorable fight for him. And it would have been kind of a, you know, a 3-on-3 instead here. Khalil picked up. If you get this headshot, sure, you can maybe try and go for it. But instead, you get shot in the back with a MAC-10. And Sunpires, don't think he's ever winning this round, unfortunately.
I don't think so. I mean, an exit kill would be nice, right? If we can get one of those, potentially there might be something to work with here. But again, it feels pretty unlikely. Looks like they might just exit out via mid. And actually, in a way, he's also starting to be flanked. Kicker did this a lot on the T sides of Parivision, on the T side of Dust 2, may I say. And he found a lot of success with it. And he's going to find more. Brilliant work. So nothing saved, nothing gained for Heroic. And a little bit of extra money in the back pocket of Kicker. MAC-10 kill bonus is pretty sweet. And unfortunately, for Heroic, with the buy-in towards that previous round, it means that their economy is shot here in towards this next one. They shouldn't really be able to buy all that much. And that's going to be the case. Well played. Belchanok, he had a fantastic map that won. He was actually the highest rated player over towards Parivision with a 1.44 rating. So, insane work from him. 102 ADR, and he's, again, showing what he's got in the locker. 2-0. Should be 3-0, in all honesty. If Heroic can get a couple of constellation kills, that'd be nice. They've gone for a stack towards B. But it feels unlikely.
Yeah, got one flashbang. Hoping to find a bit of timing here. We'll see if they can. Flashbang is good, but unfortunately, James just back around the corner. He's got Kicked with him, and actually even more players, so... Still, I don't mind the idea. In reality, it works out a bit differently. All right, X-File. Find a kill there on Nota. That's something to work with. Can't really pick up the rifle, of course, but it puts a bit of pressure on Parivision nonetheless. I think at this stage we're looking for anything really for like a rebuild of Heroic's confidence, right? So, you know, even a round like this one, if you got like 3 kills, even if you lost a round, you'd be like, okay, you know what, guys, all right, we're a little bit dangerous still. Like, let's go, you know.
Yeah.
Like you need a story to tell, right?
I think as well for Heroic, they kind of need to prove to themselves that they can win hard rounds. I think that's sort of the spot that they're in. We're currently looking at this, and it just feels like every round that should be won by Parivision is, and then they're also adding to the tally the rounds that they shouldn't be winning. Heroic don't have that right now. It's, you know, the rounds that they should be winning, they're struggling against, and then, I mean, rounds like these, which is, you feel like your chances are slim, they have no chance in. That's the thing. Heroic need to reinstill a bit of confidence in towards them and say, you know, we can actually compete against these guys. We can play against them, and it's easier said than done. That's a nice shot, though, with a 5-7. Oh, and a second behind it as well. Beautiful work. Youngster's giving it a little go. He wanted to actually just pick up a gun and get out, but not going to be the case. Some players might stick around for exits too. They've made it expensive, so that, at the very least, is a nice little silver lining. Anything more feels unlikely. It's obviously not going to amount to a round 1, but they're going to have to exit here. Jane might have to fight his way out against Sampire, so there is potential for at least another kill on the board. Yeah, out together as well. They clear it. They will, thankfully. Travis sees it off. So in the end, not the worst thing in the world. But honestly, for Heroic, I think you can take some silver linings away from that. 3 kills is not bad.
Yeah, some of the you know, latch on to some of the say, all right, like, you know, we got someone working. Let's try now with rifles. You know, if we can do that with pistols, what about rifles? Like that's a common thing. So let's see how this one plays out. It's still kind of early days. I mean, if we scrapped our memories of the first map and the dominance for Parivision and just sort of, you know, forgot about all that and came into this one, we'd say, yeah, you know, no reason to panic yet for Heroic. They're on the CT side of Anubis. We know to be pretty CT-sided, so, or T-sided, sorry. So maybe we're not that concerned about it just yet. But this next round is going to be, you know, a potential tell for how this is going to be playing out. We do have the AWP on Sampias. See where he ends up AWPing with. It's a 3-1-1 setup right now with 1A, 1 middle, and the rest over at the B bomb side. But again, Sampai is probably going to be fairly mobile on this map, right? With the AWP, yeah. That's what you expect.
Stop. Smoke. Don't amount to all too much. Even still, for Heroic, this, as much as it's early in the map, I genuinely just feel like for the mental state of Heroic, this is a must-win round. If you lose this, I don't know if they kind of mentally can recover. Good clear. Oh, it's so unfortunate for Tanir. The flashbang is perfect. Travis just shoots on instinct, and he deletes him with a headshot. And look at this X-File. He's pushing the smoke here. This could get funky. He should be dead, but he gets one before he falls. So we'll take a silver lining.
Yeah, unfortunate for Jame, I guess. Like, he's really trusting his life production on there. Trade comes in, 2 versus 3, but with Linus going down, it should be the end of the road here, Sunpius. As long as you don't cross his path, there's no reason you should, right? You know where he is. The bomb is out there, but you've got to find a way to get rid of him. They don't actually, funnily enough, they don't have any smokes, but they have Molotovs, and I guess they could get the job done. I was going to say, why don't they smoke him? But there's a good reason why they didn't. Still, this round is, you know, 99% done.
Let's see. Bias. Open a 1v3. Feels basically impossible, and it might just be a play once again for extra kills. But we'll see. Yeah, he's not giving this a go. He's just looking to see if anybody tries to fight him on the way out. Won't be the case. So yet another round for Parivision. 4 in a row now. And it has to be said that these rounds are they're much harder to find for Parivision. They're at least having to fight for them. There's a couple of moments which feel at least a little bit uncomfortable compared to Dust 2. But still, I don't think Parivision care, right? They're continuing the run of things right now in terms of the form that they've been playing. They're spiraling and snowballing still super positively off the back of Dust 2. Doesn't matter how you get them, I think, ultimately, at the end of the day, just as long as you do, right? And Heroic, the more rounds they get found, the more this pressure starts to accumulate on their shoulders. And the tougher this sort of resurgence becomes. We spoke about this map being potentially quite difficult on paper just because of the recent successes. And the worrying thing for me is that time is sort of running out for Heroic. As much as, again, it is the early part of this game, you cannot allow for this T-side to run away with things. Yes, the T-sided map, we've got to have some sort of foundations in this first half if we want any chance.
Yeah, and, you know, obviously once the economy comes into it too, your amount of rounds that you're going to be playing on the CT side where you actually have everything you kind of want is they're obviously going to be dwindling pretty quickly, which is another big problem that they're going to be facing here. So we'll see if they're tempted with the AWP on Sunpires to try and, you know, go look for some kills. Again, I would say the mood for Heroic so far has been today that they do want to be pretty aggressive on the CT sides here, so wouldn't be surprised if they try to find a way to fight something. That could be super interesting. Smoke actually goes out early on from CT spawn. Okay, just out to the A bomb side. There are a couple of different smokes you can throw, so I was kind of watching it a little bit, but it's going to be some pies in the middle. The M4 and X-Cloud is going to be hanging out outside of that A site, so trying to play around that early smoke that was thrown from CT spawn. He's just on the other side of it. Belchinock, okay, this is looking kind of interesting. Oh, wait, it gets blown up the other way from inside of the A-bomb side. The timing is honestly kind of sick. I don't think it's worth it because they are going to lose that M4, but I still think that's a funny way to do it. Let's go.
Yeah, I like the idea, right? This is now really difficult. They have rotated over, so they could actually be... He's still something brewing here. Double 5-7's up close. Orb's going to hit one. It just missed the first. Second time Varsity flashed off the angle. So the pistols are going to be pushed back. They're getting space towards the site, and some Pius going to get clipped. Hadel bound down into Youngster's feet. He takes a lot more damage. He still surely should be dead momentarily. And as Tanir up close as well. This is such a weird round still, as they're both so close to the site, but I don't think the AWP wants to be. So Tanir is basically left alone in this position. He should go down, and he will. And now, Youngster, it's about saving. Keep yourself alive and get out of it.
Yeah, I mean, they really are sticking. They're sticking close to that site, and the hope that there's like a really wicked, you know, double kill or something like that, then they can kind of like
5-7 can do it, right? We know it.
Yeah, you're right. And, you know, like, again, I respect it from the point of view of Heroic because they are in a position here where they do need some rounds like that. This wasn't one of them, and they do lose the AWP anyway, so the troubles just kind of keep on going. But they will be able to rebuy into this round. At least there is that kind of a silver lining. But this is the beginning of a rough first half already. You can kind of tell when the economy isn't really there, and Parivision showing us again they have a great understanding of what's going on the map once more.
No saving as well. It's just a nice little addition, but it doesn't make a difference. Rogue fire back in. Ooh, this is a big fight. Jane doesn't really lose it very often. The flash will force a shot off, and he doesn't want to re-peek. Travis are going to play up close as well. Last time in this angle, Travis played a little bit further back, but he was flashed off, and he still won the fight. And he's been pretty consistent, Travis. 5-1 for him. He's not always the numbers guy on this team. He obviously generally a little bit more of a supporting element, but he has been looking really solid. Of course, when your Parivision find themselves 5-0, I mean, no surprises that nobody's really struggling over towards that T side. Heroic, time still desperately running out. We have got to make this gun round stick. If they lose this one, that's Parivision basically getting like a 7-0 start.
Some highs gotten rid of in the middle there. Classic Molotovs being thrown. He's got the right idea, and in spite of some grenades being thrown at him there, he's actually going to stand his ground. Hard position to all from a lot of the time. Oh my god, it can't be real, can it? Velchuk through the smoke will take down X-Cloud. Linus is up front. He's got some backup here with the AWP behind, but they're fighting not quite at the same angle, so they end up kind of going down one at a time instead of having the surprise of there being more people there. Gun barrel was showing, so Belchinok's going to be taking down Tanir. That's his third kill of the round, and it's over. It's 6 on the side of Parivision, and Heroic just having a brutal time of it today.
Yeah, no, exactly. Just such a difficult scenario that they're in, and again, where we come back to this kind of opening conversation that we were having in the pre-show and saying, you know, yes, Heroic are on paper the favorites, and the gut feeling is that they should be the favorites, but it is still a Parivision side that are so difficult to put away, and teams of all regards have been struggling to do so. 6-0, we save an AK. We do have a little bit of money, but it's again, do we want to buy around this AK with sort of half armor and maybe some premium rifles, or do we actually want to be kind of going for a little bit of a half buy, buying towards the next? Is it going to be giving up a 7th over towards Parivision? I mean, it already is starting to feel like it could be done and dusted in the spot that we're in. I mean, again, like we said, we know it's early doors, but Parivision on a side that even if Heroic start to get in towards this game and find a couple of rounds in the city side, they're not just going to fall off a cliff. It's just not really how Parivision work. So they're always going to be competitive. They're always going to be trying to compete for these rounds. And this is the worrying thing, that Heroic, to find consistency in a series that they've had none of, it feels like an impossible task here. Parivision, not really too much they need to talk about in these tack pauses, but Dastar can get on towards the mic as a just in case. But Heroic, it's all down to them. What can they actually conjure up? And for a side that feel like they've lost all of their confidence, and nobody having the moment. I mean, Tanier again, you know, his first half in towards Dust 2 was incredibly quiet, and it's again the same. He finds himself 1 and 6.
I mean, the truth is, they are, yeah, the game plan's working super well for Parivision. Yeah. Continuing to impress. Real question is, you know, what's the ceiling for this? How dangerous are they? I feel like,
yeah,
I don't know right now, but it is looking pretty interesting. Youngster goes down. He was pushed in front of the smoke that was from behind him there. So the thing is, when the T's throw that smoke, they are always going to check like that. They will never just kind of like assume that the smoke is going to be working. And Youngster, I would typically say, you know, I'd pick him to win those kind of battles. He's been really good, I'd say, in the last couple of weeks. But today they're not finding that form. They're just not.
Let's see. 4v4 with Nota being low might give a little bit of potential behind it. Nota going to abide by Bogdan's law as well. But James has been super proficient with the rifle, so I don't hate this. You need players who can do both and kick it. Head on a swivel, the 180. Nice. Well, work from him. He knows all around this corner, but some bias will deliver one on his own. Getting out, he gets given that luxury. The nade might deny it. No, he's still alive here, tucked in close. This is a really awkward spot. They line up for a moment. It's Linus who gets the kill, and James gets him behind. That's such an unfortunate way for that round to transpire.
Yeah, it's not getting any easier, is it? 3 versus 1 here. Okay, nice shot, but kicking just straight denying it, saying absolutely not. Gonna steal back the AWP, and Parivision just continuing on. My God, I thought this was gonna be such a close game. We both said Heroic probably the favorites, and it, like, at this stage, it could be a complete wash for them. Like, yeah, this is honestly, I feel like I'm not necessarily sad about it. Like, I feel like I'm learning a lot about Parivision, and
yeah.
We both did, to be fair, also say at the start of the day, we might have been just, like, you know, underestimating Parivision a bit in the past, so feels like now it's time to stop doing that.
Yeah. 7-0. This is a Parivision side that are easily playing like a tier 1 team. No two ways about it. Not up close. It's so easy for him. Youngster will get a kill of his own on towards Nota, but Belchinok's presence over towards A main it's been so annoying for Heroic. Because they try and fight him, and he always has support, or he always at least goes like 2 for 1. And when they don't fight him, he just waits, and he catches them off guard. I mean, they need to find a way to kind of stop it and break him down, but they just can't.
Yeah, right now, they definitely can't. Some utility still left here on the Heroic side. Oh, it's a team kill. I mean, Belchinok fair enough, they had to try and fight him, but Tanier alone on the bomb site. He's going to be good for the one here. Swings wide and very nearly catches Travis. But the truth kind of is, even if he would have won that fight, Tanier, it probably still is just going to be down to a 2 versus 2. With the bomb planted here, Linus walks into the shot. Belchinok with his 11th kill. He is absolutely wrecking them right now at the start of it. And Senpais can't go for it. Like, it's so far away. 1 versus 3, no kit, no nothing. He's sticking around mostly just for the potential for another kill. But even if he got it, it wouldn't make a difference. 8-0 in favor of Parivision here, and they're doing excellent work right now.
They are. So Bias, he should be okay to save. He might just dodge them. So at least he's got that working for him. But still, Heroic. I don't know. We were talking about they need to pick up something. But I think their time's run out here. You're 8-0 down. Even if you were to get 4 rounds, is 4 enough? I don't think so. So, yeah, I mean, a tough predicament for them right now. And yeah, I don't know. I don't even really understand how Heroic get back into this. This is a complete non-starter of a map. And, you know, in a similar vein, we were talking about this a little bit yesterday of, like, why did we pick in towards Mirage? Remember this conversation that we kept bringing up? And especially because we went in towards the overtimes as well. We were sort of saying, what was the decision-making here? Why have we actually gone for this? And I think the same vein comes up here for Heroic of why have we actually gone for Anubis? It feels like a map in which they're just not well drilled on the CT side, whereas Parivision, they have a lot of reps and a lot of good reps at that.
Yeah, and even if we, you know, even if Heroics, you know, were to say, actually we feel really good about Anubis, we'd have to say it was a pretty big stylistic mismatch then, because a lot of the stuff they've been trying on the CT side has really not been working out. Now, credit where it's due, Sampire's got the opening kill here. Should be able to get this one on Belchernok too. Nice position, even in spite of the disadvantage of making this jump up, he's still good for that one. So 5 versus 3 should almost be in the bag by now. It is a UMP up front here, so we'll see if it's going to be good for the kill. That's all they needed, right? Like one more kill, don't go down for nothing here. X-Cloud eventually traded out, 50 seconds still. If they lose another player here for nothing, it's a bit awkward, and the bomb is being dived down there. Big risk taken by Kickert, saying, hopefully no one's coming through the smoke, but indeed they're not, and he's going to get traded immediately. Nota down into a 1 versus 2, and Tenier and Liner should be able to work together. Like, get the timing down right here, and it's all going to be fine. Yes, headshot coming through, but also Tenier was right behind him. That's a job done. It's a first round. They need all the rest.
Yeah. It's better than nothing, hey? We've not kind of had a complete no-show on a half. It starts well. I like that. Again, they try and just do something a little bit proactive. They fight in towards A main. Granted, I think James gets kind of unfortunate. He tags one through the block to start off. He very easily could have gone 1-for-1 there, but the presence was really good. And I think even in that retake as well, much better in terms of fighting off the back of each other, playing the trades, playing these crossfires as they're trying to get out of camera. It's a little bit more of that synergy from Heroic that we want to see. Parivision, their cohesion right now is unstoppable. They look like such a well-drilled side. And you would expect that. Any team under James and Dastan, yes, I know James not calling, but of course he still, without a doubt, has a leadership role there. I think the kind of position that we're in is that they're always going to be so well kind of versed in playing off each other. And this is what Parivision have got. This is a side with just no gaps in the armor right now. And Heroic, they've got to get, for my money, probably at least the last 3 rounds of this half, then a pistol, then the force behind that, and even then it still feels kind of unlikely to get back in towards this game. So their chances of response are, yeah, they're tough to say the least. But let's see if we can get step number 1 of getting like at least 4 rounds in this first half. That's kind of feels like a necessity if they want a chance.
Yeah, get it off the ground. If they can win, you know, the next 3 and win the pistol, we've got a bit of a conversation. X-Cloud out here with secondary AWP, but James, he knows. Similar position as to the last round, even if it was Sun Pius who was actually opening that, it still kind of betrays X-Cloud a little bit here. 4 versus 5. We got Kickard just taking a bit of a step out. Spots out the player out front, and surprised he doesn't win that fight. That's a bit interesting, but the trade comes through from Travis nonetheless, and now they're putting pressure on. Sampaio's the only man here, and he's absolutely railed by Belchernok. Nice shot, and a 4 versus 1. So Parivision is straight back to winning, giving no break to Heroic.
You know, that's just the issue, right? But it's just one of those things that, like for Heroic, I kind of touched on it a little bit earlier. Even if Heroic are to find a round or a bit of success, they can't expect Parivision to just switch off. We've covered, what, like 3 or 4 games at the very least of Parivision recently. Not once have I seen the side switch off. They don't just kind of fall flat as, you know, Heroic have done. Heroic, I think, are a very momentum-heavy side. And when momentum's good, they're very capable of making it snowball into quite a few. But when it's bad, they find it really difficult to break the deadlock and break that kind of really bad streak and that rotter form that they're in. Parivision don't have that. They just play the same rounds, the same sort of setup, and it works. Oh, Travis! Triple spray down, youngster, Linus, Tenier, all get put 6 feet under. It's so simple for Parivision, and Heroic left reeling again. Sabias gets one, instantaneously traded, leaving X-Files and an MP9 to bail them out in a 1v4.
Just an absolutely shocking round once again. Nothing to fight for. I mean, it's...
Yeah.
We're not in the world anymore where people really win these rounds. Like, it can happen, but it's going to require a different setup to win a 1 versus 4, right? Like, you need first of all, probably a different weapon. You probably need a different, like, more of the element of surprise where, you know, the first couple of kills kind of go your way without too much damage being dished out. So 10-1, ladies and gentlemen, as we are moving into the 12th round. I guess it's a bit sad that we're not seeing, like, more of a fight back for Heroic, because you know, it makes the game a little bit more one-sided. But honestly, I guess we again just enjoy what Parivision have done in a really short amount of time. Like, I think that's the takeaway here.
Agreed. 10-1. Anything would be nice. Today, gonna try and play up close. Behind this smoke. Elchinok, hot flash and a fight behind it. Why not? Let's see what we got offering up. Molotov will come down again to stop that A-main swing. Oh, Tania so lucky that Belchinok on peak what he did. He re-peaks. Those damage is not enough for the kill. Belchinok wants to fight. And this time, the overzealous nature to want to fight there will cost him his life.
Bit of damage on the Tania. Still alive, though, so maybe he can, you know, be sort of almost like a human flashbang in some cases. When you're low on health, you can sort of risk a little bit more and try and give your team some info if it comes down to some sort of a retake here. Under a minute. Belchinok finally out of the round. He's not the only person that's been doing great. And Heroic, actually, in spite of the man advantage, just given what they have here. Oh, he's going to drop it down into the water. What a trick that is. Kick it. I can't believe it. He gets the one. He does get traded. And Tania, in spite of anything touching him there, he would have been dead. But, yeah, that is a sickening trick from Kickard. Might not be enough. They might have to give this round anyway. Good setup. Double-layered position. And they will finally win another round. It's a 10-2 at the end of the half. If it's enough, I seriously doubt it. We'll find out after a quick break, so stay tuned.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back. 10-2 at the half. Anders, are you feeling like this one's done? I don't know about you, but I definitely am. I don't even care if Heroic get a pistol. This one feels like it's done and dusted a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't know what level of copium you would have to be on to believe anything else. To be perfectly honest, like it's definitely also Heroic not really showing up with the same killer instinct, but I think I'm gonna give most of the credit to Parivision just playing a really sick best of 3 here to start the day with. So pretty exciting stuff, and yeah, I can't see it working out in their favor either. Smoke, double flash on Linus, so we'll see where they end up going with it. A lot of different ways to fake the A bomb site. That route back to B through dark is really quick compared to what the CTs can run. But I will say this for Parivision, they're in the middle of the map. They have a chance to be very dynamic and also potentially stop any kind of rotation. So if it is a fake and they run back, it's going to be heard a million times over.
Yeah.
It does look more and more like a fake.
Yeah, Belchok's making a move. I like this.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? Oh, now it's an awkward decision for Heroic. They did want to run back for a bit of a fake, but now, I mean, you're not faking anything. They definitely know you're coming. You're going to lose a player in Nota, so maybe you just say, to hell with it. We're just going to go for it anyway. And the bomb site is open, so it kind of works for Heroic, all things considered. A little bit of an interesting twist here. There is a smoke kick on Kickard, so if they get even like a couple of kills here for Parivision, it could be a brutal retake of the bomb site. Jame in a lot of trouble, but he fights his way out. Takes down Tania. Belchinok next in line, and the Glock's doing great work here. 8 bullets left. Smoke kit is gone for the moment. Don't know if they can even pick it up at this stage, so might be a very hard round to come back into. You can see Belchinok's running down there to get the smoke or the kit back in line. Jame gets a headshot, and now they're putting on the pressure. Oh, they're defusing it. It's on the wrong side of the obelisk here, and Youngster goes down, defuses in. What a retake for Parivision.
That's so well done. Also, I just love the kind of brazenness in a way of Belchinok. He's just like, I'm just going to die, right? Like, I'm going to jump in towards the site. I'm going to clear everything think, and just I wouldn't even care about back plat. If I die, I die. I know I can bank on James to protect me, and he does. 2 kills that James finds on the site there, protecting Belchinok, especially that last one in particular. So really, really well done. James is just so reliable in these situations. He's so damn clean as well. 11-2. This one is done. 2 more rounds is all that Parivision need for a spot in the grand finals. And yeah, you know, just deservedly so. I mean, it's just one of those where I think for Heroic, it's not been a day out of the office that they want. It's not been a showing that they've are going to look back on it in any sort of favor at all. And I think it's just one you've got to try and forget, right? I mean, obviously, it's tough to forget because of the ramifications of this qualifier. You know, this is a Blast Open Lisbon spot. This is a chance to go to a Tier 1 VRS LAN, right? And also in a very cool city, nonetheless. But unfortunately, you're falling flat just, you know, 2 steps away from booking that spot. It's such a shame.
Yeah, it really is. And I think it reveals some potential weaknesses in the Heroic lineup here.
Yes.
Like, might have been a bit easier coming into some of the game against some Tier 1 opponents where maybe they're completely underestimating you and you're just laughing your way through. But definitely a couple of things that are missing right now for them. And Parivision just seem like a well more a drilled team here. Like, you know, what they're doing can be replicated. It's not reliant on people going super crazy and hitting wacky headshots. It's just a great game plan, honestly, being executed very well at the moment. 11-2. We're back into the game after a little bit of a pause here. Sampai's got 12 kills, but like everybody else is like missing from this game completely.
Yeah. Let's see. We've gone for the force buy. The investment. Let's see if there's any way back in for Heroic. This is, you know, the last chance hurrah a little bit here. Do we have any way back in towards this game? Granted, it's so unlikely, but let's take a look and see. So Bias leading his way forward. They're going for a contact play, and I kind of like this. It is sort of working. Moving the way in towards mid. 4-wall cross. A Molotov down as well, but they're wrapping in behind here, and Kicker and Belchinok both get deleted. This could be interesting. Epi down up close. Travis got to do well, but to the Diva behind. It's an interesting 2v1. James sells a chance.
Yes. I mean, man, if that M4 has a 3rd kill, who knows what could have happened. But nice timing, nice pressure for Heroic. See what James wants to do here. If he finds a better rifle, I mean, you could also make an argument to just kind of like take the rifle and go. All you have to do is find 2 more rounds. Oh, but he's feeling a little bit brave. Does spot out one player. Unfortunately, doesn't quite get the angle to get the early kill there. Fair enough. You know, I can respect it. He was trying to see if he could, you know, lurk in another kill, maybe make it a little bit interesting. Doesn't work out. 11-3. And with Parivision out of money, there is a chance for a bit of a run here for Heroic. I don't know how long it's going to be. Again, like we said, the chances for a comeback right now are really low. If they make it work, I mean, obviously that would honestly be kind of crazy.
Wow. For Heroic, the resurgence required from them is obviously a mammoth task, but winning rounds like that always going to help. Rounds, like we said earlier, rounds they shouldn't really be winning or the chances are slimmer, but this is something that Parivision were able to make somewhat a possibility. Belchinok will be cleared. That's where back near. We're going to get spacing towards the side here. This one's sort of done here. It's the B side taken. We don't really have the guns to be able to fight here. In a way, Jay might even just save us half armor.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to be accomplished. Just it's a good couple of rounds where Heroic get a chance to remember what it's even like to win anything in this series. It's just been way too one-sided. So the rebuild, I mean, I would say if we get up to like a 11, 8, or 9 type scoreline, I think Parivision are going to be panicked, but at least Heroic will they'll start to sort of see, okay, we can actually do this. Hold on, hold the phone. Yeah. We can actually make it back. So yeah, I guess I will be watching for that spot. We're just waiting to see if they get that far.
See if that is the case. Put down. They're having just a little hunt at the end. See if anything will come to fruition. Kick a nice shot, and Nota's gonna get one of his own. This is a gun to be picked up there. M4 scooped up by Nota. That is it. You'll take it. You're not gonna complain about that. At the very least, there's a 4th for Heroic. Slowly but surely, opening the door a little bit, seeing if we can get into this in any sort of vein. Granted, still wildly unlikely, but I'm not going to completely discount them. This is a heroic side. They've also had some pretty impressive moments, especially recently. Some of the teams they've been able to beat, some of them they've been able to compete with. You know, they've looked and showed that they've got that caliber about them. But the 1xBet odds do not back them at all. It's all Parivision. 1.02 to 12.8 is, yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, if you guys believe in heroic, not bad odds, but I don't know if I do.
It's also where, like, again, the leadership and the experience of Jame and Pickett and the Stan as well should be making a big difference in terms of, like, keeping everybody really focused and cool all the way to the end here. On 5-7 to Jame. He gets this kill on Tania, and it might be lights for heroic way earlier than expected. This is supposed to be one of the easier rounds, but it might not work out that way. Oh, and with the knife out, Tania, he's not ready. It doesn't matter. He gets the kill, but I mean, like, he's so low on health, and now they're hunting him. Every single one coming for him. They're going to trade him out. That's the bomb lost, and now it's a very tough 2 versus 1 for Youngster. He's got time, and he's got the weapon and the health advantage, but still, one slip up here, and heroic are going to get knocked out of the qualifier. Oh. He's actually managed to slip the net. That's kind of crazy timing. They don't know. They still don't know. Middle of the reload, and it could have been better for Youngster. He showed up just when he needed it. He's down to 19 health, but, man, they should have probably lost this round.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really, really good play. I got to give a lot of credit there. 11 to 5. Heroic is still staying alive, but, man, again, Youngster does a really good job of bailing them out. Should they need to be bailed out, I think is in itself, yeah, it's a worry, right? But all that really matters, I think, for me, is that for heroic, they're just proving to themselves that we can win rounds. They're proving and saying we have still got a few tricks up our sleeve.
Yeah, you have to not think about it, right? You have to say this is going to require, like, an enormous effort to get back into this. So, like,
exactly.
Let's get going. Like, don't think about the next round or the future or anything like that. Just keep playing. Maybe even some of the pressure might be off a little bit for heroic now, because it just, you know, no matter what, it just feels like a, you know, an almost unwinnable situation. So maybe you're just relaxing a bit more at this stage.
Yeah. For me, it really feels for heroic. Any chance to get into this, you've got to just take it one round at a time. That's the only way you can go about it. Buy back in, of course, for Parivision. And like you said, they're not a side that really lose consistency in any vein, really, all too often. This is a really quick moving towards E-Box, though. Linus has got good control without having to expend any util either. He's got here just on contact. He's still got that full belt.
Strong position. See if they can time it with anything. Couple of good grenades to put some pressure on Travis, and it's possible that Linus can just got to jump out there and get going. Smoke to create a bit of a path for him. So yeah, we love everything we're seeing so far. Travis with a bit of a dangerous spray. Very nearly connects on the other side. Incendiary just to try and hold him back, and Youngster goes down. So now they've actually got the rest of the heroic isolated in the B bomb site, and they haven't really got the bomb planted yet. They got all the smokes up, they got everything they kind of need, but it might still not be enough. Tania goes down, it's Belchark to finally fall, but 3 people against the wall here. How do you fight that? Santias on his own, they double swing him. He should have been dead already, but somehow he's found a triple out of nowhere. And James is right there in the middle waiting for him. Oh, the gun barrel showing. It's Santias. Somebody else saw it. He didn't see it. You could see it. That was a teammate pulling it out, saying he's right there, and I think he should have the advantage here. Now, James might be here in the scoping. Does he realize? This is crazy. 25 seconds. James, okay, a bit of a jump to lure him out. Oh, he still loses the fight. How is it possible? What on earth is going on?
How, in God's name? Oh, that is such one of the weirdest 1v1s I've seen in such a long time. And in my head, I was just thinking, you know, James just doesn't lose 1v1s. He's so reliable in them, and again, proving why. But that is a ridiculous way for James to close it out. Santias had, for the last 15-20 seconds, known everything that was that needed to be known about that round, and still made it stick. I mean, I cannot believe that James walks away with that. Map and series, grand final point now for Parivision. And heroic, I mean, look at the buy they're bringing to the table here. Sure, we got an AK, but it's double Galil, Mac 10, and a Tech 9.
Brutal position to be in. not where you want to see them. I mean, again, coming into this as the possible favorites, we know what they've been doing in some of the higher echelons of Counter-Strike in the last couple of weeks, so
yeah,
a little bit surprising to see how this is playing out, but they are close to the B-bomb site. Should be able to run one of them down here. Kick it. I don't know how he's getting away with a couple of kills there. It's Travis, unfortunately, who kind of falls at the bomb site without responding to anything. So Heroic. Bomb plant's a little bit delayed because they're quite far away. Youngster, though, he's so far forward that even Jane wasn't ready for it.
yeah, exactly. What do we do here? 2 versus 3. It's still not impossible, though. Definitely doesn't feel like it's out of the realms of possibility. And I think now with Nota, he might just say, I mean, the money long-term has just been the issue for Parivision. That's just keeping them out of these sort of attempts at retakes. You know, a 2v3, you always sort of want to give it a look in if you can. It's just the fact that monetarily long-term, they probably can't. So 12-6. It's slowly but surely one of those where for Heroic, you can't think long-term, bit by bit to get back into this. But it's a nice round, ultimately, right? The early fights are really solid from them. And I think at the very least, when they take that control on towards that of B, right? They do such a good job of just making sure there's no way. They go for a very aggressive post-plant positions, as we saw there, where Belchnok gets caught. They're just not allowing any routes back in for Parivision. They're the sort of rounds you want to be seeing, right? Heroic looking and playing quite confident. Parivision, as expected, unfortunately no real buy-in towards this responding round. Just one M4 to work with. These rounds can sometimes be a little awkward if there's upgraded pistols, but even that's really a luxury that, unfortunately, Parivision can't bring to the table here.
6 more rounds for overtime at this stage. Mathematically to be done. I'm not seeing much. I mean, Sunpire's... I can't believe that 1v1. I still am so confused. Obviously, he just did so many things correct. Like,
yeah,
Jame was showing his gun barrel. He had the little jump to actually lure Jame into the shot. Like, it's just a bizarre situation. But regardless, 1 M4 and pistols for the rest here. Should be almost a foregone conclusion, but we'll see if it plays out the same way. Getting close to the minute mark. Similar setup here with Youngster playing over by the A-bomb site, and we've got Linus in the middle, I believe. Yeah, and then the other 3 outside of the B-bomb site. Hiding inside of the smoke is a funny idea, and with a USP, I mean, you got to try something, so I don't blame Travis for trying to sneak in a little kill. It seems like Linus has seen this kind of... Oh, hold on. Okay, there we go.
All right.
Took him a second.
Nice shot. Really good shot to catch Nota in transition. Kick it. Still should get one here. He doesn't, but at least Jay will trade. A little awkward. I actually don't even mind if Belchuk just goes fixes the gun and saves here. And that's exactly what he's going to do. That's the right decision, I think, by Parivision. There's no point in trying to give this a go. You've got just Jay, who's the only one with a kill, and, you know, no kit, 2 rifles. Let's just keep hold of these in towards the next round.
Yeah, it's objectively the correct play, right? Just be cool. You've got such a long runway before you have to worry about really anything. So just don't start to panic before you really need to. And like I said, I think it's going to be quite a while. Like, this is where experience and leadership come into play. And from the way that Parivision are playing, you can tell that they have a lot of it. So, but still, Heroic battling their way back, trying to reclaim some of their dignity 1 round at a time.
Well, let's see. Heroic, at least though, right? 12-7. You can sort of see the runway required for them to get back in towards this game, to get towards overtime. Yes, it's still, you know, a mammoth task, but nonetheless, I mean, it is still a doable affair, right? Parivision do have to be a little careful. If I'm right in saying they've still got 2 more attack pauses, so we'll see. But there you go. There's one of them. I was right. They did have 2 more. Here's the second one being used. I think it's a good time for Parivision to call it, right? You're coming back into a bye. That previous round, there was no need to call it then. You knew it was one that you were never really going to win anyway. You're walking away with a couple of kills and, you know, 2 guns saved. That's a real decent silver lining. You've still got so many chances to close out this map in this series. All the pressure's still on Heroic. None of it's on Parivision at the moment. Not until we get to maybe like a 12-10 scoreline.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Just I'd be surprised to see this going all the way. But you know, there's an argument to be made that, you know, if you're a really structured team like Parivision seem to be, then sometimes ending games can be, you know, surprisingly difficult, just because you might be reluctant to try and go for one of those, you know, neat tricks that Heroic actually have shown a lot of themselves on their season sides. Ooh, Sunpius. He's trying to drag his team back into overtime here. Pushing forward, getting that kill, and taking down Belchanok's a really nice way to get the round started.
Yeah, at least that's to start that. You would say, James, he'll pull away from that flashbang. Travis wasn't given that luxury, though. He's going to get caught. Nota, one of those bombs still forward here, actually. Nota's a good chance of maybe holding this out, but he gives them E-Box control. They collect the bomb, and it's still 2 versus 3, and they're rushing towards A.
An absolutely bizarre round. I don't even know how Travis got flashed, because they were flashing main and not really his position, but I guess he was just turning around for it anyway. Early Molotov. Obviously, they're going to get the bomb planted. Question is, for Parivision, you've got the kits. You don't have any smokes or anything, so obviously you should set up to try and find these kills, and that's definitely what they're going to be doing. But it could be a bit tricky if they don't find an early shot here to make it a 1 versus 3. If it goes the other way, then you don't have the luxury of trying to run onto the site and get that last second defuse with the kit as well, with the smoke. So, yeah, right now they're boxing them in. Kicker's moving forward just a bit. He's not seeing anybody. They know that he's out here, though. Youngster. Perfect timing. And I think that should be the round here. James might be able to deny the AK, but that's all it's going to be. So another round for Heroic. Job well done, you know. That could have just as well been the end of the road for them.
Very much so. I really think the only real mistake there, in a way, even though obviously he gets kills off the back of it, I think it's actually just the fact that Nota allows that bomb to be recovered. He had E-Box control. The bomb is spilled forward behind the smoke. I think probably the best thing he could have done is just keep hold of it, right? Yes, he gets 2 kills on towards the site, but, you know, he had a player in towards back plat who probably could have done the same exact thing for him. I think if he just keeps hold of that bomb, even just going 1-for-1 on towards that Youngster, for example, that could have been the difference maker. But, you know, it's easy to say with the benefit of hindsight. We go for a level of a reinvestment back in. 12-8, but Parivision, no, double M4, double 5-7. These rounds for me are still very scary, especially those 5-7s.
Yeah, we've seen what they could do. We keep bringing it up. It's a topic of conversation. I think most people agree 5-7 might almost be too good, but still, whenever you see it actually play out that way, it's like a pleasant surprise. It's like, it's got that subtle nature to it where it's like, oh, it's a 5-7, you know, like it doesn't have the same fear factor as the Deagle, even though it probably should have. But we'll see if it's going to be the bane of Heroic in this round. They are leaning pretty heavily towards the A-bomb site. They do have an out, though, if they really want to go for it. They've got Tania, who's waiting in middle to secure their retreat to the B-bomb site. If they need to, he can kind of like make sure no one's peeking in through the window. So they got options if they run into too much resistance. Down to 45 seconds.
Play, Belchanok. Will he get cleared here? Will he get Molotov? It looks like no, and they're trying to brute force their way for a smoke. I don't love this. Not against 5-7s, that's for sure. Will he fit the second? Tania does. Well done.
Trying to really bring it back. Double kill Sunfires. Getting a headshot on Travis as well, and we'll see. Suddenly back into a 2 versus 3 here. Belchanok, he just swings wide. Takes down the kill on Sunfires. The bomb is going to get planted. They know Tania is somewhere in the middle, so the rotation and the retake could be a bit awkward. They kind of probably lost track of him at this point in time. 2v2, and Heroic fighting to stay alive. Stay in the qualifier with a chance for a third map. I mean, it's still out in the distance, but you know what? They are getting scarily close here. There's no kit currently picked up on anybody, so they can tap the bomb and force the fight. I don't think they're going to be able to win the round any longer. They're sandwiched in right now. Tania's walking up behind them. Easy shot for Linus, and in spite of getting close here and almost losing everything here, Heroic, they found a way.
Yeah, exactly that. Oh, that's that. Heroic are staying alive. I can't believe they're staying afloat into this, but now there are, 9 rounds, we can actually start to kind of indulge in the idea about the response, right? I think it's probably the main thing. We can start looking at this and say that maybe there's a world for Heroic. This is a side that are starting to put up really decent T-side rounds. It unfortunately might be one of those where it's better late than never type thing, but let's see if that is the case, though. The odds are getting, you know, a little more even, I guess, compared to like the 12 it was for Heroic at one point, but it's just the fact that they've got no margin for error. Any mistakes will cost them. Of course, Parivision can just buy back in towards the next round. All pin play for Jane. Rifles alongside it. Full belt to Util as well. Anti-flash. Travis for the first. Kick it. One of his own as well. A second behind it. The bomb spills forward. That could be curtains right there. The bomb's lost. And it's all down to one man. Some Pius needs an ace clutch here. And this feels unlikely. Smoke dropped on top of the bomb. The nade breaks open said Smoke as well. And he still hasn't recovered it.
Yeah, and again, the patience here is everything. Just you have essentially already won the round, and with it, the series. There's no reason to do anything crazy. All you can do is take a deep breath. As long as everyone's nearby, there's nothing to lose here. So Pius, he's hoping and praying that there is some CT that's a bit too adventurous, that's trying to, you know, go for a flank that he could find, turn it into a 1 versus 3. But as long as he's given nothing like that, which is exactly how they're playing at Parivision, he knows that you can't walk into this bomb site and kill every single person.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, as sick as it would be, there should be absolutely no way. There'd be a 1 in a million round, let's put it like that. I'm happy to say that. If he does it'd be one of the sickest retakes or crushes we've seen in a long, long time. It's not going to happen. It'll be Parivision instead to knock out Heroic on 2 maps. And I must say, in a very, very convincing fashion. That is so sick. Like, credit to Parivision. They deserve all the praise. Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm super impressed with what I've seen there from Parivision. That is a side that we know are difficult to put away. We know are tough to play against, and Heroic have just found out why. This is a Parivision side that I will happily stand there and say are playing at a tier 1 level. And this is a side who I think deserve to get these VRS rankings and start actually playing in some of these big events. I think they can really start to impress. I mean, they're currently in Valve ranking, unfortunately for them. They found themselves 109th ranked in the world, so it's a bit of a tough predicament for them. But all it takes is one qualification to an event like Blast Open Lisbon, and it's a whole different kettle of fish, right? And we could see them start to really skyrocket. But even small things like now, I feel like wins like this over teams like Heroic, it's going to positively impact your VRS ranking. That's a tier 1 team that you've just scalped. So I think we're going to start seeing a lot more of Parivision. They're on track now for going 2 for 2 in tournaments played and tournament wins as well, which that in itself is absolutely bonkers in the ever-changing online space. Of course, they're not done just yet, but they've booked their spot towards the grand final, and doing it that easily, I think, is probably the main way to put it. I think is all the more impressive. They're still going to wait to see who they're facing off against. It's Astralis versus 500 up next, but I don't think either of these two teams are going to want to play against this Parivision side, who just look so fun at the moment. They are so difficult to play against.
Yeah, I agree. Like, it's going to be a hard game for either one of them. I'm looking forward to that other semi-final course, like Astralis playing MS 500. It's going to be super fun. But yeah, at the end of the day, like, this is it could be the dawn of a new day for Parivision. I kind of hope they qualify for some stuff, and because they've been putting in a lot of work. Like, you can just tell this is. They're playing way above their what their level should be, considering how new the team is. So that's kind of sick. Like, what a revelation for the day.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, it's a pretty sick way for them to close it as well. And actually, you know, there's a pretty substantial break now as well until that next game. 500 versus Astralis. It's about an hour until that one starts. As you can see, the time of there, 50 minutes until we come on towards the desk. But the game's starting in roughly about an hour or so time. So for now, we're going to throw this one to a break. And well, until the next time we see you, take care.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the RES Showdown. One match deep in the playoffs and now we're into our second of the two semi-finals to see who will be beating Parivision in the grand final later on this evening. My name is Eternal J. I'm joined by Dweg for the second half of today's program. And look, already one, I guess you could say, surprise to a certain capacity. Certainly I think the layman would be surprised with how Heroic got absolutely smashed by the Parivision side. And I feel like there may be a few more surprises in store for us today as well.
Yeah, I'm sure the people from the Tier 1 atmosphere looking down here saying, oh, a lot of the invited squad's getting knocked out. That's a huge surprise. Not to us, is it, mate? No, this is very familiar in the Tier 2 online landscape.
Yeah, just to catch you up with how things went down, of course, yesterday's quarterfinals saw Game Legion, Passion UA, 9 and Big eliminated at the hands of Parivision, Heroic, Astralis and 500 respectively. Of course, I mentioned that Parivision Heroic result 2-0 and that Anubis not even looking close in that second map. So hats off to Parivision. They are looking like one of our informed frontrunners, at least in terms of this matchup. But our highest seed team that remains is in our next matchup today, Astralis versus 500. The Danes obviously looking rather shaky off the back of yesterday's match against 9.
Yeah, they didn't look particularly great, did they? Now, to be fair to them, they at least defended against map point quite frequently on Inferno. 9 had so many chances to close that overtime out, to get it over the line, and it just didn't quite come. But let's be honest, 9 have been a team for, what, a handful of weeks? And it goes all rounds in regulation on map 1 of Train, and then goes into 5 overtimes on map 2. That really isn't quite good enough for a team at the caliber of Astralis.
Most certainly. Again, they are the highest ranked team that are left in the tournament right now, and they can't really afford to be losing any major upsets to lose those ranking points, and of course to make it into the Blast Open itself. That's what this tournament is all about. Only the top team will be able to make it through to the LAN and go towards Lisbon. So Astralis obviously starting from the semi-finals at this stage have got to press on against 500 and then beat Parivision a little bit later on tonight. So they are running the gauntlet most certainly. They at least get a small break between these two matches, but the central focus is against this 500 side who, in the opposite line of form, I mean, look, you talk about 9 potentially putting off an upset and getting close in terms of the regulation rounds and of course the overtime from yesterday. 500 are a team that of course beat their favourites in their quarterfinal match.
500's form since about September last year has actually been crazy. So they've won 32 out of their past 45 best of threes. They've been in 3 grand finals in the last 3 months, and they've won a LAN. I think that's something that 500 had struggled with for the most part. Different iterations of the team, and even back to Skade, was actually getting LAN opportunities and performing on LAN. So now actually see that they've won a LAN, they're going back to the home turf, right, the online environment, and they're here to try and pull off a big upset today.
And I remember having like conversations around that time, feeling like how realistic a 500 at that end of year sort of period. I remember we had like an interview with Popov who was like, we want to be a team that contests LANs, and it's like at the time it felt so silly, but right now they are stepping up. You mentioned obviously September time has been when the uptick in form. Nice 2 months after Spellin was introduced as the new IGL at that period, and they've just been great ever since, right? They've been winning events, they've been going deep in events. Obviously they went extremely good in the qualifier and the group stage as well for this event, and doing well against Big is a very key Bulgarian thing, right, to beat out that particular side. And it feels like 500 are back.
It is, and it's actually down to one player that I didn't expect, and that being Oxygen. I think when you look at this lineup, we know that Ships is a great lurkish late-round player. Rainwaker very good in some of the anchor roles, very consistent. Cirque with what he can provide with the AWPing, but Oxygen in the previous teams always kind of got overlooked just because of the players on his team. His form has been really good. He's a small site anchor. He's been playing a probably the best out of anyone right now on 500, and perhaps sometimes it takes a player that you'd least expect to perform at such a high degree to be elevating the team, to be pushing them higher up the ranks, and that's probably what's capitalized 500 with a really strong last 4 to 5 months or so.
It definitely feels like the forgotten youngster of this side. Even back when it was Skade, he wasn't really looked at as like the big key piece. It was always Denny Slaw and Rainwaker back then. So a lot of great encouragement for him to be able to step up to the forefront, but he'll need to be at the forefront against this Astralis side, who, as I said before, looking a little bit shaky. Dwayne, can we expect similar shakiness like we saw in Astralis' 9 series from yesterday?
I don't think so. That series would have been a wake-up call, and you'd expect with Rugger as the coach, with Alex Sumfan as the assistant coach, especially Alex Sumfan, that would have played a lot of these Bulgarian players back in the day when he was an ex-pro, you're going to be familiar with what to expect. And just the realization that you got as tested as hard as you did, you now need to come into this being refreshed and just being on the money. Now, Device looked excellent in that series yesterday. He was fantastic with the AWP. Cadian, however, he was, on 11 kills, 40 rounds going into Inferno. He looked quite rough. I thought Stare is some of the anchors, CT holds we were seeing on Inferno looked quite good. But across the board from Astralis, it was underwhelming. And I really feel as if they're going to come into today with a different mindset, and it should be a little bit more of a cleaner and concise game.
Well, I wouldn't be remiss to mention my own personal worries about that, because you can certainly theorize and speculate that Astralis would get themselves into gear. It certainly is a bit of a wake-up call with the online environment from yesterday, but how much of a wake-up call will that end up being? Will it be a case of springing into life, or are they still within those morning sleep jitters and having breakfast at this moment is the next key question on my sort of line. And 500 are a team that I feel like might just have the skill necessary to punish it if they are in one of those early stages. You're right about Device and what he was able to do. That Inferno in particular, with how long it was, he was dropping like 50 bombs. Like, he was incredible. And the contrast, again, Kane on the other side of the board. I know that he's supposed to be an IGL, but we don't want to see another Hooksy situation where he's having no in-server impact at all. Like, they need to have fragging IGLs if you want to compete in modern Counter-Strike.
Just to take an example, Cadian's been in the team coming up to 6 months now, and he's averaging about a 0.08 rating, which is low, which is very low for even an in-game leader standard. Now, you can put a bit of contrast in that and say, well, it was a struggle at the RMR and it was a struggle at Cato, so the stats aren't always going to quite be overinflated if the team is losing and the team is struggling. The one aspect that gives 500 a little bit of an edge in this series is Ships and Rainwaker in particular have upsetted so many Tier 1 teams over the last few years. And I'm going to spice in some of the results as this series goes on to give a bit of context into some of the teams that they've been able to beat. But it's been a headline act, whether it be Windigo back in 2019, whether we're talking about Skade in 2021, or even Fiend in 2022. All of the Bulgarian lineups have had that history of upsetting some of the best teams in the world. And that's got to be something that Astralis have to keep in the back of their mind. You cannot underestimate the Bulgarians, because if you do, that's when you're going to be in trouble.
And you and I will remember the online era, Dwight, and how many times we saw Bulgarian teams, be they Skade or be they Fiend, be they Ships or be they Rainwaker, coming up against some of the lower level Tier 1 teams and smashing them out of those online competitions. So the circumstances definitely seem rife for a team like a 500. But the question is, do they have what it takes to beat out some of that star power on the Astralis side? Map vetoes, Dwight, talk me through them.
Yeah, so Train's going to be banned coming through from 500. Anubis is going to get banned for Astralis. And in terms of the picks, both teams quite like their Inferno. 500's got a really deep map pool at the moment. Their Ancient looks quite good. Their Anubis looks strong. Their Dust 2 is good. Their Inferno is good. The problem is, it's all good against Tier 2 caliber opposition. And I think that's where you're going to start seeing the differences, is that Astralis are going to have a deeper understanding on how to play the game, but Astralis probably won't get an edge in the veto. 500 certainly will.
Yeah, I mean, the only edge you can expect in terms of the series, as in general, let alone the maps, is the fact that obviously Astralis are playing at that higher level at the moment, and that's always going to be a concern for a team like a 500. It was a case in all of the 4 teams that came through the qualifiers here, is that they hadn't had a lot of experience, be they individuals or be they as a team, in playing at the kind of tournaments that Astralis are playing at, for example. So that's always going to be something to consider. But you are right about that Inferno being the highest played map in the pool for that Astralis side, most won map in the pool for 500. So there's those default bans coming in. 500 pick into Ancient, and the nuke comes out from Astralis. Historically, a very good Danish map. Inferno will not be played, however. 500 do not want that risk, and in the end, it will be Mirage to close out the best of 3.
500 demons on Mirage, so that's a good decider to come out for the Bulgarians. Very smart choice to go into nuke. One aspect that we always used to see with the previous map pool when Vertigo was in is that you just pick Vertigo or nuke Nuke against the Bulgarians because they struggle on those maps. It's never been historically good for them. Even 500, they've got a losing streak of 7 Nuke officials in a row, most of which they're getting blown out of the water. So I'm not expecting much competitiveness on Nuke. I am looking at Ancient, though, saying that's a very good territory to at least push it to a 3rd map for 500. And then Mirage as a decider, that's home ground turf. That's where 500 can be at their very best.
Well, let's think about what we've just said there, or what you've just said there particularly. You say Nuke's got no chance for 500, but they are Mirage Demons as the 3rd map. So then suddenly you look at map number 1, Ancient, and you think to yourself, well, does that suddenly become the decisive point of the series? Does that end up being the point in which you say, right, the winner of that map ends up winning the best of 3?
Oh, I mean, it's tough because I think even for Mirage's sake, we've seen Astralis play it quite consistently at the Tier 1 environment. They even picked it against MIBR in their opening game of Katowice. For 500, it's going to be very dependent on players. Cirque, as an example, is not normally the biggest praised guy on this team just because it's so rifle-heavy. When you've got a rifle pack of Ships, Rainwaker, and Oxygen that hit as hard as they do, we're going to be mainly sort of looking at them and pinpointing exactly the impact. But when you're going up against Device, we need to see a lot out of Cirque in this best of 3, and this can be his test to say, okay, while he's been doing particularly good in Tier 2, in the rare occasions that you play Tier 1 teams, like a Big and now an Astralis, can you hold weight? Can you show that the previous performances in previous years can hang at this level?
And that's certainly been something that you've had to look at for Cirque as an individual in his whole history, right? The NRG, EG days are long since past him. And back in the Bulgarian scene, I mean, obviously 500 haven't had an opportunity to really make it into those highest echelons ever since basically 2022. Even the Bleeze squad obviously had its own sort of misgivings and wasn't quite able to hit the high end of Tier 2 that we all expect. And his departure in that squad was obviously something that kind of surprised you and me in terms of his own improvements. I do think that he has improved since he left the North American space. But then, as you mentioned, that's the next question. Will he be able to improve to the level that Device was showing yesterday?
Probably not, but you can still be consistent. Even if you're not quite going to be on the same level of pedigree, I don't think any AWPer, maybe outside of James, could give a Device a run for their money from pure impact point of view. And maybe James looking at that first series and looking at how well he played and now looking at this one saying, mate, I'll take on Cirque, I'll take on Device. There's no worries about that at all. For 500, it's going to be a tough game, but they looked comfortable in their opening matchup. And maybe that's a bit of a comparison, right? Astralis looked as if they could have lost out Train, could have lost out Inferno against 9, whereas 500 didn't even let Big get to double digits, which is kind of a joke. Like, Big are pretty decent in Tier 1. Yeah, okay, they're towards the lower end. They should at least be taking a map against 500, at least be pushing for double digits. For them to not even be getting a look in shows how scary this 500 team can be.
Well, my perspective on Big in that particular matchup is that Big have obviously always had the kryptonite of the Tier 2 teams, right? Like, even when they do look skilled, like they were looking at certain points during a Blast Bounty, for example, and a lot of pundits were getting excited about that team during that matchup. And then, obviously, how things have happened against 500 certainly repeats to me what we've seen from them in history, and that they have a very high ceiling but a very low basement at certain points, and they've definitely hit the low basement in yesterday's matchup, in my opinion. I mean, you are right, like it was 13-9 and 13-6. That's how easy it looked for that 500 side, and so I wonder again, is that the kind of thing that translates over to an Astralis who might not have as low of a basement?
Well, I would say that Astralis just don't normally get upset online. I know the sample size is a lot smaller in comparison to a team like a 500, but who have Astralis lost to online? Liquid and RV. Other than that, they've beaten everyone. They've beaten Big, they've beaten BetBoom, Aurora, Wildcard, 9, all the teams that they should be beating. So while there's not a huge amount of results to pull from, if they were losing to one of those Tier 2 teams in the last 12 months or so, you'd say, oh, maybe there was a bit of a worry, especially with how they played yesterday. But honestly, I'm probably not too worried today for them.
Well, I mean, equally so. You think about online versus LAN performances against Tier 2 teams, and obviously calling back to the RMR, which they didn't make it out of. Remember that a lot of their losses, yes, they were best of ones in 9 Pandas and Sashi, but they lost to Passion UA. That was a best of 3. They were a Tier 2 team. I guess you could call them Tier 1.5 when making it to the major, but obviously that's no longer the case with them losing some of their pieces. But in the case of 500, like, is that a comparable sort of jumping off point to see how they did on LAN against those teams, and then losing 500 is like, well, are they comparable? Can they sort of pull off a similar result to those squads?
No, I'd probably say no. And the reason for it is every team's trying to peak at the RMR, right? I think that kind of tournament is a bit bit of a stagnant from everything else. I think everyone going into it has everything to play for, whereas when it's online, the atmosphere is completely different with all of these teams.
Well, at least it's similar in the sense that this is a match for all to play for. No double elims here. You lose, you're out, and this best of 3 will decide who goes to the finals later on tonight against Parivision. Dweg, your predictions. Astralis 500, where do you go?
Astralis 2-1 for me on this one.
All right, I'm going to go with Astralis 2-1 as well, actually. I think that this map-up is going to be very important, though. Big will need, 500 rather, will need to win out Ancient if they want to stand a chance. I do not see them winning out on Nuke. I think you'd be in agreement with me on that one. T-side starts and the Pistols very slow to the uptake for 500, but they are going to get free access to that B-bomb site.
And watch out for ships on Ancient, averaging a 1.48 rating on the last 18 maps played in the last 3 months.
The smoke's up will stall the cross. Cadian's decent in terms of blind shots to dish out some damage, but damage is all that they'll get. Spelling on 40 HP, but a 5v5 retake.
Yeah, flashes to come in for the CTs. They want to challenge head on towards Long.
Won't blind Oxygen for the time being, though. Block out, takes a fight. Yabi gets first blood, though. Forgotten Youngster falling very quickly in at Long. Suck now stands center at the bomb side, but Yabi with a drive-by and a triple on Spellin as well. Rainwaker now holds back and expects the CTs to face him. 5 seconds on the stick of the diffuser. The kick in play. Rainwaker can just get that kill whilst blinded. Now Yabi's coming in with knives. Drive-by headshot as Rainwaker gets back out of there. The diffuser's being held, and they just can't get the diffuser in this case. Astralis will sneak it in and win the pistol.
And an aspect to consider is, even though we look at Astralis and their players as being tier 1, there's a few guys on this roster that played the Bulgarians quite frequently in their uptake to tier 1. I think about Yabi and his time on Copenhagen Flames. We used to see them quite often playing Skade and Fiend. I look at Stare as well, and on his time on Sprout, he also played a lot of the Bulgarian rosters. So these younger guys will know what sort of pace they're going to be up against, how ferocious 500 can be. They're a very momentum-based team, and they like to be very individual. Out here at Long, Yabi is farming with the USP.
Very sick shots, quadra in the round overall. And Rainwaker with just no real breathing room there with the smoke in the way. Tried his hand at the blind head, shots on the diffusing position, which was a good idea, but there's far too many Astralis players to deal with in that one. 500 get the bomb plant bonus, though, so they will be forcing into round 2.
Yeah, 500 love the force up. Always try and keep pressure on against their opposition. Deeper HE towards A main. Ships looking for that first contact out from Elbow, and while he gets the contact, he doesn't quite get the kill.
Didn't raise the division beyond the smoke. Yabi opens things up again. Stound's got all sorts of lane control, so they'll clear out knowing that B will not be a target. And there's only so many options that you can pick when you're 500, when you've lost that lane and you've lost all mid control. Astralis know that this must be an A-lane.
The block of util is excellent, and you're spot on there, Jay. With all that map coverage, you just try and slow down the only area you don't know about. And if you're 500, you can't cancel here. You have to wait for the smoke to clear and go in for the contact or exec.
Oxygen will lean in first. The AK involved in this setup. The rights of Cadian crossfire held. Separated crossfire, but Cadian still deals with the first player well. Moss comes in with support as Yabi's also in the back lines to get a kill on the M4. The devices double is what highlights the defense. And Astralis take 2.
The last time Astralis played 500, Jay, was back in November of 2022 for the Alyssa Masters Espo event. 500 ended up winning the best of 1 on LAN, 16-1 on Ancient. Now, it was a very long time ago, and it's a very different roster, but I'm sure, in particular, Rainwaker and Ships will look at that and say, mate, we farmed them once, let's see if we can do it again.
I believe Rainwaker and Ships would have been the only players on that 500 roster that's maintained to today.
That's right. It was Nicky Doctor and then Patrick and Denny Slaw.
Very, very different days and very, very different team. Although plenty of connections and history between the 5 players that we have in server today, but we use those connections to work against Astralis at the moment. Unfortunately, not able to get the start that they wanted. Pistol lost, force buy lost. No bomb plant in the last round either, so can't continue to sustain those force buys, as ill-advised as they would be anyway. Upgrade pistols only for this one. Astralis have already cleaned up Oxygen, should clean up the rest.
I don't see many Ancient picks from 500. It's mainly Mirage and Inferno for them, but their track record in the last 3 months looks very promising. You've got 13 wins and just 4 losses. You compare that against Astralis, what have they been able to get? 5 maps played and only 2 wins.
Always got to contrast that with the level that they're playing at. I remember RV being among those losses, and obviously Bacon mentioned from the RMR. Ashen UA, a similar story as well with that 11-13 loss that was part of that series that sent them out of Shanghai. Again, the caliber is slightly different, although I'll admit that some of those matchups do look very very tasty in terms of the Tier 2 competition.
I do find it quite funny how many win and loss streaks 500 have. They've got 5 wins in a row on Ancient, 5 on Anubis, 3 on Dust 2, 3 on Inferno, and then 7 nuke losses in a row. So you've got a strong part of the map pool, and then a weak part of the map pool.
And we will certainly be seeing the weak part later on. Again, Nuke is map 2 coming up when this one has concluded, but very, very far away from that at the moment. Only 3-0 and starting things off for Astralis. Damage to Oxygen and Spellen. We'll kick things off here in the rifle buys, 500s. We're giving away an AK towards Stan, which might become a bit of a threat here at the lane and cheater position. Cadian backing off with the Galil, gave his shoulder up to Ships, but also saw what's going on, so we'll leave Device instead with that AWP. Trying to watch out for that mid-presence, which 500 have plenty of. Look at how far Ships is extended to here. Stair might not have an idea of what's going on. I think a footstep was heard there and all. Ships tucks into the corner. This could be a very juicy kill.
Yeah, this is a round-winning play right now for Ships.
Hearing the second player running back towards short, but will he wait for him? Will he just capitalise on Stair? He's going to wait. Backs a turn, line up perfect. Oh, this is wonderful! That's an awkward fight, though. That might throw a spanner into the works to CT side. Rainwaker's fought a fight against Cadian elsewhere, but Stair turns up Ships, and Yabby's found Spellen in the meantime. Oxygen trying to recover. At least the damage done has left a 3-on-3 with a major HP advantage, but Stown's on site, and Cirque's not ready for him. Kill gets found. Stair's turned on. Stown now hiding back at long to look for the bomb planter. Doesn't get him back at default. Device's AWP suppressed by a smoke, and Rainwaker finally chases the last player down. Oxygen is picked up one-on-one. Device swapping to an automatic, an AK in his hands. Rainwaker just beyond this smoke is about to fade. Who's going to win the fight? It's Device every time. Astralis continue the streak.
That is an absolute shocker from Ships.
Yeah.
And is that just pressure? Is that going up against number 15 in the world and going up against major winners in Device, and it's getting to you? I would say Ships more than 9 times out of 10. In a tier 2 matchup, he gets both kills there cleanly, round's done. Instead, it's a struggled whiff. Yeah, you can make the argument it's always a kill in the back, which is more difficult, but that's a shocker, and that doesn't play well for what could have been a great reset to at least get the ball rolling with T-side rounds here for 500.
At least they can continue buying and justifying it with the damage done to Astralis' economy stay, but it's not that massive here.
A great punishment, too, that Astralis actually were able to redeem themselves after that.
The 5 AKs out for 500, the limited utility sets, the majority of which has already been used, leaving a couple of flashes of smoke molly and a HE for basically the minute and 35 seconds that we got of this round. Oxygen tagged up, Spellen tagged up as well. Quite heavy early tags from Astralis' utility games. So 500 really struggling to get these early rounds together. Cadian swinging in to try and make amends for his underperformance from yesterday. Ships his first casualty to the captain. Oxygen at least finds a wallbang trade.
Yeah, Stair's making an info play, or at least going to drop a smoke on a contact. Now, Ships is always so strong with his lurk ability, getting into tight areas and working map control. Right now, he's 0-5, and he's being punished by Astralis.
Minute to play with. Try and force Stair into an awkward angle. He's still high on HP and certainly beats out the majority of the T-side forces on the HP advantage. Now backed up by Yabby in from this short entrance. Device waiting in mid for them to rotate back from Donut. Seems like he's going to get what he wants, but a shoulder being peeked out for Oxygen to barely spot the man. Canian's too late to get that AWP to effect. A-site's compromised, being taken by the T-side now, and they're a man up.
Spelling out from main, gets the shot off against Yabby. This trade is back from Stair, but gets caught with a nade out in the open. Cadian's low, so going to be difficult to get the retake successful.
Needs the AWP to hit every single shot, and it's not the ideal weapon for a retake either. Stair's got to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Nade didn't land on sight either as he was panicked. It bounced off the wall. Pre-fire that corner angle. Oxygen to keep away. Find Cadian. Quick kill. Cirque there to support him. A triple from Oxygen, and the first round for 500 goes on the board.
Yeah, fair play to Oxygen. A player that I was talking about a bit in the pre-show has had the round that gets 500 the first. It's a good pre-aim out there towards Red Room, and He's a player at times that's often been left by the wayside. He played on Skade for a little bit, got kicked from there. Went into a European international project with OG Academy, got kicked again. Went out on Voivoda, got kicked. Went out to Entropic, got kicked again. So it's one of those circumstances where he's actually made more of his career for himself on the international landscape than he has in the Bulgarian scene. But he's been a part of this team now for what? Coming up to a year, I think a few more months. And I think he's their best player at the moment.
I will say, though, that those international stints that haven't really been all that successful. His best tenure really was with Skade. So can you say that he really made his name on the international stage? I mean, he certainly has the experience behind him, but with the success in mind, like, it feels to me like he made his name on Skade.
Well, no, I disagree there. He was a better player on the international teams than he was in the Bulgarian teams. You've got to remember who was on both Entropic and OG Academy, right? You're not working with the best of pieces, so it's difficult to press for a result. At the time, Skade was a very successful team, so did he have more success as a team on Skade? Certainly. Was he a better player on the international teams? Yes, he was.
Now we can try and take that success individually and turn it into team success back in the local divisions. Top fragger of the board, only by a margin of 1 for his side. Still beaten out by Astralis' Yabi. Has led to their first round on the board of 500. Let's see if it will continue to streak up, whether they can try and punish the economy game, because heavy investments have had to get taken back by Astralis. 500. Also in a similar stance themselves, a couple of players down to the $100 marker, and the lost one has been knocked back a peg. It's down, picked up by Oxygen as the first kill on a swing round.
And now with attention drawn towards lane, it seems it could just be a walk contact out towards A main.
And Stare with a decent return. They back away from B side, knowing that there's nobody out towards lane. Yeah, peek in from A main, meanwhile, siphoned off by Cadian. Spellen's going to have to force forward. His teammates can't support him. AK versus M4 fighting. The M4 will take it to the man advantage for Astralis now. Cadian stands in the open. There's no flash to support Rainwaker. He will get the kill, but Stare is so fast to trade back from the CT entryway. Now Device's AWP looks for an AWP v AWP battle, which he will take over Surf. And Ships in a 1 versus 3 can isolate one pick, but now needs to go into that A bomb site because that is where the bomb's been dropped. Stare might not even give him the time of day. Indeed he won't. M4 to pick up the final fight, and Astralis will respond.
Yeah, 500 are playing really poor CS right now, and just looking with what I've seen, they're going to get pumped in this series. That round in particular, Oxygen does very well, okay? He gets the first kill in lane, but what have we seen for the majority of gun rounds for Astralis? They're taking mid, and they're taking lane. They're taking map control away. As soon as Oxygen loses that fight, you need to be accelerating. You need to be getting out of A main and taking space on the bomb site. Instead, it's delayed. So then what happens? It gives time for CT rotations. Device puts one molly from Donut into A main, and it separates the team. There's chaos in the comms. Spellen's out in the open, everyone else is behind it. They're not on the same page, and the only round that they've won is Oxygen getting the team out of trouble.
Need to see more. Going to allow so much forgiveness for the T side of this map up. You need to see some level of buffer to catapult yourself into the second half with. But Astralis could be walking away with this one on cruise control. 4 rounds to make up. Still broken buys on the Astralis side. Haven't fully recovered their economy state with the damage that was done by Ships at the end, but a similar state of affairs for 500. A Mac 10 for Spellen, a Galil for Cirque, and a HE to the core 3 of players at lane. Again, early HP advantage for the CT side. Device missing a shot on the entries. They check that corner of Stare as well. Stau can get Spellen back towards Cheetahs to at least a 4 versus 4, but they have full access to the bomb site. They have to try and deal with this player as well. Oxygen inside the smoke, barely gets cut down from this blind position. Rainwaker training back Ships' casualty, and the bomb finally gets planted.
And no U2 on the post plant whatsoever here from the T's. It's going to be difficult to hold.
2 smokes on the contrary for Astralis, though. Block off some of those entryways. One comes down, goes towards the cave entrance, and Rainwaker forcing a mistake off a Device. Oxygen catches Yabi just before the smoke blooms. And the advantage was the way of the 500 side. Cadian calling in the save, it looks like. Back out of the way, him and Device to run for it. Keep their weapons. Money's not great again for Astralis, so 500. They have found a new working angle.
Oh, they've relied on Oxygen, haven't they? He was the one that gets that opening kill out from ramp and into the B bomb side, and he's the one that follows up on the post plant. He's doing incredibly well right now, and he's trying to put 500 on his back. Now, I mentioned earlier in the pre-show, Jay, a lot of upsets that we've seen between Rainwaker and Ships. I remember the last big upset that they had was a 2-0 win versus Vitality. That was Apex, Masuta, Zywu, Dupree, and Magus in a Pinnacle Cup 3 event back in March a few years ago. We know that they have what it takes. Remember back to even when he was playing on Wendigo in the WESG run of 2018, going into the playoffs. First round that they had in the quarterfinals, MIBR. That's Fallen, Fur, Cold Zero, Taco, Phelps, beat them. Who did they have in the semis? G2, Kenny S, Body Shocks. We know that these Bulgarian teams, and Ships' teams in particular, can upset the very best.
The WESG title will always live rent-free in the minds of every Bulgarian CS fan.
Even in the final, to think that there was an AGO versus Wendigo at the time final, when teams like MIBR, Big, G2, all the big names are there in the playoffs, but just not the ones that made it to the final.
An achievement from 7 years ago. Astralis. Still hold dominion over this map up despite 500's potential upset opportunities. They have at least forced the economy game to start building back some of this groundwork here. Economy leads to just pistols and SMGs brought around the two safe weapons. The Danes trying to see what damage they can dish out, trying to see if they can find a lucky steal. So far, very little presenting.
And this is up to Ships now to work out how can I find impact, because I'm struggling towards Donut and Red Room to get kills, and I'm often the one that's giving away the opening death. He's a little bit more passive this time around than what we've seen recently, but the typical Bulgarian 4-1 setup with Ships.
Involved in it, Reds, down goes down. Device going to ignore that position to hold the backline to B bombs. Side 2 CT start making their moves up, but Ships is just too good for the riflers here. Kanian dropped. At least Yami can pick that AK right back up. It's a 4v3 still for 500. The execution now set to B bomb site.
Yeah, going in quickly, and what's on the defense? Stare in the 5-7. Might be able to find impact, but I'm looking at Device to do the most.
Rainwaker tanks a lot of damage, and we'll get that kill on the CT player anyway. Rainwaker, the lowest HP element of 4 versus 2 now. AWP, good attempted shooting there from Device, but not landing kills, just tags through the stone pillar. The end result means that they're just going to have to back off and hold on to these guns. Once again, another 2v4 save for Astralis. 500. Shouldn't be seeing much of a force buy around them either. They can really build into their own economy state, can really build into this T side now.
And for Astralis, you can feel how hungry they're going to be and how determined they are to get themselves in a grand final and in the running for Blast Open, because their last grand final was on the 14th of January last year. That was versus NIP in the Copenhagen Gaming Week event. They won the series 2-0. It's the same core 4, but just blame F instead rather than Cadian. But even that tournament, it's a bit of a show match tournament, isn't it? So you want to be able to show, especially being the last invited team in the tournament left, right, we can beat these tier 2 teams and we can qualify to Lisbon.
Missed out on the invites by 3 ranking places. Similar stance as well for IEM Dallas. They'll be competing in the qualifier for that next week.
And that's going to be tough. That won't be an easy qualifier at all.
No. Two land qualifications in 2 weeks. Does feel like it's good thing to have for Astralis. Ooh, Device caught off by Oxygen with pixels running out. The AWP now in the hands of Stare, unable to get away with much in this one. Cadian at 5-7 does better. Stare is eventually mowed down by Ships, and once again it feels like Yabi's just going to have to save the weapon. There's no sense in throwing the AK away in this kind of a round. It was an eco around the 2 saved. Stan will stick around for exit frags, but even that seems like it's unlikely. Ships will get punished for his over-aggression. That's about as far as this round should go.
A good call there from 500. Haven't seen a lot of pace from them across their T side. Know that they're up against a weakened buy and they accelerate into B. It's Oxygen to get the first kill, and then the trades just come in easy. And the distance from the scoreline is closing, and 500 haven't considered themselves to be a threat yet. But once they get to a tied-up scoreline, and maybe when I see another round win in a gun round, I can start to get a bit more of a vision of the 500 I know and love.
One round now separates that Astralis' confident lead has all but disappeared. Have a buy at least. 2 AKs to hold on to this into this round with, so a little bit of economic relief as well as firepower. Yabi and Stown, or Berserk straight into mid, naded, Molotov smoked off. Not going to get given any real workability here. Cadian, however, had charged down into lane, read Oxygen's position extremely well. Rainwaker trying to get some damage on the return. Damage is all they're going to get, though. No trades available for 500.
They just beaten by the protocol in that round, aren't they? Excellent utility usage and a real setup to go aggressive, to get in the faces, take all of mid, get up there in lane, be on the front foot. And with Oxygen being your main man on T-side, with him being eliminated this early on, it makes me ponder who's going to be the guy to create a chance. Is it Rainwaker? Is it Ships? It's probably not Cirque on 44 points of health.
Rainwaker will give it a shot, but just missed the mark on device. Knew he was walking out there. The HEs continue to pepper away at the T side. Cirque now down to 28.
The HE damage has been consistent from Astralis in this first half.
Opening nades to put down the default starting positions of 500, and of course these follow-ups into the main angles and the various angles that 500 are trying to establish themselves in. Mid control at least being given over towards Ships as he makes his way up towards red. Cadian's there to try and remove him. Molotovs to ensure that no one's hiding in corners. It'll have to be a fight around the corner itself.
Well, Ships has got two options. Either he can fight first, or he can wait for his A players to take contact before he starts moving.
Aiming for fight. Doesn't win it out. Cadian, easy pickings. Yabi, Molotov against. Does take a quick swing and losing device up a tree. Cirque does land on Yabi, but it's still a man down in 500 and no time to play with. Spellin gets away with a pickback, but Cadian's picked up his backup. They almost line up for the AK, but Stare still secures the kill. And Astralis now have minimum 6.
Considering Astralis had 3 players on A and had a complete read that it was going to be an A main work, it actually does get quite costly and it gets quite chaotic, and perhaps that's something that you can expect in the first half and the second half of Ancient, is even when you're quite high up with the man advantage, 500 are going to be strong on trying to claw those rounds back and trying to work the impossibles.
Quick in for device, 7-4, out, Rainwaker in, cut down, secondary pick, trying to transfer into the third, doesn't quite land it. Spellin keeps control for the 500 side. Astralis just charging right up to meet this aggressive force, head on and come out for the better.
Very quick for 500, but they're just getting hit by so much util. Look at the flashes, Spellin can't see a thing!
Stown tries to charge and capitalize upon that. Stares the man to get the man advantage, but only for a moment. Cirque again with the trade. Stares now low. Yabi coming in from Donut, trying to hold on to the site. There's no further smoke to see. He's trying to put up the position. Spellin almost gets caught in the turnaround. But Cirque able to control the situation. Yabi falling to Spellin initially. The AWPer of the T side with an AK in hand that does hold on to a 5th for 500, and that does quite an amount of damage towards Astralis' economy as well. So this actually could be 500 evening up the board at the turn of the half.
Scrappy stuff in that last round, and let's be honest, if scrappy Counter-Strike's being played, then 500 are going to win out, aren't they? Astralis are going to feel a lot more uncomfortable when it's constant fighting, constant util. Spellin shouldn't have even been able to win that fight against Yabi, but right at the tail end of the round, we're going from what was a 4-0 beginning to potentially 6-all at the half. This has been a fantastic recovery from 500.
Have to recover the round as well. Oxygen has just DC'd, and considering the impact that he's had over the course of this first half, you definitely don't want to be missing him. Yes, it does look likely that Astralis will be conceding this to an even half, because the weaponry, it doesn't look like it's going to contend with them. The AKs on 3 and Mac-10 on Spellin. Those are the pistols. And there are 3 SMGs for the CT side, but it's just again such a massive disparity of firepower. So yeah, 500 may not have had the best of starts, but at least they've started to come into this game a little bit more confidently.
And there's a lot of people that are going to remember the IEM Fall 2021 RMR where Fiend lost out to Copenhagen Flames in the best of 3 to qualify to the major. A lot of people don't remember how well Skade did at that RMR. They were able to get a 19-17 win versus Fnatic at the time. They lost 14-16 versus NIP, which was Device & Co. who ended up winning the entire tournament, and even going 13-16 versus FaZe. If only one of those best of ones that they lost was a win, they would have then been able to get themselves into one of those decider best of 3s. So we've seen at certain moments in history, the Bulgarian teams have been so close to either qualifying to a major or getting their foot in the tier 1 landscape. I'd say the only team that's been able to do that properly was Windigo, that 2019 team that was playing at DreamHack Masters, getting into a couple of the big ESL tournaments. Outside of them, they've always been close, but they've never quite cracked it.
I'm sure Dwaggy will be very fond of that Copenhagen Flames series that actually was the matchup that probably could have, I think it was one that would have decided which of those two teams actually would have gone towards the major in Stockholm.
That's right, it was, yeah. 7th place decider, winner went to the major, loser went out.
Imagine how different history could have been had it been Skade that had won that best of 3.
Well, we probably wouldn't have seen Yabi in the tier 1 atmosphere. He was the guy that won it out. Very close series. I think it went all rounds in regulation on Nuke and then went into 3 or 4 overtimes on Inferno.
Maybe a little bit of long-term revenge for the players on this 500 side that did occupy Skade at the time. Yes, it's only one of the individuals from Copenhagen Flames in server right now, but on their own resurgence would love nothing more than to get a crack at the Blast Open. They continue working on their own VRS rankings in the hopes of also making a major one day. Spellon, the MAC-10 to lane position, caught with his back turned. They're timing these peaks so perfectly. Ships, however, the rifle plays well into elbow, into mid. They will drop the majority of the CT forces, and now they've got A-site access with no defenders from Astralis. This should be a pretty easy round now for 500, as we expected it to be with the setup being where it was. 6 to piece is calling.
This has been a good resurgence from 500. They've dug deep. It hasn't been easy. There's been a couple of clutches that have gone their way. But 6-6 versus Astralis, they'll be very satisfied with their performance.
Astralis will see what they can gain out of this retake. One smoke coming down towards main. Flashes involved from Stown. Device has got a few bits of utility of his own. Staying SMG in towards the site. Range game's too much to handle, and the AKs will make light work of them. Device one needs a deagle shot, but no more than that. Indeed, 500 will even things up to recover the poor start and into a 6 apiece second half when we return.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Well, Astralis now move to the attacking side as 500 have done well to recover their position, done well to keep their heads in check. But now they have to surge ahead to try and take this map that is oh so pivotal to their campaign.
At 500 are in a position where you win a first pistol, you win a first gun round, and not only can you lead by example, but you can actually start getting some comfort. The very scrappy first half from them. Astralis will know if we can take Ancient, we set ourselves up for the series. So let's be positive on this T side.
Pistols are out. USPs across the board of the CT side. An upgrade on device only for Astralis. Careful lean moves forward into the cave entrance, the B site. Molotov sent up, Oxygen waiting, USP backs up, tapping away and hoping to spot, but seeing nothing of the T side, of course, and there's nothing really that they can do, but they can see this bomb plant, wait for backup to arrive, and go for the retake.
Not even spams coming in. It's almost the same pistol, isn't it, of the retaking CTs coming out to long.
Will it go down the exact same way, though? Will Astralis take it? Will the CTs take it? Spellin dishing out some damage towards Yabby, backed up behind the default position. The smoke's coming on towards the bomb itself. They know that he's there. They just need to force him out through the smoke. Cirque indeed. We're going to drive-by kill. Ships is now on site. Oxygen with the defuse, trying to hold it down. It's the perfect angle. He's there to work with him, and he gets that headshot in the end. Ships backs up that defuse kit once again. Tries to hold from a different angle, but his teammates are falling all around him. He's desperately looking for the bomb inside of that smoke, and now Device gets involved with the P250. Knows that Ships is out in the open and will hunt him down. It is Astralis to take the second of 2 pistols.
Got very chaotic, and one aspect that always needs to be communicated very well when the bomb goes down is exactly where it is. So Stair is in a position that as soon as he hears the tap, I can just start spamming straight away. And while it's a cheeky idea, you've got a kit in play, you want a player to get on the bomb, everyone else can distract, fights are being made from Cave, from Rab, the diffuser gets dropped just instantly, and the round just gets cancelled.
And the panic to recover that kit, the panic to get back on the bomb. Astralis now can make light work of the follow-up eco. Basics in, no force buy from 500. 2 MAC-10 frags to really bolster up the cash basis. No need to invest into weapons in the follow-up round either. Astralis can treat this as a bonus. 500 need to treat this as their first rifle round. Potentially serious losses if things keep going this way. Astralis have had their number for the majority of this map. And just when 500 found a resurgence, the equal scoreline has been taken away from them. Now they need to get it back.
I want to see 500 be quite active on the CT side, taking mid, challenging lane. If they sit back and just allow freedom for the T side defaults, that's where you lose your edge. Because of the playstyle that they have, they need to be taking duels. They need to be setting up some of those key fraggers like an Oxygen and a Rainwaker.
Fight from Rainwaker on tree, almost gets 2. It's down extremely low. Ships knows he can probably get this kill pretty quickly. He tries around the corner and does find him from range. Advantage taken by 500, but they have considered some map control in mid. Oxygen going to try and account for that a little bit late in the red room. There's 2 players, 2 rifles out there. Stair, the first man forward. Oxygen hiding at Cubby.
All about timing on this jiggle. Oxygen's not giving much of the gun barrel away. Cadian's waiting for a CT push, and it's going to come from spawn.
Ships and Cirques not making their moves. Oxygen is putting information. Player hunted. Cadian gets 1 kill. Cirque and Oxygen deal with both. And that bomb a little bit late to get into the bomb site, although no one's adjusting from 500, so he can pick up a MAC-10. Smoke off to the entryway. Get a little bit bonus cash out of this one, which is the best that the Astralis can hope for. It was a bonus round, so they won't be too hard done by. Let's see what more Yabby can do.
It's just no dropped weapons anywhere around Donut. They're all towards deep in red room. Try a flank, or just any damage is good, because you're right, they got the bomb plant, it's a bonus round. If he can just get 1 more kill with the MAC-10, I would say that this is a positive round for Astralis.
The AKs have been dropped in this position, rifles the CT side as well, so he's got some backup plans. The fuse held at 10 seconds actually for Oxygen. This could get a little bit interesting. He hasn't been seen. Doesn't quite escape with Cirque. Nice try, but not to be. 500 on 7, Astralis, plenty of cash for the rebuy.
And even Chips, bit of a quiet game from him. This is his best map in the pool. We know that he likes to frag, play around red room, donut, try and challenge a lot towards mid. I want to see him turn into the monster that he can be, where he's constantly looking for duels, he's challenging some of those aggressive mid players. Rainwaker has an exceptional hold out there to tree, just to get pretty much over 1.5 kills, doesn't he? The second player's on red HP, so it's an easy trade for Chips with the MP9.
Astralis in with the AWP now on device, a luxury that 500 can't afford yet. Spellin certainly feel like he can afford some aggression out here at lane, but he's blinded by smoke, so nothing will be seen of Astralis. They'll start to walk their way into the bomb site, off to a massive angle. Let them get quite an amount of map control here, probably use the bomb plant as well. Unless he drops the carrier himself, no. Yabby takes out the kill. Cadian is there, full Spellin and Rainwaker. Device is down with the responses. 3 on 2 for Astralis.
It should be an instant save, but Shibs has already got himself into a bit of an aggressive position, so he can't really fall off here. That whole round was kind of strange. No one is on the site for 500. So you've got your cave player of Spellin that's very aggressive, and then rather than Oxygen being at deep long or jiggling from short, he's in cave as well. So the bomb site just gets taken with freedom.
Yeah, quick pickings for the T side. You hope that Oxygen will get the kill from the back line. Ships is going to try and spur in some sort of last-second retake. They almost line up for him. Yabby, his AK, a little bit too much stopping power behind it, so Astralis will answer back to 500, starting the CT side, put them on very shaky territory once again. Money's not ideal for the CT forces. And Astralis only a few more rounds from victory.
We've seen Ancient be incredibly strong in the last recent officials from 500. I'm thinking about what's happened in this circuit of Res. They had 13-6 on Ancient against Big yesterday, and then their consolidation final game in the lower bracket against Saw in Group D was a 13-3. And you just start feeling to yourself, well, where's that performance where they're just slamming teams? Now, expectation has to be given differently. When you face off against weakened teams and then you go up against Astralis, you're never going to quite be able to get that result. But where the money is, I've just felt 500 have only been threatening in a handful of rounds. And it hasn't been that stigma that we can threaten the whole game. We can actually threaten winning Ancient today.
I have to agree. Couple of rounds do not make a match. 500 know that better than many other people. They're going with hero weapons into round 17. Money for the buy on the next Spellin in particular with a Mag 7. The M4 from Ships from range will catch Cadian off guard. Yabby has missed the mark against one other extension from Rainwaker in the P250. Upgrade pistol as part of a wider eco hidden behind the boxes. A little bit interesting depending on when he starts peeking and whether Astralis make any noise at all. Rainwaker's expecting them to make their way in from main. Oh, this could be very interesting. You've got Ships watching from the back lines. Oh, Rainwaker's timing so perfect. Yeah, he's going to get caught. He's down. He's going to get caught back order. Say no! He finds the kill on Ships. Device gets Spellin elsewhere. And what could have been a very cheeky backstab has all gone awry for 500.
Oh boy, and I think we were talking about that a little bit in yesterday's broadcast, Jay. Missed opportunities, right? Taking those chances right there. That was set up for perfection. Stan would have, what, dropped the bomb? It would have made the default incredibly difficult. It's actually somehow incredibly surprising that he wins that fight. I'm not really sure how he does. The Pika's advantage, the quick swing out from Brokey, he should be a dead man. He should be gone completely.
Ships will be feeling real miffed at that. He really had the opportunity to turn that into a winnable round for 500. Watch it again. The opening kill from this man was down, however, that turned 180 right into the kill. Beautiful stuff. Well, at least they can afford 4 rifles this time. 500. That'll be one of their last chances to make something happen here on Ancient. And again, this is their map pick. They do not do well on Nuke. The second one coming up. Oxygen on the defensive, able to get a decent kill on the stair, but nowhere near as impressive as it's been in recent history. The flash timing of Spellin is fantastic as well. He can't get more than damage. Rainwaker tries to respond, but he's mowed down by Stown. Almost gets a triple. Ships SMG. At range against Device, which could work well with the differentials in the numbers. But having to switch to the M4 for better weaponry against Cadian, and Bomb's going to make his way all the way back towards the A bomb site. They know exactly where the last player is. Ships only a smoke for this retake, and one that may be required out of 500.
I reckon he's got to go for this. Surely 7-10 down, 1v2, confidence high. Mate, attempt the 1v2 at least.
500 stand to lose with a lost round here. Smoke for the Ninja Defuse. He's going for it. And Cadian get him. Hold the whole thing. Cadian's coming in from CT Spawn. Is he going to get here in time? No, he's not! Oh, he pushed all the way in the wrong angle at the wrong time. He'll get the kill late, but Ships may have become the lifeline for 500 here.
I can't believe we've seen it twice in 2 days. And both times it's happened to Astralis. Oh, imagine what the mental is just in that. I mean, that's just such a free round of a 2v1 post plant. Oh, man. To not even have to fight someone is the craziest aspect.
Man alive.
It's happened again.
Yeah, it's happened again, yeah. 500 still have work to do, though. Might have found a ninja, but they lost 4 players in doing so, so the economy is wrecked. They're at least putting numbers down on Astralis, but they need to find a reset here in this round. 2 M4s, 1 Mars, 2 MP9s, AK here, and Stare struggling to find the headshots he requires over at window. Ships with the opening kill of the round. Now the T start walking out into the A bomb site. Rainwaker's not expecting the mass numbers. Bombs on site and will be planted. The red players being held up by Cadian.
A great acceleration there, and 500 are actually very trapped. This is tough. They're expecting a player towards red or spawn. They're all going to try and clear it out together.
Stellan runs into him. Oxygen gets that trade, but Cadian took so much out of the equation there. The kill and the HP on the man. Cirque recovers the AK. They haven't got kits on them, so they think it's better to hold on to these weapons. The money is not great for 500. It was a swing round. And it swung against them. Astralis up to 11. 2 more to close down the map.
Now, I want to entertain a bit of a conversation, because we've been talking about the Bulgarians and the upset potential over the years. We've never discussed it with Spellin as the in-game leader. When we talk about Skate in the previous years, it was Ships doing the calling. And when we talk about Fiend, it was Bubble calling. And if we were going back even further to Indigo, it was Bubble again. Spellin has never been in the conversation at the time of when he was in-game leading for a squad that can upset against the very best. So I wonder, does he have what it takes? Does he have the pedigree to properly give a fight back to a team like Astralis?
We may get our answer in the next 2 rounds here. Three to make up on 500. Astralis to win this one with prejudice basically means that they win Ancient. And that may well see them into the best of 3 as a win as well. The 2-0 factor seems so likely with this map under wraps. Stare. Position with Yabi on the other side of this cheetah smoke. Flashbang's going to try and set them in towards a ramp peak, which won't see anything of 500. Is very light-handed on the B-bomb side.
Ships is trying to toy out here towards Shelf. Loses a lot of damage, and Spellin's going to try and peek back into the angle against Yabi, but get caught off. Man advantage wasted.
Ships is also low for his exchange. Oxygen's going to wait back in mid against Cadian. M4 waits, and Cadian still wins the fight. Straight headshot. Another man down. And Ships just doesn't even know what to do from here. Holding red, no one on A. Fortunately, they're leaning into the B-bomb site. Rainwaker and Cirque need miracles to work here.
Cirque has not even been able to get the AWP up. He's constantly been rifling in the first half and the second half. The money's just never been strong enough.
Smoke's on, 30 seconds. Execution set on by Astralis. Molotovs towards Cirque's position. He's running the very edge of it. Device is ready for backstabs. In the end, the teasers make their way up and Ships are going to go down so quickly. 2 backline players. Rainwaker trying to edge closer. Swings forward, gets nothing. Yavi, instant pick. Cirque can do damage from beyond the smoke. Yavi's going to hunt him though. Swing in, kill found. He's looking lights out. 22 deep in this map for the youngster. And Astralis are now on map point.
And I could look at the scoreline, Jay, and say 8-12, 500, it's been a decent effort, but I'd be lying to you. I actually think it's been quite a poor performance from them today, and Astralis have outclassed them. They've showed the difference of quality in not only the mid to late rounds, but also limiting chances. 500 have won 2 retakes in the second half, both of which were not consistent rounds in a row, and because of that, their economy is just constantly in tatters. Look at what they're buying for round 21. MP9s and a pistol.
There's nothing in it, is there? Contrast that to the rifles that Astralis have, and you can see how this could very easily get wrapped up here in round. HE's set on past the smokes. Cadian walking up mid on his lonesome. He's got Stare right behind him though. The AWP device from range. Expecting Cirque to make a move in from main. Oxygen did catch 1 kill on the ramp lurker down, so that's a starting advantage. Will it continue down that route?
Spellen's given away a lot of 5v4s into 4v4s. Let's see if it happens again. Down here from ramp, you'd give the fight over to the AK, but it's timing, and it's whether Yabby can win the fight straight away.
Completely unsupported here. Spellen made noise. Yabby swings in. MP9 wins the fight. Aliens counter straight back towards Red. Expecting a second player to be out there, and Device has got Spellen in the meantime, so that aggression does come back to bite the 500 side. Cirque and Oxygen, 2 versus 2 with Cirque's quick trade. Oxygen still on the side. Caught that one single shot. I think Device might know he's there. The stare doesn't know! And Oxygen hits 2 fantastic headshots that might just keep 500 alive a little bit longer.
And praise the Oxygen, because he has kept 500 in winning ways. Anytime he's been able to deliver pure and raw impact, it's led to round victories. That's an uncomfortable round where you've got to try and fight against 2 ramp players. You don't have a lot of room back there at default, and he has just domed consistently with the dig.
And this is brilliance from him, but only on occasion. Ships now needs brilliance, almost on his lonesome here, almost unsupported entirely. Rotations are inbound, he needs to kill on Stair, he'll get it. It's down next to the task, but Ships will fall quick. 4 on 4, AWP of Cirque, waiting for someone to make their way to the back lines, but no one is going to offer up. Device is standing off against him here at Temple. Finally, Stow gives him exactly what he wants, and Cirque will get the mad advantage back for 500. Kicked into 5th gear, but look at the B bomb site. Look at Yabby. He's established all sorts of control. They've all rotated to this execution, so Cadian just backs up, starts rotating the bomb. Device will stick around to pull distraction, and it looks like it will be a B retake. Device going to make some more noise out here, though. Will that throw distraction? No. The CTs are on their way in, almost lined up for Yabby, when he gets caught on missed timing, so Rainwaker takes the kill.
Well recognized for 500 that when they start rotating, players have got their gun drawn, because they're thinking if there is a cancel, maybe there's a lurk attempt elsewhere. They're anticipating a duel. They're expecting a lurk. And Device has no option but to save onto the AWP. Astralis did quite well to make it a 4 on 4 and trade ships just on the edge of Donut, but they couldn't crack the bomb site open, and because 500 just kept sending players in. They had Cirque very defensively on that Temple sightline, just looking to the right-hand side of the big box, and then Oxygen was just being a nuisance. He's sitting there in back default, he's giving himself an underhand left side smoke, and Astralis just can't capitalize on taking that space.
And this might change the complexion of the match again. Device will hold on to the AWP, which he should do. Spellen's hunting him. He's gone down far enough to where actually further players are inbound. Oxygen making his way up. Heard that scope. Rainmaker coming into left side as well. Device might fall off time here. Indeed he does. Now look at the money for Astralis. It really isn't great with that $1,000 player. This might have to be a save into the last round of regulation.
It's a good call. Money's decent on Yabby and Stown. Loss bonus is okay, so you'll get yourself a pretty decent buy. It won't be perfect. 500, no. The pressure is on right now. Astralis had, what, 2-3 map points out there in the Inferno series yesterday against 9. I think they had 2, closed it on the 3rd one eventually. I don't want that to happen again. 12-8, now 12-10. You want to try and wrap this game up in regulation rather than go to an overtime.
They've taken their tactical. We've got 2 opportunities to close.
Is this the opportunity now to start thinking that no game has gone 3 maps? Every game's been a 2-0. Astralis take Ancient, go 1-0 up in the series, go into their map pick after.
That is true. That is very true. Will tradition stick? Or 500 draw this out? I mean, it's certainly tradition for Astralis to let one of their maps go at least at overtime. And they'll take this one slow. They know they haven't got firepower to play with. Hope that aggression from 500 can offer up a mistake, but it's a 2-1-2 split setup that they're not really going to offer too much in terms of the engagements for. So this is a formality round for Astralis.
Well, if they get the AWP out of play, then 500 can't afford the AWP in the last round.
Needed a 6 shot for it, though. Attempted that boost from Stown. Saw Serk jump facing, wasn't able to hit the connection. It was a nice attempt with the right idea about it, but not enough breathing room there for the T side. Now they turn their attention towards the A site where Rainwaker stands on defense.
You're not quite looking for a bomb plant. It would be helpful with Device being down at 1,000. But you're looking for players to drop. Take the AK out. Take the AWP out. It's going to be tough, though. Rainwaker's in an off angle, and Chips can come in quickly. Even a third player from Cirque can come out from spawn.
Casualties in this round would certainly offer up a weakened buy for the last one in regulation. 500 make their way into the defensive rotations. They do drop Rainwaker, and Ships also full. Cirque's low HP on 8. One decent shot's all that they require, and that one bomb plant looks like it will just about be secured inside of that smoke. Oxford's going to charge forward, evade the spray, evade the play. Now Rifle's in for Device, but he's been tagged at 38, down on 67. His deagle now revealed, tagged heavily here by the SMG. Oxygen going to charge straight forward towards him. Device gets away with one decent kill. Down. Deagle's still left out. He needs to hit the shots, only the tags. But they got exactly what they wanted in this one, and bonuses. Bomb plant, 3 casualties. The AWP and the AK should end up staying. At least Oxygen actually can't even find it here. So they will drop one of those key weapons, and 3 players would have to rebuy.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake not picking up the AK. They know that Device had an AK down there at Brokey, and maybe caught in a little bit of the chaos, just not quite thinking at that moment, but they'll only get away with an M4. That got extremely close to a round win. You could see the steel building. Cirque was so close to going down.
We'll still see the full set of rifles. The AWP staying in is the key aspect in which they would have lost had they not been recovered. Utility seems good as well. Katie in straight in towards elbow. Both players from the CT and T sides flashed off. Astralis in their way through towards red, watching for lane access and control the bomb. They're back with them. Sprays of Yabi doing good work onto Oxygen, the starting HP advantage.
Now, Yabi won't know how much damage he did, but he knows that he's tagged up the B player. So the call is, at least someone's going to be close, and Oxygen's close to being ready for a fight towards ramp.
Molotov start coming in before Spellin out of the way. Flashbang, perfectly timed. Oxygen's fully blinded. Spellin only good for 1 kill. Device trading him, and Cirque in the back of the AWP, allowing that bomb to get planted. He'll try for a blind shot, but he's not able to connect it. Ships diving in, a suicide dive, and it leads to his demise.
Ships just trolled the round. I'm not really sure what's going on there. Rainwaker's got a full nade set. Why are they not playing together? Why are they not going 3v4 on the retake there?
It's a very good question. It could be enough to cost them the map, and again, a very important map for them in the best of 3 itself. Astralis now wearing down Rainwaker. He's a dead man. Cirque has got no chance. As great as he's been, as improved as he has over the last year or so, it is just not good enough. 13-11, Astralis may have been pushed quite the distance, may have been allowed to get down to the wire in regulation, but they do take map 1 of Ancients. Indeed, things just look very positive for them overall, Dweg. The Danes looking pretty fantastic, I have to say, overall. Obviously, it was marred by a couple of moments where things did get dicey and close, and there were, as you mentioned, over the course of that map up, some moments, some rounds where 500 were threatening, but never truly able to generate enough to threaten the map itself.
The issue was they're always on the back foot, and I think that's what hurt them, losing the first pistol, going down 0-4, clawed their way back to 6-6, but then lose pistol again, and you're always trying to keep getting out on top, and it just didn't quite happen. Ships had a bit of an average game. Oxygen looked really good. Cirque had the AWP on, 2 rounds? And both of them were sort of execs, where you can't even get the AWP in territory where you can work against the default, you can work a fight, fall back from that point onwards. It was an okay showing. It's just disappointing with the scoreline being as close as it was at the end to not quite take a map, because the chances of winning Nuke are a pipe dream. It's the worst map in the pool, always has been. Astralis are going to be very comfortable going into map 2 now.
Yeah, I'm extremely doubtful this is going to go to 3rd now. I really put my 2-1 prediction down in stock of the idea that Ancient would get taken by 500, and well, now that's a lost cause. So 7 maps lost in a row on that nuke. It feels like it's going to be number 8 here. It might even be a bit one-sided given how well the records balance out in Astralis' favour, which is very unfortunate for them, but that is the reality. They got so close, but yet so far on map 1, and map 2 may not get close at all. We're heading towards a short break. When we come back, the Astralis' pick of nuke.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Well, needless to say, things do not look good for 500, relying heavily on map 1 to be taken to have a chance in the best of 3. Now we move to Nuke, and this is where it all starts to fall apart. Where unfortunately, we didn't see enough threat generated across that map of 500 to take it, and I see a world in which they're going to generate no threat at all on the second of the best of 3.
It's going to be very tough to cause anything. This is a map that has a big losing streak. Last 6 months, 5 wins, 12 losses. The only wins were against Molotov, which is behind X's team or old team. Permitter, 13-11, 13-8 against Zero Tenacity, an overtime win versus Sashi, and then 1 win versus 9 Pandas. All of those teams, you could say, are sort of middle of the pack, not many towards that higher end of Tier 2. Even back then, 9 Pandas were starting their rebuild. So it's very tough to see that they're going to be able to do anything at all. Even their most recent officials, 7 rounds against Saw, 3 days ago, and then 7 rounds versus 9 about a week. It's going to be a tough challenge for sure.
And it might be easy for the layman to say, well, this map isn't good for Astralis either because they've got a 40% win rate, but it's a case as you to compare and contrast the level of teams. You mentioned some of those mid-pack, higher, not even higher-end Tier 2 teams there in the loss streak for the 500 side. On the contrast, Astralis, yes, they are losing more than they're winning, but they are losing to Spirit and Gamer Legion, and it's like, okay, well, that's obviously like a significant, those are 2 significant teams. Gamer Legion might not be a top team in the world like Spirit are, but they are just outside of the top 12. Like, they're the highest ranked team coming into this tournament for very good reason. And the victories they gain against Fury and Bait, well, that's certainly above the level I want to say that 500 are at the moment, and certainly above the level that what they're played at in that first map up. So they're going to need something seriously huge, I think. And not even something, I think many things seriously huge to have a chance here on Nuke.
Well, they need to be preparing well, and we'll probably see that within the first half to see exactly what the preparation has been like, because it's pretty obvious that Nuke was going to get picked. When you're a 500 side, your Instaban is, well, was Vertigo, is now Train. Nuke's always weak, so any map that of a team that don't mind playing Nuke, they're just going to pick it against you. So preparation's going to be easier for a team like Astralis on Nuke than perhaps maybe a 9 or even a Saw are in the most recent history, but more so than just preparation, we need to see a little bit more X factor, converting those chances. Oxygen played fantastically well out there in map number 1. Ships upped his game. He was, 0-5 to the start, ended up getting a few more kills towards the tail end, but didn't see much out of Cirque. Rainwaker, he's an anchor, so difficult to see a huge level of impact. We just need a bit more of a race of everyone, basically, from the rifle department to allow themselves to even hold weight here against Astralis on Nuke.
Yeah, I definitely can agree, because even when it felt like Oxygen and Ships were doing well, it felt like their impact was sort of up and down over the course of the matchup. Like, Oxygen certainly, I think, had a little bit more over a sustained period of time, but it's like you had some periods where it was like, well, then they just didn't get anything at all, and then Astralis completely overtook the situation, or they were able to get something, and then they got close to like a 1v1 or 1v2 clutch or whatever it is, and they didn't quite get the whole round. And so it's like things like that, even those small little adjustments might go a little bit in terms of making it work and making something happen, but I just don't see even that being enough. Like, because Nuke is obviously a very strategic map, and Astralis are a very structured and strategic team. We know that Nuke has historically been a very good map for Danish teams overall, and in my eyes, I look at this and I say to myself that it's a very it feels like that performance individually from the players is only one part of a much bigger solution that 500 need.
I would normally agree to that, but if the players are outperforming, then you're going to win Nuke. I mean, that's just how the map goes down. If you really are outclassing your opposition individually, you can win it. Now, I will say that if you look at the scoreline and say it was a competitive ancient, that scoreline's very misleading. If Shibs doesn't win that 1v2 ninja defuse where he doesn't even have to fight anybody, he just gets straight on the bomb, it's probably a 13-7, maybe 13-8 at best. So while it was a 13-11, we saw it was just Astralis closing out the game. They were ecoed a little bit. So I don't look at that scoreline going all rounds in regulation and give the same level of scare as I did in the 9 series. I thought against 9, while the scoreline was very close, there were moments where 9 could have won map 1 and definite moments that they could have won map 2 where I never felt as if 500 could have taken Ancient.
Well, you remember, of course, that when that 12-8 scoreline came in and they did win that one good round, the economy, of course, for Astralis took a complete tank. It was never really able to recover until the very end stages of the map up. So even with that in mind, that could have very easily been a 13-8 of its own accord. Cirque trying to get some decent kills and a start off in the pistol here in this round, so we'll come back to that later. 2 versus 4 immediately for 500 as their CT start seems to have worked relatively well. Let's see if Stare and Device can work something else here.
It's nice and confident. You go in for a ramp rush and you're up against a pretty tasty-looking crossfire. 2 players out to ramp and, well, a miracle is required to try and bring this round back. You've got the bomb, at least, but you don't know what's been taken. Spellen's in a good off angle, out here to lobby to try and deal with these T players coming back out of ramp.
Takes a fight, which you just can't win. Stare able to get the decent kill, and now Oxygen, Rainwaker, and Chips up the task. 2 players tagged, especially in the case of Rainwaker. Oxygen now almost losing fights to Device. There gets the bomb down. Chips moves up to position, loses his head. 2v2 becomes very winnable now. But who's going to get caught looking the wrong way? It's Stare. Rainwaker faced in by Device. Knows exactly where the player is in Heron. He's on the bomb now with the defuse kit in mind. Taps it once. 37 HP for Oxygen though. Device goes for the swing and the hit. Wonderful stuff from the major champion himself. Triple in and the pistol win for Astralis.
Well, I would say Spellen was in a good pos. He's in an off angle. He's out there in lobby. You, for the most part, wouldn't expect that exact angle to be held. Everyone's giving up 1v1s there, aren't they? Spellen loses a fight. The Heaven player peeks. The main player peeks. Ships comes out and Tetris and peeks. No one is fighting together. And that is yet again another just poor 4v2 advantage from 500.
Here, no disagreement from me. 2 men up and still lost the round. Now it's Pistol suffering for the second in this map. Stare gets caught off with the gun barrel looking the wrong way, so that's a little bit of a lucky kill for Spellen, but not an advantage that lasts forever, and in fact doesn't even last for long. Plant should be secured soon enough. So trying to see if they can get him out advantage out of this one, but knowing that Deagle really is the only weapon of worth at the moment, Chips' P250 gets dealt with very quickly towards outside, so all falling to pieces. Astralis taking their second.
And for 500, I can see 2025 being a fairly successful year from them to sort of catapult off of what was the end of last. And being in and around the top 50 on HL, or I should say on the Valve ranking, you're going to be in the conversation for kind of more invites eventually, aren't you? If you keep doing well in ECL, you've already beaten big. You'll probably find that while open qualifier runs might be required or even closed qualifiers, more invites against the better teams are going to be coming. So the more chances you get to play against the better teams, the more prepared you're going to be in this circuit for them.
Well, they've already made a decent stride in terms of beating out Big, because remember, they were lower ranked in that particular matchup. Big were number 18 in the world, whereas 500 at the start of this week were number 57. So they've obviously been able to gain some points just off the basis of that one upset alone. It is one of the more stauncher differences in ranking. I'm going to go see if they can work up even more so, because they are going to get some more key invites in the Tier 2 online cups in the near future, I'd imagine. Yeah, but what a swing that is. Rainwaker dead in an instant. Does take a dink on the way out of it, but the young Dane still alive. Man against him is not.
Spellen just trying to play out from Old Toxic, and the CTs are still searching on the outside. Now, Cadian, as the late lurk, has been caught, but Spellen's attention's been brought everywhere. Single door and ramp. Oxygen gets another kill, but it's uncomfortable for the M4. Where do you fight? Players all around you. This is going to be a 3v3 post plant for Astralis.
Triple swing there from Astralis. All 3 converging on the 1-man Old Toxic. HE is coming in now to try and think and catch off the low speed of shift. And in the end, he will fall towards Device, and Stan will peek forward towards Oxygen. Both players are now low, and Cirque is revealed. They'll adjust against him. He has the info on both individuals. The flashbang will not reveal his contact. He's got to open up those windows to reveal his position at obs. It's smoked at the double doors here. No kits. Trying to sell them on a wraparound, trying to see if he can force a mistake out of them and try and isolate these kills, but time is well and truly against him. I don't think he's got enough to go for the defuse. I think he realizes that himself. Astralis going to continue with the early start.
And where we're going to see the most quality from Astralis on the T side is the baiting of rotations and the mid-rounds. Nuke at the highest level is a beautiful map to watch because you can set certain positions, as an example, 1, 2, 3 with the Smurks outside, your diag, and you can just capitalize on so much space, whether that's taking garage, getting into secret, and just getting in the mind games. Do the CTs want to rotate ramp down to B? Do you want to go vent down to B? Do you want to go vent to secret? Anytime the CTs start getting muddled in rotations, that's where Astralis are going to be pinned in crossfires and strong angles to deal with those players. And right there from 500, while it was a man-up with dealing with the players outside, they struggled to get down in the lower bomb site for the retake.
Cirque already tagged up here in the eco around his saved rifle. It's a half buy at best with weapons of Deagles and MP9 as well. Nothing that will mount up to that AK, which probably is best to get passed off to a teammate here, even with lack of helmets across the board. Astralis slowing things down.
A bit of a lobby push coming in from 500 to clear some space. And Cirque's been seen on the outside. Good patience here from Cadian. The fights are just coming in easy, aren't they?
Rifles v majority pistols, and this is the outcome. Speller will try blocking in the bomb. Now Cadian's seen him. He's going to get faced on and dealt with by somebody at some point. In this case, it was more immediate from the captain, who does line up a triple in that round. Astralis now 4-0 to the start. 500, a gun buy here to try and stop them because starting to get a little bit out of control.
And perhaps there's a bit of a revenge for Rainwaker in this series because he got kicked on Liquid, and who came in to replace his spot but Cadian. Now, there was a few moves going on there. I know OC got the kick, Patsy did as well. But any time you're up against a player that took your spot, you want to see if you can answer back. Cirque looking for the door pick to start things off, but blinded and getting spammed with the util.
Damage done heavily to Spellen. Cirque again, the early nades and Molotovs have worked well for Astralis like they did over on Ancient as well. Spellen's the man that draws out first blood in the round itself though, and gets a second kill on Yabby. 1 point of health, so he's tradable. Cadian's going to work outside. Rainwaker's going to get caught for it. Device on top of Silo as well. Sees the player in the back, but cannot quite finish off the job against Cirque. They all fall away from each other.
Oh, well done there from the in-game leader. Didn't see a lot of individual impact from Spellen out on Ancient, but 2 kills in a key gun round is going to set up 500 for their first. He's even been able to aggress, and Device is not going to expect this advanced angle.
Really got to catch them with their heads turned away, though. He's got a couple of moments of timing. I think he just took an engagement, but didn't quite line it up. The AWP is Cirque, meanwhile, missing a shot. Second one, not quite connecting. Ships can get away with one decent pick. The USP coming out for Cirque, and even for the second player as well. Device with the M4 in hand, eventually overwhelms him with Cirque for the draw back to the AWP. It didn't work for him. Cadian, his rotation, shoulder bait attempted from Oxygen, but Cadian locks onto the headshot, and Speller now in a 1 HP, 1v2.
Oh, man, you're going to be fuming again, aren't you? The tilt is just kicking in. Spellen's got 2 kills out there on A, and it's just been a collapse at ramp. That is just a fiesta. Spellen can try his best, but the HP is so tough against Cadian.
Brought it into a 1v1, though, with Device falling. Smoke on the bomb. Open up the window, see where he is. Go for the defuse. 10 seconds for the stick, though. Cadian could just wild spray and eventually connect it. He's spraying in the wrong position, though. Surely not. Surely not again. Astralis, it's another ninja. Oh, my God. 32 days on 1 HP. How did Spellen get away with that?
Oh, how has it happened again? And how is he spraying so much further on the left-hand side than where the bomb actually is? Oh, I don't know how it keeps happening. I don't know. I'm lost for words. That's happened again.
That has got to be one of the silliest rounds, by the way.
If he's got a kit, if he's got 100 HP, you can see it. But no kit at 1 HP, mental that he wins it.
Device is all out and about, seeing players close, doesn't land against Ships. Down got Cirque from the backline, doubles up, looking for the triple on top of Silo. He's low HP, the Ships can trade it back. Stare can only do so much with the wall bang damage past the box. He's going to have a reload, so Ships can escape with his life. Oxygen, meanwhile, just baited on top of the hut. Got Kanian trying to bait him out into a kill. And Yabby also inside ahead of the closed vent. Smoke and Molly to suppress positions over a ramp, and of course here at the entryways of A site. Oxygen flashed against Yabby, trying to hunt him, gets the kill, turn back to Ships, not expecting him at the other vent corner. It's 2v2.
Good trades from Ships in all of these kills. Always being right in the position that's going to capitalize on a kill straight away. Now there's time in their space, so Stare is going to start exploiting towards outside, and they know that Cadian's going to be close by him. As Ships is clearing out lobby, they're just trying to gather information at the moment. Where are the last couple of T players?
40 seconds. Alien starts moving, Stare, starting to check both the vent corners. Ships. Still at lobby, timing's everything to his peak over at Squeaky, and Cadian's going to avoid him only for a moment. Ships does not go for the overextend, so she'll get the bomb down at least, open and safe to heaven. Stare will make sure of that. How does the retake work?
Yeah, Stare is in such a good pause. Ships on for the ace, though.
4 kills to his name. Not quite shut down. Rainwake can come in with support as well. Taking his sweet time with his Ships is low. Swing out, Stare, back turn towards the SMG, and finally they can close it out. 500 convert upon their steal. A couple of AK saved into the second.
Well, there we go. That's the Ships that is just everywhere. And on the city side of Nuke, because he's the Heaven Rotate, he can actually get into some very strong positions. He can fight outside, he can rotate around. He's just roaming. And that's when Ships is at his very best, when he's consistently being mobile. Just look at some of these duels, how important he is for the trades, how quickly, when players dropped, he's there for the kill straight away. It might not be the ace, but it's a sick round, and it's 500 to make 2 in a row.
And 2 more to make up. Astralis can still buy. Economy's been worn down for them. 500's not really built up themselves. Only 2 players staying alive in the last round, and only 1 in the round before. All 4 of these players grouped up towards the ramp entrance. Counter smokes coming in against the HE towards the initial smoke. Cirque to back off. Hold away, fall away, concede that part of the map to Astralis.
Astralis are being tested, and this is 500 giving it a good fight. You've got to expect 6 or 7 rounds would be a good par score in the first half for them. Now, this is very slow and passive. Leave Stare out to Africa. Everyone else maintaining lobby. Waiting for a mistake, waiting for a timing. Could be a top site split here through Stare in main and then Door and Harp.
Molly's up, Oxygen swings in for the kill and Squeak Door. Down court, Yabby facing out the flashbang. Doesn't quite get that second kill. Spellin supported by Rainwaker in the rafters, still undetected and not leading the strike. Spellin is going ham in the last couple of rounds. Cirque on outside, gets Stare. And Device now has no choice but to run. Even that will not be allowed. 500. Again, slow to start, but are built into this matchup early all the same.
Well, they're starting to play with some confidence individually, aren't they? And just some of the duels that are being taken, some of the multi-frags. We've seen a couple of gun rounds now where Spellin's got 2 on A, and Oxygen's been a bit of a helping hand with Ships. Now out to Door, it looked as if Yabby was going to get 2. As soon as he gets that first kill, I'm thinking, right, he's going to transfer against Spellin. They'll come out from Hut, they'll clear the A-bomb site completely, but no, the in-game leader says it's not going to happen today. 3 AKs on the CT side, Spellin, Rainwaker, and Ships. And 500 are slowly starting to cook in this first half.
And it all began with a ninja defuse. Didn't even have a defuse kit. A hero weapon in for Cadian now on the Astralis side. And no more buys around him. Still a stable float money for him as well. The Eagles across the rest of the board. So a little bit of firepower to play with, but nothing that should ultimately turn success. At least in theory. I guess we'll find out in due course. Astralis towards the outside for now. Inside, the players in the lobby nailed down by Rainwaker. Tap burst, 2 kills on Yabi and Stown. Cadian will protect this AK and hope that he overfights here. Might be exactly what he wants, actually. Yeah, Rainwaker triple.
Now, all of that investment just gone from Astralis. They won't be happy at all. And when you invest up like that, you want a couple of kills. You want to see if you can strengthen. Cirque on the outside to try and peek against the Deeg. Device still has not given away the info. Oxygen presses all the way through lobby, so it actually is a couple of kills.
They're still hunting for more out of this. Can't quite find the perfect angle. Device has now arrived to support. M4 now in his hand. Eagle still does the job, though. 2v2, flashbang, forcing Spellin and Rainwaker to scatter here. Is Device about to make a play? Stairs already caught one of these Deagle shots. Are going to boost Device up to try and look for the kill. On top of the red box, burst fire. He's caught Rainwaker. Surely not, boys. 500, what are you doing?
Well, they're just all over peeking, aren't they? Oxygen clears out all of lobby and tries to get on the back, and then people just start swinging towards outside. Spellin is hoping that they come back, and the bomb is towards ramp, and Spellin's hearing footsteps.
Walk past, just missed the engage on Device. 15 seconds, they're going to go charging into the lower bomb site now. Spellin knows it. Open plant as well, no utility to support. Double doors will open up, smoke involved, just spotted Stair. 6 seconds, that might just be enough. Device needs to charge out of that bomb plant right now. Not going to happen. Spellin's called his bluff. And he just about escapes with the round victory for 500.
Oh, that gets way too close. Maybe a bit panicked from Astralis. They had a little bit more time to work with. Device wasn't in a position at top ramp that he could have swung off of his teammate when the double doors open up. And just pressure getting to them right at the end. And Spellin, well, he can thank himself, out of all people, to say, well, thank goodness I was still alive, because I actually won the round for us.
Astralis now been equalized as a result of those efforts. The lacking in the AWP department now, with the money being weakened thanks to the 4-round streak the 500 have just gained. There was no bomb plants either to support Device's M4, only in because he saved in the previous round. So much expense against that one, though. Can they capitalize and counter reset? The answer for Yabi, at least, is no.
It's the right idea for Yabi. Get on the front side of the util and catch the door player off guard. Instead, Ships gets the first, Stair gets back with the trade. Spellin's already rotated down to the lower corridors, so he can have contact as soon as the secret players start to engage.
Minute to play against.
Oxygen's made almost the same play from the last round, except this time it's on a gun round, and he is spotting nothing on the outside.
Not going down either. Molotov start getting sent down in the lower corridors. Spellin, man, hearing these footsteps of Device, but is it any indication of what's really going on here? Katie might challenge the man very quickly. On the corner, check decon, check position. Doesn't quite win it out against Spellin now. The closing backstab of Oxygen should get Katie soon enough. Needs to win this fight against Spellin now. He doesn't do so. He can continue to move around towards decon instead. Face fight, Cirque picked up 3-on-3. Spellin is known about, but Oxygen is not undiscovered. Spellin gets 4-on fight. Device down, wins out against Oxygen, turns back on Rainwaker, same. And the lead is regained by Astralis.
And now this is where the pure ramifications come from losing basically everyone to a Deagle round. They're double eco. You've got a force buy here. And what are the chances of you winning this force? Limited, 10%, 20% maybe? You've only got a few options. You either fight heavy outside and get the M4 set up in a key area, like garage or back credit, or you try a bit of a lobby crunch. If you just try and play a standard round with this kind of weaponry, you're going to struggle to get an advantage.
And they're taking a tactical. Figure out how they can work with this. The one rifle on Spellin might have a lot of emphasis in his direction, or does he want to pass that off to a teammate? I mean, he's currently top fragment alongside Ships, so...
It's a tough one, because he's actually performed well on the A-bomb side. But you are right, do you want to get it in a star hand?
The answer to that question seems to be no. Maybe someone else might pick it up off of him later
He's not
on
going
in the
A,
round.
so that's the difference.
Into ramp, down towards B. Device not getting anything's vision, let alone a kill or two.
Oh, it looks like a topside play.
Katie going to try to lead that charge. Ships. One of two defenders, the Deagle on the other of Oxygen. Initial prod towards upper bomb side, and then start backing off.
And they can start doing the diag smokes or even the 1-2-3. Spellen's going to tuck himself in behind T-Red, or at least his teammate will. All about patience in this round. The M4 needs to be doing damage, needs to be finding raw impact.
Rainmaker takes a tag on outside, stair. It's down, are the ones pressing. The AWP device right behind them. Minute on the clock. Oh, to fight. It's down actually, the man against the kill rather on towards Spellen. The 5-7 comes forward, a Rainmaker does nothing. Caden's there, cleaned house and his Oxygen and coach ships around the outside of the smoke. Will start to clear, so he gives him no cover. He's going to fall back into Mini. And the scout is Cirque. And tags their best ships. It's called staying out. He's in a little bit of trouble. He needs to pull out that Deagle because they're getting closer and closer. He's just about defending himself against ships. And Cirque is known towards outside. Now he's known here at Gary. Dishing out tags. Cadian's down. Device misses a shot. And Cirque comes up with a clutch this time.
What is going on with the clutches from 500? They won the 1v2 clutch from ships. They won the 1v2 from Spellen, and now another 1v2 from Cirque. Yeah, you might say you can't always be reliant on clutches, but 500 have proved in late round situations and in individual moments, they have stepped up and looked stronger than Astralis.
The T side continues to face more challenges than we might have expected at a certain point as Oxygen finds Yabby next up. Tanian takes Oxygen right back. 4v4 as a result. Ships naded. AWP still strike. Ships has fallen. The AK of Kane backed up in a trophy. Back to C contact of Rainmaker. Smoke fades, but Rainmaker gets the kill. And it turns to even once again.
Cert rotating down to the lower bomb site can put that AWP in a secret location. He's got a teammate close by him, which tells you they should start searching, should start taking map territory away.
Minute on the clock. Astralis happy to play slow and quiet. Towards the outside, up to heaven. They won't be aware of Rainmaker just yet. He is thinking about making a move towards the outside. Is he going to move out of the lock? Spelling just caught device. AWP's dropped. Rainmaker checks those top rafters. Now down. He's got to commit with the bomb on his back, but down into the B bomb site rather than towards A.
He can get a bomb plant, but what can he do from that point onwards? Needs to fight against Cirque, actually. So it doesn't come in. 6 up from 500. And now you just start getting the feel that 500 have made the economy game quite awkward for Astralis. Last round of regulation in the first half, and you're down to what could be a door rush or even a topside quick exec. And Mac 10s, maybe ramp rush either. It's got to be quick, whatever Astralis do.
One more round and a half now. Mac 10s only for the Astralis boy, plus the Tech 9 as well for Yabby. Backed up into the back lines of the bomb site for Oxygen. Going to get closer against Cadian and just seeing him poking his hand out. So the use that smoke and flashbang has forced him to back away from that fight. Doesn't quite get all of it against Cadian. Molotov will dish out some damage, but a lot more taken by Astralis.
It's got to be the double pump into the A exec. Spilling close towards the door. You can see Util being lined up on T roof for A.
Astralis again go quiet. Exploding to the upper bomb site soon enough though. minute to play with. Smoke over at main, Molly towards close bed. Oxygen blinded, but still gets the kill, dropping off of the hot on Kane instead. He takes two, yeah, he takes one back as well. Cirque close quarters, can't last forever, even though he took one. It's Rainmaker with an AWP of 1 versus 3.
A tough clutch for him. At least he's got some util, might be able to get down.
Focus on a dead body, turns back to the second player as well, and eventually Stown moves forward to close it out. So Astralis will end in the same fashion they did the last map, 6-6 at the turn of the half.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. One expert.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Well, dead set even as 500 against Astralis, a bit of a run for their money. The question is, can they continue that run? One thing I've noticed, Wake, in the stats is that the number of won rounds and their very few successes over on this map for 500 has been heavily skewed towards the CT side. So the question with that in mind is, do they have enough behind the second half?
Probably not, but if the clutches keep coming, rounds are going to keep coming, aren't they? They have been so good in 1vx's on Nuke.
Astralis certainly have been caught off guard with that. Green players now set in towards the rapid position when they're all going to charge into. Ship still able to deal with Device and Canyon, but swing towards Cirque. Stare in the back of the box can only get one fragment before he drops, and the mass T-side forces overwhelm Astralis quick. Yabby now, USB involved against Cirque, gets that headshot in against him. The double doors can't open to look towards the bomb planter. He can't quite get the angle in the end. He's focusing on Oxygen instead. Straight headshot, stellar stuff. We can spell next, doesn't get the kill. Stown now, Julies versus 2.
Julies and both players in close range. 500 just need to play the bomb here. They need to slow this round down, not peek, not give Stown a chance to be able to isolate the fights.
Very open plant, just seeing where Ships is. The check dark as well for Speller, but that's not where he's at. He's gone all the way to the back lines. The bomb gets tapped once in a 10-second stick as well for the Dane. He sees where Speller is. He takes the fight. He takes the taps. He takes the headshot. But he hasn't got time for the defuse. The round, the pistol will go the way of 500.
Surely there's something in the back of your mind thinking, seen another 4v2? Another pistol round? Look what happened on round 1 at Nuke. It gets quite close to Astralis recovering that round, but no kit in play. Great entries. This is triple ramp setup. Now, you would normally say with 3 towards that area against the ramp rush is a perfect setup. You're going to do a lot of damage. You're going to drop the bomb. Instead, it was just entry central from 500. They were ripping heads.
Yeah, you'd expect in those circumstances Astralis would deal with them, but that didn't happen. And it's their first pistol in the best of 3 as well. Astralis won the previous 3 up on this point. Kane facing rushes again from the Julie's out against the first of Oxygen. He'll tank a lot of damage, but finally entry they need to break into that B-bomb site. Adjustments are quick from Yabby, especially the Eagle and Stown on the other side. Decent fight on Oxygen. Yabby's fallen in the meantime, so the man advantage is maintained by 500. And Stown will wait for further backup to arrive.
Rotations have been fairly slow for Astralis. They're not in positions that they can fight straight away. Spam behind the door is doing damage, but hasn't warranted a kill just yet.
Mac 10 will try to respond with some damage, but Astralis will just start to back away instead. Did all that they could in the circumstances. Weapon advantage too much to handle. 500 so pacey in that ramp take. Astralis might have to start considering how they're going to counter that.
Well, it's a shame that Kaden only had Julies. If he puts down a Molly and he's got a FAMAS, maybe he's got an MP9, he 100% wins that fight against Oxygen and then perhaps gets half a kill on the next player. It's just the worst weapon to be in that pos when you're being rushed down with the weapons that are in play.
14 HP for Oxygen off the back of that first fight. And 500 pull into the lead. Astralis forced the issue in that last round, so Can't fully justify the force into the next. Save the money. Already got a good weapon basis for the 3 core players that stayed alive, and so therefore, Cadian actually going to call in another buyback, and SMG in his hands now.
Let's just keep an eye on whether they can get an opening advantage in a round like this. You need to make the investment worth it. Rainwaker potentially dropping into the vent, or perhaps showing out a solo.
And that cost him his life. His teammate staggered out of hearts there. Dips in, gets the kill, dips right on the bomb site. Meanwhile, there's a strike out towards the ramp of Oxygen, getting Cadians down to continue to defend the upper bomb site, though. They're going lower on B, though. 4v3 to play with Astralis. There's 3 AKs to play with on 500. Down tanks a lot of damage as a result.
And Molly out to the double doors, making it awkward, but Spellin falls to the scout.
Straight headshot on the man. Stair turns up with the SMG on Cirque next up with Oxygen alone. But the clutch fights the first. The second goes a little bit wrong for him, though, and Astralis indeed find the returning round.
I actually, from a tactical point of view, really liked that round from 500. That was creative, and it was unorthodox. So they're selling an upper fake. You've got a door player running out and a hut player running out, and they've fought against the ramp rotation. The issue that they find in that round, Jay, is that Rainwaker gets nothing, and Ships doesn't get anything either. When you're selling an A fake or nuke, and you're getting CTs to rotate, you need at least some damage. You've got to try and go 1-for-1, and it just didn't quite happen. Astralis, the force ends up working out, and Ships have been naded to hell outside.
Device is a big gap in that smoke to play with as well. Ships does not want to commit towards it, and rightfully so.
But they don't have another smoke, so how do you commit to secret? You don't. You're now trapped. You have to cancel and come up with a different game plan now.
They're trying to flash their way on outside, get a little bit more of an angle for Cirque to play with on this boost, but no one's on the lower ground. It's just this Heaven player with the AWP. One man sat in main to watch them to wrap in towards the A bomb site, so now the smokes have cleared. 500 have got a nice big open firing ground. A has to be the hit.
Well, they need to put pressure onto the device outside. All about timing. Flash is good. Stout is struggling to even get one.
Oh, an Oxygen hits the double onto Yabby as well. Device finally takes one back to 7. Stare at range. Oh, loses his life! The Deagle straight to the dome. Cadian continues fighting outside. Oxygen's fighting the bomb in the meantime. He's got 3 of the Astralis players with just a Deagle. Now there's 3 AKs of 500 to play with. Device and Cadian, no, they're out of this round.
Some of the shots that have been hit from Oxygen across this series have been nasty.
Yeah.
Whoa. That was a round that got so uncomfortable because of the util outside. I think it was an incendiary thrown from Astralis that stopped the 2-smoke landing. But boy, the Deagle to do work. Have a look at some of these again.
Oh.
I want to see the kill towards default. Oh, lovely.
More crispy than Walkers. And 500 extend the lead. Nine to 7.
It hasn't been a clean game, but 500 will be happy, won't they? I mean, 9-7 up on T side. Economy for the opposition is struggling. It doesn't matter if it gets chaotic. If you are putting pressure against the favourites and you are maintaining the lead, then you've got to power on. You've got to push for the win.
Double orbs for Astralis. And of all the maps to concede in this best of 3, the one where their opponents are on a 7-round losing streak was not the one that I saw coming. So much for no chance. 500 generating a real good chance right here. They need to convert upon it though. Upper bomb site seems to be the hit.
And Spellin lining up the top hut volley. It's all about first contact for 500. Need to get these entries.
Molly's out, smoke's late, flashes come in, and Stare will get partially blinded by the Gabby's down with a bomb site. Oh, and timing with that secondary flash is fantastic. Estelle got affected, turns up a triple, and does damage to the player and Squeaky as well. Rainwaker is cornered but supported by that smoke cover, and Cirque's coming in to support as well. Device's orb creeping closer, considering an aggressive lean in towards lobby. Stone has done more than enough at this stage. Now Cadian's even in support, the double orbs on defense.
They're just narrowing in where 500 can actually go. Device on the timing, up against the bomb barrier, missed shot. Device needs to get back out again. Can he hit? Of course he can. Rainwaker now has to try and clutch the 1v3.
High pressure, but high-risk environment now. 1 kill out of 3 required. 1 player per bomb site. Downstairs is Stown. Upstairs is Cadian. Cadian still pressing in the lobby. Wondering if there's a wraparound. He's going to check Pevin at the perfect moment. He's read his target so well. And the connection is absolutely perfect. Astralis answer back with broken buys again. AK's held in by Stown. And money continues to get whittled down for 500.
It was a well-played round from 500. Util was good. The molly towards top heart forced repositions. The flashes were excellent. Oxygen gets an entry. Ships gets an entry, and then Stown does this. I don't think you can criticize 500 in that round. How often does a player on the edge of main get 3 kills? That is a huge individual moment from an Astralis player, and it got them out of survival.
Massive moment for Stown. Cadian, oh, he's going to get numbers for days, certainly numbers of damage, 2 kills out of ships and Surf. 2 of the remaining 3 players are tagged up on 500. And Stown's next task, getting Oxygen in 20th kill in the game. Not quite 21 against Rainmaker, but that's what Yabby's there for. Spellin, once again in a 1v3 now for 500. Bomb can get picked up, but the concern is the numbers that face him.
Spellin's chances of even getting the bomb down are limited. He needs to try and draw a fight. He can smoke off the bomb, but the swing already comes out from a single door. 500 go for a rush, and Cadian was in a strong pos to deal so much damage. He gets 2 kills, puts another player down to about 50. And for 500, I can legitimately say that I've been impressed with their performance on Nuke. I think it's outclassed what they did on Ancient. They've looked more of a threat on this map than they did on their own map Bear.
I agree. Might have been scrappy at times, might have been awkward at others. In totality, you are correct. However, it feels like that impression has run out. It feels like their steam has been all exhausted on 500. Economy finally tipping the way of Astralis, about to try and take number 10 and the lead away from the Bulgarian squad. There's only an eco into this round, so this will be easy pickings as it stands. Cadian really going to take damage. And no casualties for Cirque.
They can't even get Cirque on the big green for the next round. Everyone's on about 1900. I mean, if this bomb plant goes in, they'll actually be able to get an orb. No, not quite. Just nearly crossed out to the back of default.
The players outside heard those footsteps. I didn't know what was going on. The players at Rams had to adjust against them, so the lead gained by the Danes, 500. Once again in a spot where this next rifle probably needs to get one in order to take this map and try and hold dominion within this series.
Well, it's going to test the in-game leadership from Spellin, isn't it? You're going up against a strong team, one of the best teams that you've played probably since joining 500. It's a key gun round. You can't afford to lose it. So what's the setup? How do you set your pieces through?
Yabby just sets himself straight in to give away the opening frag. The SMG against Cirque's AK. Straight up, straight out. Easy pickings. More of a bonus weapon in this kind of round. So Astralis have a lot of money. Yabby didn't need to go SMG here. 500. Immediately slowing things down. The M4 for Stown. Also continuing to fight down Squeaky. Ships has been allowed to walk outside here. Swing in from Stown is going to offer up his next life. So 2 more fights given away by Astralis.
It's a great default. They've slowed the round and they've got individual impact. Now Stair has rotated away from door because he's worried about the lower corridors. He's worried about ships as lurk down in B. But it could still be a top side play from 500. They've got plenty of time to work with. This is going to be a save. There's no one on A for Astralis. Maybe they look for exits at best.
They're moving in towards lobby and ramp, so exiting with 1 player for device. Spellin shut down. Now they start their convergence. Upper is the take. Cadian's leaning forward to read that nobody else is out here. 30 seconds on the clock. Hearing what's going on. And are moving closer to exit frag positions. Cadian. First of all, it's hard. No one's right upon him. He's caught Oxygen to a 3 versus 3. Does this turn into a retake now?
I think it does. Yeah, I'd say go for it.
Rainway can reveal himself. Stair Giving himself hidden away from the events. Just seen tagged up again. Cadian trying to use that information to take the flash in against Brainwave, who falls back out of play. Now they're all three on the upper ground. The sprays of ships doing so much damage though. And that might send those wishes to pay. They're out of there. Astralis to save their guns. And 500 to equalise again.
Well done from Cirque out indoor, and well done to ships on the outside lurk. That's a high pressure round, and they come away very successful. 10 to 10, Rebuy will be back. Economy's going to be strong, so 500 are going to have to win a couple of rounds, probably get themselves up to 12 until they can actually force a reset. For a moment, you can see it. When that flash comes up and everyone's blind, you're thinking, oh, here we go. This is when Astralis start pouncing.
100%. But 500 maintain the line. Astralis must play on. There was a must-win round for the Bulgarians. This one is no different. You still got money in reserve for the CT side. Barely seen. Trying to take a fight against Cadian from beyond that box. Take some returning HEs to do a little bit of damage. Yabby, meanwhile, moving on the outside alongside Device and the AWP. Hide in Africa. Step back of the box gap. 500 not opting to take that position.
Cadian's rotated down lower, so a very defensive setup towards ramp. On the outside, you've got an off angle for the M4, and then the orb's going to get mollied. Device, oh, it doesn't quite spread in time. No, it does. Device will go down.
Bit of a break right there. The player on top of Garage, meanwhile, fighting for Stown. Needs to get this kill. He's got a backup plan as well. His teammate behind in Africa still. Yami will sit back. Ships is so focused on that player at Garage that maybe the press forward actually might allow an opportunity for a trading kill. And indeed, they get it. Meanwhile, Rap has been abandoned by Astralis. 500 take that right back. Cadian now down to the B-bomb site for defensives here. We'll see Spell first. Needs to hit that shot. Able to do so. Sees two more players. Can only get tags. He's desperate for a kill. So is Yabby. Yabby gets nothing. Cadian trades, but he's lost all of his teammates in the meantime. The leader at 34 points of health to run and save his gun again at 500. Have beaten Astralis back to the lead.
Indeed they have, and Ships on outside is just being so annoying. It's just not quite committing to the fight all the way. Down in the lower corridors, the players are struggling. Cadian can hold on to the AK, it could be another buy, but 500 take the lead, and the unexpected nature is that when these rounds get as high pressure as they are, when you get this late in regulation, you're expecting Astralis' quality to outweigh 500, and that's just not quite the case at the moment.
Cadian might not win the round, but he might still get some key players here. Oxygen's fallen. Sun will drop as well. Wonderful stuff from Dane. And he barely survives the bomb blast as well. It's an expensive round of 500. And the money bonus as well, with the loss bonus combining for Astralis. Cadian can drop weapons. A rifle round is on the table for Astralis. 500's reserve money is now. Astralis to win this could well gain themselves the map and match points. And a tactical is called their second of Nuke. A very important one for their campaign.
And if you're a fan of Tier 2, if you want to see up-and-coming teams, this early sign that Big are struggling. Gamer Legion are struggling. Heroic are struggling. Astralis go down 13-11 on Train, 28-26 to 9 on Inferno. 13-11 on Ancient against 500, and now down by 1 on their map pick. These Tier 1 teams that are dropping down to the den of Tier 2 are going to have some struggles in 2025. These games are not going to be easy.
Not at all. Jalil on spell on the weaker weapon, Cadian. Ramp, he'll take the spray and try and spray back himself. The HP's coming in towards Oxygen. He might land pretty well onto it. A lot of damage done in the early round, but no kill gain yet.
Activity into Hut 2. Haven't seen this from Astralis so far. They've been quite passive on the A-bomb side. Could it be a play in the mid-round in which Stare overextends, tries to take space into lobby, tries to take a duel?
He's all alone there, Cadian towards Rams. You need to be a little bit careful about that because he's the only player with a kit for Astralis. outside smokes coming in for Stellan in the meantime. One towards Mini. The Diag start coming out as well. That is an extra support as Ship starts taking movements that make a bit of noise, so be aware of this. But again, no one directly watching ramp outside of the captain here with the AK.
Acadian's got new util, so he can't block. He's got to fight and drop down.
Straight peeked in by Oxygen. Headshot gained. Advantage taken again by 500. Gary's going to try and see if he can change the narrative, but he runs in with his knife pulled out, tried to switch to the gun, but it was a little bit too late. Oxygen with the latest kill. Device got a kill in the interim and down. He's going to try and work back to a 3-on-3. He gets it. He's going to get pressure by Molotovs, left, right, and centre. Forced back into the double door. 69 points of HP. Down being heard. Open plant potentially looks up to the rafters first. Knows that there's a player in ops as well. Rainwaker making his moves. Down making noise. Not sure where exactly to look. But flashbang maybe sending him into the bomb site. Rainwaker takes that chance to strike. Device is off. He's so close. The face on the corner gets nothing. Stare. Finds Circle in the meantime back towards Ramp. Device is struggling here. His pistol's pulled. He can barely get the damage. He's got the kill on the man. And Stares found the kill in the meantime. Just like that, Astralis strike back. The bomb plant bonus to 500 will aid, but again, they've got no money in savings. It's 11 apiece, and Astralis have done enough to cripple the buy.
Oh, that's a close round. To me, that looked as if 500 were going to win the map. Great entry here for Oxygen towards Ramp. And they did so much good work to make it uncomfortable for both the AWPer and down towards the double doors. And Rainwaker's unfortunately whiffing, and the pistol ends up coming out from Device, and Stare just capitalizes on everything. That was the moment. And now 500, do you buy or not? Because 2 players stayed alive, so money in the reserve is limited. You know, we can force up and we can reset them, or we can save and go for round 24 to play for the overtime. This is a big risk, because we're already seeing the buy-up come in. Rainwaker's got a Galil, Tech 9 for Ships, Tech 9 for Cirque, another one for Spellin, and Oxygen on a Deeg. If we want to see the outcome of a classic Bulgarian force, it's right here and it's right now.
Many a time have these force buys worked, but will this be one of them? Will Astralis expect it? Will 500 add another steal to their repertoire? Blocked off by the initial utility sets, they're all inside the lobby. Yabi smoke close towards the open vent, hoping that there's a player that went down towards the vent dive. Nobody did though. 500 haven't really gone for that strat all that much. Slow it down big time, and for right good reason, because when they move, they're going to move quick.
Astralis are expecting a top site here. Stairs on an off angle, Device is heaven, and then you've got your door player. So you've got 3 defenders on A, but it's an outside maneuver for now for 500. They don't have a huge amount of util. Speller's lining up the 2 smoke. What can him and Chips do? It's going to be an A-split through main.
Device is trying to suppress. HG sent Ships charges into Stown, and Stown has the most awkward spray I've seen all day. Counter flashes are out. Device can only do tag damage. There, trades on Ships, and Yabi's able to support him. Secondary Deagle comes forward. Yabi gets Oxygen still on the trade. 3v2. Damage is minimal towards the CT side. Spellen's low, and now he's the only man that's left. 500 tried the force. High risk, no reward. Astralis on map and match points.
Astralis look as if they're going to take it in back-to-back 13-11s. They have been tested, but it seems that with the lack of weaponry, with the loss bonus and no plant from that last round, you are pretty much out of options. Ramp rush, top site play, the 500, they're going to need a miracle, and I'm looking for Oxygen in this round. Out of anyone, Jay, with what he's brought in this series, I'm looking at him to make something happen.
16 kills, the top fragger. Impact significant on the first map, and even more so here on this one. 1 of 4 Tech 9s, a P250 for Rainwaker. That is what they're playing with on 500. Astralis.
Same setup, they're going to A-split again.
Shot down for the Device. Sees that second player as well. Stair can deal with the player coming out. Not that second, but Sir can be traded by Yami, who looks for that second as well. Ships can only get one on the outside before he and his teammate are traded, and Astralis have finally outlasted them. 13-11 on both map 1 and 2, and a 2-0 series that sends them to the grand finals of the RES Showdown.
Astralis get the result they're looking for, but it's a bloody good effort from 500 today, and they'll be heartbroken, same as 9. They could have won it. I think on Ancient, chances of winning the map probably weren't that high, but when you go to round 24, anything's possible. But on Nuke, it was really there. That round in particular, where Stairs backstabbing from ramp and gets 2 kills, and Device capitalizes on the whiff spray from Rainwaker at the double doors and observation, that was the difference. 500 win that round, they win Nuke, and they send it to a decider. So it's a shame for the Bulgarians, because they put up a fight. They put up a hell of a showing.
Indeed they did, and on a map that I didn't expect them to do it in as well. I would have thought that, again, it would have been the key moment would have been for them over on the map number 1, right, on Ancient, one that I've got a little bit of history on, the fact that they had very few wins over on Nuke meant to me that it was like, right, map 1 could well decide the whole series depending on how confident it looks, but the fact that they went as deep as they did on Nuke, and actually looked better on Nuke than they did on map number 1, I'd say that for 500 there's a lot of positives to come out of this, even if it was a 0-2 loss. The beating of Big means that they're going to gain some points. The fact that they've done as much as they have against Astralis shows that they've been able to develop some, and that obviously means that they're a threat to be considered now in the tier 2 space.
It's very true. This is a 500 side that have only got their act together in the last 5 to 6 months or so. And even the events that they've been playing in, I'm looking at the most recent teams that they've played. Eco Warriors, BC Game, Saw, BC Game, Smooth's Money F mix that they had to play in CCT only a couple of days ago. It's just not even pedigree of the high-end teams in Tier 2 yet. Now, I think as that Valve ranking gets stronger, we'll probably see more invites to tournaments where they'll play those big dogs. But to see them already winning a LAN, see them in 3 grand finals in the last 3 months, beat Big yesterday, and put this showing against Astralis, the only thing that could be taken away from today is that 500 are on the rise, and that they are here to upset against Tier 1 squads and show that they can be a top and dominant Tier 2 team.
I'm with you there, mate. It definitely feels like they're a squad now that are trying, or at least are close towards being at that higher end of Tier 2, or at least they will be at in the very near future. They are coming closer and closer. They're starting to get back to that 2022 level, I want to say. Now they just need to try and maintain that consistency, because this was a very impressive series overall for them. Even though they do bow out, they bow out extremely well for them. For Astralis, however, the day is not over. It's a 2-0 victory for 500, or against 500. They get a couple of hours now before they head into Parivision. Remember that even though they were both 2-0, Parivision had a lot more one-sided maps against Terrorics today.
I don't even know if Astralis has got a chance at that final. Parivision look incredible. They've been playing very well. And Astralis look shaky. They've come very close to being knocked out in both the quarters and the semi-finals. If I'm Jane, Kicker, and Dastan from Parivision, I'm going into that series saying we're probably favourites here. We actually feel that the pressure is on you guys to perform, because you're meant to be a top Tier 1 team. You're meant to be a team pushing for Tier 1 trophies. And yet we're the plucky underdogs that seem to be on the rise, that seem to be getting into another grand final and look to take home another trophy.
I wonder if the pressure's getting to all the favourite teams, with the idea that the VRS is so brutal to you. If you lose matches, you lose points. If you lose tournaments, you're going to go tumbling down those leaderboards. So I wonder if that's a factor that maybe might have been affecting everybody involved here. Maybe it might affect Astralis a little bit more, because you're right, these are 2 matches now in this tournament for them where they've been pressed a little bit closer than they really should have been. 9 yesterday, obviously, the Bonanza overtime that we got to call, and today here 13-11s over the 500 side. The second one especially being rather close and actually possibly could have been taken by the Bulgarians. Yeah, there is a lot of concern for Astralis coming into this one. They are not the confident unit, even if they do outrank them by 75 places. That's obviously a huge thing to think about, I think, for them, because yeah, I think you're right. I think Parivision might have a very, very good chance of winning this grand final.
And just knowing that Astralis took on 9, which is a brand new core for this year, and a 500 side that, while the form looks good, isn't a consistent top-end Tier 2 team, it's just surprising to see how close these games are actually being tested. They are working hard for them. And maybe that's a confidence thing, maybe that's a mental thing. Their expectations are that these games are going to be easy, and they're just not. So they could look at it and say, well, we still have been undefeated, we're still yet to actually go to a 3rd map decider, but it is a little bit scary, and it's nervous to see how close some of these rounds and some of these maps have been.
And never underestimate the tier 2 team. I think is the lesson of the weekend at the very least. But will they get underestimated here in our grand final matchup? It's coming up in about 2 hours' time. Parivision versus Astralis. The winner will go towards Blast Open in Lisbon. Will join us after this extended break. We'll take a look at how RES Showdown will conclude.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Well, here we are at the end of the road and the end of the weekend here in the RES Showdown. 2 teams remain and only one will be able to claim victory and the European spot at the Blast Open. On one side, a Red Star that once represented supremacy, and on the other, a plucky underdog in some capacity, certainly in the rankings, but looking anything but an underdog in this weekend's proceedings. I'm Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual. It's grand final time. Astralis take on Parivision. And in this one, again, there is one theoretical favourite. It's Astralis because they're number 15 in the world according to VRS and Parivision are 91. However, I have to say, Dwayne, that is a gross misrepresentation of the truth if you're going off that as your metric to predict who is going to win this match.
I believe that Astralis are going to get humbled in this series. I feel as if they've come extremely close to being eliminated already, and now they're going up against the toughest job yet. They're going up against a Parivision side that look incredible, especially how they dispatched Heroic. I think that was the biggest eye-opener, was that they 13-7 and 13-9 them, where they had a 9-3 half and a 10-2 half. They didn't give Heroic a look in that semi.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it was a thrashing in that semi-final match. And Astralis can't say they did the same against 500. They can't even say they did the same thing against 9. Those are 2 zeros, yes, but remember, 2 13-11s earlier on today, and that bonanza of like a quintuple overtime or something during the quarterfinal match against the 9 side as well. So you've got got 2 different teams rather that have taken 2 very different paths to get here to the grand final.
Indeed, and now it comes down to who's actually got what it takes to win. Now, for Parivision's sake, it's a brand new core. It's a new-looking roster. We've at least seen them win something. Only last week they were able to win the CCT Series 16 tournament, and for that reason, they do have a little bit of a leg up for me, because they know what it's like to perform in grand finals. I take you back to that tournament. They went up against Monty. First map of the series, Jay, their map pick, 13-1. They came in with a vengeance. They came in with some fire, and they didn't even drop a map in that grand final.
Yeah, they looked really impressive during that particular tournament run, and obviously this is the new core of the Parivision side that we've been talking about over the last week or so, and them being looking really impressive is a far cry from the previous Parivision that had so many great pieces but were never quite able to do much with them. This is already the first sign of them doing something great, and maybe it is just the new roster honeymoon period, but something tells me with the experience on this roster that actually there is something a little bit more behind it.
When I look at the lineup itself, Jay, I think it makes sense not only from the players, but the relationships. In the past of Parivision, there was a lot of players that kind of just got picked out, right? Players that had represented the scene very well and done very well, but you've got Kickit, Jame, and the coach Dastan, they've been together. You've got Travis and Nota, they've been together on Amcal. So when you've got these chemistry links of players that have had in-server behavior with one another, it's only pushing this team up to the top.
It is very true, and those little bits of chemistry are going to certainly aid when it comes to cohesively using each other as great assets and using the benefits that you have between each other, and also to combine as a team, because the experience certainly is there. I mentioned yesterday during the quarterfinal match for Parivision that Note is in a very good spot because he's surrounded by great veterans, and it's not just Jame, it's not just Kicker. You know, even Travis has been very experienced, yes, not at the highest level, but there's so much that he can learn, and those guys are going to have, I don't want to say an experience advantage over Astralis because they've still got Cadian and Device, but at the same time, you can't underestimate the fact that these guys have been playing for a very long time, and they're going to have something that Astralis will certainly be lacking in certain capacities. On their side of the board, again, Cadian leading the team. Stown, Yabby, and Stare are the ones that are probably the least experienced of the players in this roster by comparison, but I think, honestly, the bigger concern for me in Astralis is more of their performance over the course of the weekend.
Well, it's an incredible result as of today that Device has now surpassed 1,400 maps played under the Astralis organization, but that means nothing if you lose in the grand final, if you don't get that spot to Lisbon. Now, Astralis, you can look at both of the game in 9 and in 500 and say Device has been giving us the goods. 4 maps played, positive 39 KD difference, 1.35 rating. He's been consistent. He's been on the money. But I'm wondering, what about Cadian? His numbers have been limited. They haven't been outclassing teams. And honestly, Jay, could he be on the chopping block if they lose? I mean, nearly went out in last place at Katowice, didn't qualify to the major. If you're not beating Parivision and you're not getting to Lisbon, someone's got to go. Some changes got to be made.
I mean, certainly from the first part of looking at a roster move, I can concur that that's a reasonable argument to make. But then you have to come to the other part of who do you replace him with? And it's like, well, who in the Danish scene do you get to come up against somebody who's been so proficient with the pieces that he's had in the past? The heroic side, obviously, was Cadian's crowning jewel. Yes, it didn't quite work out in Liquid. It's not working out here on Astralis, but is there anyone better to fit the bill in that respect? I will at least say that on an in-server performance perspective, even though he was a massive drag factor against 9, he did go positive against 500 earlier today. So that's at least something, to know that he's not completely crap in the bed. It's still not the best performer, and you don't expect him to be as an IGL, but it is something to think about there in terms of how in-server performance is going to work, because you can't just have an IGL that can only do calling and can't do fragging. Elsewhere on the board, Stan was the player that actually topped the board during that Astralis matchup, so it's encouraging to see that it's not always going to be Device the man that takes over the game.
And we're going to need a lot more from the rifle pack. I'm looking at that 9 series. They should have lost Inferno. I'm looking at that Nuke series against 500. It was just getting it over the line. You can't have that. You can't have these close one-round difference markers, because Parivision have got more quality than both 9 and 500 do. We need to see Astralis step up their game if they even want to compete in this series. I feel if they give us the same level of performance as what we've seen in the tournament, it will not be good enough to even win a map against Parivision today.
I could see that being a very key possibility at the same time, yes. I mean, that does feel like that's a key fear, I think, for any Astralis fans and Astralis in general, because this one could be a little bit more of a blowout than people might expect, and I'm not saying that in favour of Astralis at all. Parivision have been on a tear lately, and if just not even thinking about the run here in this event has only been one example of that out of many different examples. I think Naokai said it in the match earlier this morning that he thought that they were playing like a tier 1 team, and certainly you have some tier 1 pieces in this environment. They've been taking down some very staunch opposition, so I wouldn't put it past them to be able to take down Astralis here and now. Pick some bands to egg.
It should be Dust 2. I really don't want to see an Inferno pick, though. I think Mirage or the likes of Train should come through for Astralis.
And as you say it, Inferno does get picked. Train is taken out, as is Mirage, so Ancient will be our final map in the Decider. And honestly, I don't know what to make of that.
It's a big mistake from Astralis' point of view. They're picking into a strength. There's no denying that. We saw the Inferno pick against 9. We've seen it against Pain at Katowice. At the RMR, we saw it against Passion UA. However, Inferno is one of the best maps for Parivision. And I don't like, especially in grand final matchups, giving a team like Parivision, who's won so many games in a row, who's so hot in form, 2 good maps to start the veto. I believe Astralis have made a mistake here, and because of that, I don't see a way that they're actually going to be able to win a single map in this best of 3 today.
Yeah, I mean, we could go back to the talking point of how we're talking about maps in terms of tier 2 teams versus Astralis. Like we said the same thing about 500, is that, yes, they might have a decent record on a map, but Astralis are playing much higher level opposition. I don't think that necessarily applies in this particular case, though, because it is one of those cases where they have been taking down some very staunch players and very staunch teams over in the Parivision side. They've looked very impressive in doing so, and I have to also think back to that 9 matchup from earlier on in the quarterfinals, how that Inferno was tipped over to that massive overtime, 28-26, for those of you that missed it in yesterday's second match. So I'm not very convinced that was a right call, honestly, for that Inferno. It does ring true to me that actually this is a key veto mistake from the Astralis camp. They're definitely relying on their own confidence, of which they've had very little, in my opinion. And I think that actually this could end up being a 2-0 affair once again.
Just to even go through some of the results that we've seen on Inferno for Parivision, their last 5 wins in a row, 13-4, 13-6, 13-3, 13-7, and 13-6, against teams like Sinners, Nemega, Bates, Sashi's, teams that we would represent at the top end of Tier 2. If they were close, if they were getting double digits, maybe the odd overtime, I'd say, okay, I can understand it. But they're blowout matches. They're just not even close. And for Astralis, the Inferno was quite average. I mean, they gave, what, 10 map points over to 9 in certain moments of regulation, moving into that overtime as well. If one of those were taken, we were going to see a third map decider, and 9 were going to take Inferno. So Parivision, they'll look at this one from an in-game leading point of view, from a form point of view, and say, we need to go for it all, and not only win this grand final, but win it in 2.
Yeah, I have to agree. This has to be do or die, and they have to completely just overwhelm the opposition. I think in this context, Astralis will need something massive, I think, in order to supersede to supersede a team like Parivision. Dust 2 coming up first, however. We've talked about the mistakes of Inferno. Is there any hope for Astralis in this map up? I know it's the second highest one map in the pool for them, but it's another similar story again for the Parivision side.
And they haven't played a lot of Dust 2 recently. They had a 13-9 against Pain in Kato, struggled against Spirit in the group stage. Haven't seen any Dust 2 from them in this tournament. So difficult to know exactly what it's going to be like. Just to take an example, Parivision have played 16 best of 3 since forming this new roster together, and 10 times Dust 2 has been the pick. So every chance they have, they pick into Dust 2. And they proved against Heroic that they were incredibly strong. They had that 9-3 half. They didn't give them much of a look in. They closed the game down pretty quickly. It's going to be tough for Astralis to hold weight on Dust 2. They'll definitely be able to hold weight a lot further on Inferno.
Yeah, so as a result, when we consider everything that we've just seen right there, if we're looking at Inferno as being a mistake and still they can probably hold weight on that map better than they can on Dust 2, then that's not a very good look for the likes of the Danish squad, right?
Yeah, they have had time, though, and I think that may be something that we need to discuss. A good hour and a half break in between the last series and this one. Try and get some preparation, try and get as much prepared for as possible against Parivision. It's going to be a tough series for Astralis, and we're finally coming into a discussion where you go up against 9, they're, what, 60-odd in the Valve ranking. You go up against 500, they're 57, so they're about in the ballpark figure. And then you're going up against a team that's 91st, but hang on a second, they're actually better than all 2 of them. This is going to be a tough game, and I would consider Parivision to be the favourites. I think their form looks a lot better. The overall team has more depth than Astralis have in recent history, and this is Parivision's tournament to win.
So you're saying then to take it in 2-0, or do you think Astralis can get a map out of this one?
2-0 Parivision.
Honestly, I think I'm going to join you there, mate. As Parivision have just been so good over this weekend and over the last couple of weeks as well. Astralis have got a mountain to climb if they want to make it into Blast Open Lisbon. For now, it's the grand finals of the RES Showdown. Only one team will be going to Portugal. Who's it going to be? Let's find out. Pistols in Vacadian, starting things off down mid, trying to get the first engagement of kills. Kicker and Travis will take damage, and the HEs will continue to extend that to Belchadok and Notus. So at least there's a health advantage for Astralis for now.
Travis might apply some pressure out here towards short. Device gets flashed in, but doesn't see anything. Yabi and Cadian are still prodding around out here from mid. They want to try and see if they can find a get back.
Cadian tagged up to 13, Device Goosh down at 3. Belchadok draws out first blood. They're starting to turn the odds back against the Astralis side. They started so well with the HP, but now it's a 5-on-3 for Parivision. B side looking mighty tasty right now after the tease. The bomb's making its way in towards Dark.
Yeah, Kicker's going to try and cut rotations. Great timing. All the CT's not looking. Stown looks back in, and players are here on the bomb side.
They've got the info of all 3 individuals, though. The bomb could rotate back with the short presence still being held by Parivision. They're not pushing forward of that smoke, and they can hear the rotates all the same. Parivision are taking their time with this.
Just so patient. They've got time to work with, and Travis is waiting for more of an encounter. They're trying to draw the CTs in, trying to get them out of repositions.
And continuing to tag down players like Belchadok. Down, strikes on towards short, gets a couple of headshots out of it. James turns it into a 2 versus 2. Needs to go back and pick up that bomb. They're running out of time, and he lands a headshot on to the Abbey as well. Stare alone, 1v2, HP over both of them. Plant coming down. Belchadok has been seen. The headshot not quite taken by Stare, and backup has arrived. James ends with a triple, and Parivision pick up the pistol.
I'd be watching out for both Belchadok and James. Their form in this tournament has been very strong, and their form on Dust 2 overall is extremely good. You've got James that's averaging a 1.30 rating, and Belchadok at a 1.28 across the last 10 Dust 2 officials that they've played. And the in-game leader on the P250 and armor made that look comfortable, and while the time was low and they were losing a couple of kills in that 5v3, they still end up the round comfortably.
Parivision will face the hero force buys in from Astralis, the SMG and the M4. Able to combine to get some damage out past the upper tunnel, but they're unable to get the kills against Travis or Nota. Return some HP on towards the CT side, so it's not going to get away completely worthless there on Parivision. They do lose Travis, however. After smoke, Device capitalizes and open up to her skill.
And this is where Parivision need to not accelerate, but find impact towards long. You've got the AK that's trying to cut rotations at lower dark, Kicker's close towards CT, and just going out dry. First player comes in, spam kill from the Deagle, in fact, from CT.
Headshot found, nice and effective. Not always consistent though. James backstab, can see them both. Fight well, but not fight well enough. Yami takes back the trade, so Belchnok has got to strike again. 2v2 allowed, Nota's low, has to plant the bomb.
This is still a tough 2v2 for Astralis. Because Device got HE down to around 50 in the upper tunnels, him on the retake has to maybe be more of a bait to set up Stair.
Stair's also on the SMG, the AK in the hands of Device. Spots individuals, Belchnok, quick pick. Triple for him in this round now. Stair's going to make his moves. Try not to get seen, but peeks right into both, and Nota and Belchnok are not going to waste any time with dealing with that player. Parivision can connect to.
And I think you were talking about Belchnok a bit yesterday, Jay, in which he's been around the scene for quite some time, especially in Tier 2. One of the first pro teams that he was on, Ethereal, he was playing with guys like Kenzie and Zorti, who ended up becoming big names in the Tier 2 CIS scene. Had a little stint playing on Nemega, had that Parivision first iteration, didn't he, before he went over to Aurora. Played there for about 5-6 tournaments or so, and then got brought back and basically refunded the roster and rebuilt to what we've got today.
And the cornerstone of Parivision, as you would say. Him and Kicker at the holdovers from the previous squad. Kicker in particular, only last month celebrating his 1-year anniversary with the team. New horizons drawing for both of them and their teammates. Parivision so far in the lead here against Astralis. Imagine the Belchnok's going to get picked up with the HP disparity there towards long. It's a bit of an eco half buy-in for Astralis, and mostly eco pistols, but Cadian forcing into that scout. A little bit more of a round attempt, but not by a massive amount. No kills gained by the scout. Down is all alone.
And if you aren't going to be realistic about some of the Tier 2 demons, teams that towards the end of 2024 or maybe in the first few months of this year have caught our eye and thought, okay, who's really going to start pushing towards the top? We've previously seen Eternal Fire do it. We've seen 3D Max. We saw Saw for a few months get in that conversation. The first couple of tournaments, Parivision are maybe not there yet, but at least you can start thinking about them. This is back-to-back grand finals for them. I expect them to have a deep run in ECL. I expect them to be in the conversation for a team that can qualify to Pro League. So if you can qualify to Blast Open, well, that would at least get the first few months of the year being very successful.
Parivision. So far, so successful here on Dust 2. SMG finding success against the fight on Nota, but not enough success to get the kill. The AK doing one better as the spray goes all over the place in the latter portions of that fight. Advantage Parivision again.
A Device just maintaining a deep angle to watch out from mid. I don't really want to be losing an opening def that early into the round. Needed more impact out of Cadian there. Very defensive. Deeper smoke down from the A-bomb site allows at least long coverage. And Parivision happy to play the clock.
Smokes up in mid to buy a little bit of breathing room. Kicker can start walking his way into Stan's position. His teammates forming up in the tunnels. A lot of mid-emphasis from Astralis on the contrary, so a B-take right now would yield very good results. That smoke's in the way, though. Kicker hiding behind the smoke in a mid. You're going to fight on Yabi. Yabi's going to claim him, so 4v4's established.
They might not expect as much towards the upper and lower tunnels. There's no one on B directly. All of the B players are outside of the doors right now.
Nathan Flash was coming in from the T's. AWP Device is still looking outside of the doorway. Stown picks up 2 kills alongside Yabi on Belchnok, and Parivision's time-stalling tactics have all gone to waste. Most dead in mid. Jame now for Jame time. The AWP is not getting a clutch in this one. Astralis will get their first round.
you can see and just sense by the gameplay that Parivision are trying to play proper CS. That mid-round, they've got a man up, they've got Kickit trying to cut rotations. James going to get pressured in the late round, and Astralis could have a little bit of a late dive to see if they can kill him after time. But it's all about working mistakes and working CTs to over-pushing, over-rotating, very similar to what you had in the VP style, and that makes sense. When you've got Kickit that played on VP for so long, when you've got Jame and Dastan that are there, you're going to see similarities in the play style from Virtus Pro to Parivision.
None more similar than that round. In this case, it hasn't quite worked towards their favour, so Astralis maintain their first. Parivision getting the first tactical timeout, so Dastan's picked up on something that he doesn't like. They won't like too much of the buy right here. Belchanok in particular. Galil as the weakened weapon.
Astralis are currently first in the event on their city side for the highest amount of utility ADR. Now, probably not going to see a huge amount of that when it comes to a map like Dust 2, but still watch out for the utility usage on some of the execs, the HEs, the incendiaries that are going to go down. As for Parivision, it's been multi-frag central for a lot of their players. I think back to the Gamer Legion series, what I saw earlier against Heroic, and just individuals opening up space, allowing 2-3 kills at times. Jame was very proficient on the AWP down from mid. This time gets nothing.
And Astralis' last round had a lot of emphasis in mid on the CT basis. Now they've got none at all. Heavy-handed to the long take on 3 players. Nothing seen there. Parivision offering them little. Now one man's gotten back towards CT spawns. There'll be a little bit of mid defense, but the part of the map that Parivision have full dominion over. Travis hunting for Cadian outside of the tunnel's entrance. Will he look onto that B-bomb site? He will see Cadian. Instant incendiary, backs off.
It baits decent nades, though. Still gets one of the B players to drop an incendiary. And Jame is in a position that if Sound wants to slightly over-rotate from spawn and help out to be a third player towards B, that's when he'll get caught moving. Seems as if it could be a B split. 2 players out to mid. Kickit. Similar position to what he was in the last round, where he's sort of that mid-lurker.
Grouped up again to go towards the tunnels. Cadian, fantastic smoke. They're going to have to push ahead of that. Molotov sent. Cadian trying to get back out of the way. 2 T-side players are on the site. Notice trying to put a smoke down. He's going to actually have it go a little bit too deep in that case as he goes falling. CT's now charging straight forward. Of it, Yabby into the bomb site. Travis has gone down. Kicker has no idea how far forward this player is aggressive. And James Television looking at the window will get picked up on a triple for Yabby's part. Belchanok now 1 versus 5 can only get the 1 kill. As Cadian cleans him up. It's double AWPs. AK saved. Wonderful round for Astralis.
Now, something to consider, and that we haven't really spoken about at all, is that Astralis' opening game against 9, that's a brand new roster, still trying to find their identity. Your next game is up against 500. Now, tactically, they don't play the best of CS. They're quite gimmicky, they're quite individual, whereas for Parivision, it might just be the team is a bit more readable. That was a very good timing of a re-smoke down from Cadian and getting into the right position. So, Astralis might find that they're more comfortable on the CT side against a team like Parivision, because they can have a little bit more of an understanding of exactly what's going on.
We should be seeing the scoreline even out, so Astralis can get back on even kill with Parivision. Upgrade pistols are out for the T side on a couple of players. See whether they can take some rifles out of Astralis' hands, make it expensive. Not much expense to be found in mid for them, however. Stound's already picked up Nota, and the rest should follow pretty quickly. Parivision have to change that predictability about themselves if they want to try and keep pace at Astralis. The one thing of the stylistic clash that we talked about against 500 earlier, you mentioned, of course, that they're a bit more gimmicky, a bit more individual. Astralis' a structured Danish team. Parivision have got to deal with that.
We've been talking about Astralis and them having the IM Dallas closed qualifiers to play only in a few days.
Yep.
Parivision were in a really good run in the open quals and then got knocked out by a mix in the round of 32. It was 5-13 as a loss. It just wasn't even close. So we won't get to see any sort of rematch or any progression for another qualification for Parivision.
It's still early doors in this series, so there's time to make amends. Will be a tragic moment for Parivision, however, considering how well they've done on the online cups, the 2 opportunities to miss out on their on qualifications, as you mentioned. Here at the very last hurdle, the end of the Rising event rather than the Rising qualifier. Parivision. Again, lots of things to have to make up and deal with over the course of this best of 3. Now they have to try and get the lead back over Astralis. It's 3 apiece. And still not the best of weapons in the investment to Galil out for Belchnock again.
I haven't seen many long takes or even short takes. It's been mainly B hits in Parivision. Another setup of a 4-1 and quick into B they go.
Yabby behind the big box. Molotov sending him out of the way, trying to engage and still gets away with a kill despite. Bomb dropped in the open. The rest of the CTs can start to get called over. Cadian blind firing, hoping for the best. HEs will try open up a gap on the smoke, but nothing is generated for Vision. So the 4v4 will ensue. The retake is on, and Kicker is waiting for the backstab.
At first time, we've got double AWPs, which is not ideal for a retaking scenario at all.
Especially not on Dust 2. They're running double AWPs quite a lot over the course of the weekend, but they've usually been pretty successful. Not in this case. It's down, ready to Kicker. Finds the dink, but the AK is one little bit extra better. And that frag will send the Astralis packing. Have to save. No sense in going for it now. Double AWPs will stay. The AK will stay. They can buy back into the next Parivision or reclaim control.
And just another thing to start thinking about, Jay, just start pondering, is that Astralis have lost 0-2 twice to Virtus Pro in the last meetings, both times when Jane was still on the team. It was Virtus Pro knocking out Astralis of IEM Rio back in October, and then VP knocking Astralis out of the Blast Premier Spring Final in June. So maybe a bit of revenge for the Astralis side, and maybe something to think about if you're Jane.
A bit of a limited capacity. Not the whole team, of course, but you are right.
I bet he still knows how Astralis plays. He's still familiar with the playbook.
He's not the corner on this team, though. That's Kicker.
That's true, but there's still a lot that you can share, and you know that he's going to be vocal as a secondary caller.
So far, it's still been a close affair. Astralis were almost ready to take the lead. Parivision are going to try and overwhelm them again with a faster pace. This time into a short. Nota! Fantastic sequence against Staring. Cadian lost his captain in the meantime, but a 4-on-3 has been gained. Device forced a tank damage to get away with those Molotovs that drive him in towards CT. Spawns down, also trying to stand to attention, but he's just got no vision with the smoke. The flashbangs, even more flashes coming in from the T side. Belchi's looking for an angle of attack. He's getting closer and closer to fighting when fighting Device gives it up towards him. The sprays in from Stown almost cost himself his own life. 38 HP to that fight. AWP recovered now. 3 players still in for Parivision, and 1 is flanking from long. Stown is covered for the time being. The jump face is very ballsy. Kelly, you aren't. And finally, they'll get the bomb down.
Yeah, Stown's just not getting much help at the moment. At least Yabby's got a HE that he can lob into the center of the bomb site.
It's in the shadow of Travis. Travis going to get up a ghost. Yabby still waiting for Stown to make a play. He's trying that jump up again. The M4 is a bit more consistent, and Nota give up the ghost. It's James now. AK in his hands. Waiting for the CTs to make their move. Knows that one's going to come down from the lower angle. They're actually going to boost up and get towards upper instead. James playing away from the bomb site, but the defuse can come in towards the central plant position on default. Swing forward, spray goes awkward, and Stown will connect the kill. They do have enough time, actually. I thought for a second that Stown, when lacking the kit, was going to cost them, but not to be. Astralis back to even again.
Quality on the retake, and what I'm seeing for Astralis actually looks to be the best all weekend so far. We're seeing good team play. We're seeing good protocols overall. Love the confidence from Nota and Parivision in that round to just swing, know that the AWP is there. You're being mollied, but you still commit for it. A 3v2 on the post, but just can't get it to work. Astralis will be very happy with that.
Wow, look at those odds at 1xBet, by the way. Favoring Parivision just by a small amount. Still recognizing that Astralis' place in the world is something to value, but still believing that Parivision may well have this best of 3. Tactical timeouts used by the Danes, and rightfully so, because we've been locked in a bit of a stalemate here. Back and forth in the last few rounds. Even on the board, that round win as well for Astralis. Not enough to completely break Parivision, although the money still is not 100% there for the T side. And the economy game for Astralis has been played really well thus far. A lot of players staying alive, and therefore a little bit in reserve to buy back if they need it.
One of the worst things that the VRS could have for the Tier 1 teams is just getting locked to Tier 2 if you just keep dropping too far. And that's probably even more of a pressure for all of these Tier 1 squads, that the more that we fail, the more that we struggle against these Tier 2 teams, the lower we're going to drop and the more often we're going to have to play them.
As I'm sure that you're aware, Dwight, it's very difficult for Tier 2 teams to break through now with the nature of how VRS works. Bad times ahead for Astralis as they continue to let Parivision get their way. Nota has just struck on device. Another entry for the young man again.
And Nota looks good. And in a grand final versus Astralis, you may be thinking, oh, 17-year-old might be a bit nervous, right? Maybe doesn't have the pure confidence to hard swing against certain areas. But right now, he's showing none of that. Cadian, backside with a teammate of Yabby. At least there's 2 on B to defend.
Orb connects for Cadian. Dipping in again? No. Tees will back away entirely and concede the 4 versus 4. Nota worked hard to get to that position, but now man to concede it. We've got 40 seconds on the clock. The bomb's going to make its way in towards tunnels, but will the B be the end? It looks like it will be the case.
Kicker's just trying to cut a rotation, either from mid doors or from short. Stound's in a good position where he can try and strike and then bring Cadian on rotation.
And forward spray through, getting a kill. Damage done. The second one just barely comes up with Stound and Cadian's support as well. James now has to save the AWP. No sense in throwing a life away in this context. And that will cripple Parivision again. Astralis did a lot of damage in that last round.
Yeah, hang on. James might go down. Stairs pretty close.
That is true, actually, yeah. The mid-fight coming in from the man. James does hit the shot, so it looks like he'll maintain himself.
Yeah, Parivision are having some struggles. Astralis have done good work with the utility usage. Out there on B, you've got a lot of time stalling. You've got a strong reposition that you take the encounter, and then you instantly strafe behind the smoke on the left-hand side, and it just all starts collapsing. And Parivision have been very two-dimensional towards the B hits, and it's got to be something of anti-strat, of some preparation that they've had. There's got to be a reason why they're hitting B as much as they are. It's obviously something that Dastan and Kicker as a caller believe in, otherwise we'd be seeing more A hits.
Tacticals coming in for Parivision now. Because they have lost the lead to Astralis. The first time, I believe, that Astralis have taken advantage in this series thus far. Equalised off the back of the pistol conversions that Parivision had found at the start. And blow for blow up until this point. Again, money's not great for the CIS squad. They've got very little to buy around the AWP with, so Deagle's in P250 for Kicker. It's a far cry from the rifle set. Parivision will be well aware of that much. What can they do to enable James in this circumstance? How much can he gain out of this position?
You got to be realistic and say, because there's not much around it, you might be able to kill a rotator, you might be able to get a timing kill, but I don't think much is going to be warranted in this kind of round. The one positive that Parivision have is just how many officials are being played from them recently. They've had more best of threes in the last 3 weeks played than Astralis have had in the last 3 months.
Nade again to the T side and swapping AWPs about for Cadian to give Yabby, the low HP player, the big green gun. Took a decent dink there in the tunnels. Still now he'll watch that mid position as Cadian plays with the incendiary in his hands once again. We'll need that smoke to come in from his teammate quick. One actually come out from the T side instead. Instant response from Cadian, that will stall them for now.
Watch out for Cadian and Yabby's HE. If that gets lobbed in at the right timing, that's going to do a lot of damage to the upper players on B.
Second smoke up. Travis will have to make a move. Just seen above that smoke there for Cadian. See that second player as well. Caught dropping off, however, so Cadian can't stabilize the kill. Yabby does come forward with a decent deagle, and he also gets cut back by James. It's down, trading it, however, leaving James now alone in the clutch. He's just not going to go even further than the USP for Stound. Triple in. Astralis continue to maintain 6 on their board. Minimums of the half have now been taken.
This is a good performance. Now, Astralis don't often play a lot of Dust 2, and they're going up against a team that's got 8 wins and 2 losses in the last few weeks. And they're putting in a good shift. Not only have they got a lead, but they're showing strong levels of team play. The utility usage is on point, and not giving Parivision too many opportunities right now.
The last one was the single orb with the eco pistols. Now they've got the rifles back in play. James couldn't hold on to the orb for a second round in a row, so Galil out for him. Parivision grouped up outside of long. You mentioned earlier there's been very few long takes from them. I think one quick prod out from Belchnok came in earlier, which Astralis were able to deal with relatively well. They're starting to push on towards that long house alongside some short presence being taken. The orb device is so ready. Missing the shot though. Belchnok doubles up. And now it's down suddenly. The only defender on the A site, overwhelmed by nodes when he pushes that smoke. That's round done.
Just pure punishment of a missed orb shot is pretty much what that round comes down to. Belchnok easily gets that first and then transitions from the second. And then your third player on A has to make an info play, has to try and get away from long because of the take. And Parivision use one player to make an all-important round happen.
Shot rings out for James. Can't get a kill against Cadian now. Now makes another missed orb shot. That's another punish from Belchnok. Triple in the round. And might even go hunting for Yabi to take that other weapon out of play. So favors have been returned. Parivision. So a lot of 6-all scorelines in the first halves over the course of this, over the course of the last best of 3, and now this one might actually end up being the exact same case. But Astralis have money on the table, so they will be buying back and try to see if they can edge out a lead at the turn of the half.
And you can give a lot of praise to the organization for belief that this Parivision project is going to work, because they've used, what, 2 in-game leaders already? They used Jerry, they used Alpha, didn't really work. They had some big names in Artfrost, Patsy, Exy Power, and, well, it's now only the brand new Fresh Core that's finally putting Parivision's name to the top of Tier 2.
Yeah, things just weren't clicking in that last game, as much as obvious to me. Oh, Stare, what a shot. Belchnok, this time he's punished. See why they don't go for longhouse takes all that often there on Parivision, especially in the early rounds. Casualty, they can't seem to recover, and AK now firmly in the hands of Stare. Devices AWP also baiting out the orb shot from James. They know where he is now.
This is going to be the first time, by the looks of it, that they're not going to have an even half or a positive half. A 9-3 up against Heroic, 10-2 in the Anubis game, 8-4 against Gamer Legion on Mirage, and now, oh, potentially 5-7 down. They're being tested.
Kicker spots one, but his crosshair was aimed towards the door and not the doorway. So Stare can now make it 2 men up for Astralis, and all 3 of the remaining Parivision players all grouped up on short, being smoked off by the CT side as well, so they don't have access to that A bomb site anymore. Mid to B seems to be the call. Down looks to call in a attempted return. He pushes that smoke and reveals himself to Travis. The kill comes back for the Tees.
Caden with the orb just needs to get 1, needs to stall for time.
Yabi behind the car gets 2. The leg shot certainly assisting. James got nothing in this round, so it seems like Astralis will actually be able to win out the half. Parivision not allowing Tradition to stay at this point, because Device will punish the last player, and it will be 7-5 at the turn for Astralis.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Close as you can get without being dead set even. Astralis 7-5 at the turn of the half. Wonderful adjustments towards Parivision, and well, perhaps not the stomping they were expecting out of this map, Dweck.
disappointing first half from Parivision. They had some close rounds, but let's be honest, that was a 3-0 beginning to then only getting 5 in total. And the thing that might hurt them the most is the lack of success in pistol rounds. They have the lowest pistol round win percentage in the entire tournament so far. They may have won the pistol in the first half, but can they do it twice?
Astralis down to gain a lot with a pistol win right here and now. It's the long challenges from Travis and Belchnon do go a little bit back and forth. Belchy good to trade on Travis' initial death. James is also backed up there behind the car. Belchnon gets a double and Stan will finally trade him forward. Flashes, there's actually Molotovs the kicker. James turned away from him, so even I thought it was a flashbang there. They do push up towards the site, however, regain the high ground.
They need to keep fighting and keep the pressure on towards Astralis. They're leaving Device with the P250 just to prod away from the pit while the bomb and a teammate starts to move elsewhere.
Been effective though. James to 12, kicker at the 71, both down to Device challenge. Start working his way into an angle of support because you're right about the split play into the A.
A stare on first contact is going to be up against Kickit. Pre-aim is very low. Kickit was not anticipating a fight at all.
His teammates flank down towards the mid position and also now they have to concede that bomb site. Smoke's coming in at the perfect time. Nota did not see the bomb planter or his teammate. Good shots doing damage to Stare, but they're not kills yet. He needs a head or two, and it's not going to happen. Down the Device. Clear up the last couple of players. The split in towards the retake does not work, and Parivision indeed will concede the pistol.
This is going to be a real challenge from Parivision because this is an Astralis that we haven't seen over the weekend. An Astralis side that's looking concise and that's looking threatening. While a lot of the maps that they had against 9 and 500, they were leading, they weren't leading by much for the most part. It was always only a handful of rounds. I can start feeling a bit of separation between these two teams now.
I have to agree. Especially with the force play for Parivision. This could be Astralis up 10-5. Coming in very close to the wire to allow the Danes all this breathing room. Three-round lead looks to grow. Can these Deagles derail it, though? That's the next big question. They're going to clear out the tunnels and recognize that nobody's there, at least not initially. You've still got Stare outside of them. Astralis' main emphasis is on long.
And notice how many rifles Astralis have got up here rather than prioritizing SMGs. Use that long-range weapons of the Galils up against the site players.
Deeper CT smoke. Finding a bit more cover for both sides. Yami leaning in, seeing that scout player on the boost can take Nota down, but James is very fast to return. And you're right about that. Stare in amongst the distraction and amongst the pressure that Astralis applied on the other side of the map. He's going to sneak into the B play and realize that no one's here. So Caden will sit back in pit for the late lurk and just to ensure that no one's going to push on and flank back from mid or top. But the majority of the T-side forces on that B site will get that bomb plant down.
Yeah, this is a wake-up call now for Parivision. While it was a good start with the pistol and the 3-0, they are getting close to basically now being in the conversation of can we survive on our map pick? And Cadian making this round very expensive, so nothing's going to be saved. 9 rounds up for Astralis. A light eco to follow means double digits is calling. Parivision's chances on Dust 2 are starting to get lower and lower by the rounds.
Both so confidently said 2-0 Parivision. I'm starting to get a little bit more, rather less confident in my prediction now.
Well, this is what the Astralis that we expect, and the one that we haven't seen over the last couple of best of threes.
And this was their tournament to lose by ranking alone. Then they're starting to realise that. Device is taking down Kicker, Belchnock and Nota are low. Bomb site is really taking him on B. It's down, ensuring that Nota can't really be any major threat. A deco round, as well as ecos tend to go here. Belchnock picked up next. Decent headshot from James. Okay, below that for some damage. No further kills being found. Travis also hunted from range as Deagle can find Device, so again, expense. Not as possible. Any more out of it? Yes, it's down, jump facing, offering himself up on a silver platter. No more than that. 2 AKs will stay in for Astralis. Parivision have done quite a fair amount of damage. Try and limit that economy state, but they need to win the rifle to actually put that damage to effect.
Now, we did see a lot of three-mapper affairs from the Parivision side in other tournaments. I'm thinking back to the semi-final they had in CCT, 2-1 versus Sinners, the close qualifier that they had here. They lost to Bait in the upper bracket final, 1-2 in the best of 3, then beat Omega and Bait in three-mapper affairs. So maybe it comes down to the conversation of, well, it's been a little bit cruisy, a bit easy going. Now it's in a final. We're going to have to really stretch ourselves.
Belchanok tagged early in this rifle round, the first one of the half. Parivision forcing the issue, having to go with Eco's Astralis. Stand to gain map point with this win. How poetic of a return when Parivision had, I think it was a 12-5 over a Heroic at one point before they closed out that one map. Astralis to do the exact same thing. It can be huge for them. HE's the Belchanok has found him. They've found Cadian on the other side of the map in the meantime, so CT defensive's good on that side, but not here on B with the executions coming down. Kicker tries to resist, but it's only good for the one frag. Yabby so fast to respond. Jamin and Travis caught in transition. Feels like it's a safe call.
If we're going to be brutally honest, Astralis have outclassed Parivision on Dust 2. From not only a tactical point of view, but they just haven't allowed the star fraggers of Parivision to get much involved. We had, what, 2 rounds back-to-back where Nota had the multi-frag on short, and then he got the opening kill against Device on the Xbox. Since then, can't really remember an impactful duel from him. Belchanok's been silenced for the most part. James has had the AWP, but he's been saving it quite a lot. They've just not allowed any of the players to get 5v4s, hold man advantages. It has been a quiet showing from Parivision, and Astralis are coming close to closing.
Terrorists win.
Two more rounds to get there. Parivision will be thanking their lucky stars that they've actually saved some money over from those 2 players that maintain their lives, because otherwise they're going to have nothing to play with.
It's funny, when we started the broadcast yesterday, Jay, you were talking about how close Astralis were in the Valve ranking to being in the main event, same for Gamer Legion. Well, one team went out in the first round, and one team's now looking as if they could win the whole thing.
I didn't expect it to be Astralis at the start of the weekend, I'll tell you that much free. Straight in for Stan. Look at the balls on this man. Straight up kill on James. Travis is good to trade it at least, but the threat of Astralis, the confidence on them to go for plays like that and still make them work somehow.
And they're not accelerating, though. They're keeping it quite calm, which is then doubting whether it's been a cancel or not. And Travis knows there's at least 2 outs along, but doesn't know it's the whole team.
Device is walking. Smoke's in the way, of course, will suppress that vision onto the catwalk player. Another smoke comes down on the T side. The Device can walk all the way up to the bomb site. Is Belchanok ready for this? He looks like he is. Oh, headshot read so well, but Device's spray is very, very off. And also, Travis, through the smoke, he catch Yabby. So, Parivision getting away with a couple of steal kills. Staring Cadian in the 2 versus 4 now. AWP trying to join up with the bomb carrier. Provide some support, needs a decent shot and a kill. Reading Belchanok well, but only landing the tag against him. Second shot also doesn't connect. Belchanok punishes that stairs with a 1v4 to win. He'll get that first, but Kickout's backstab closes in the pincers. And Parivision will deny Astralis' map point.
And nothing wrong with that setup at all from Astralis. You leave the AWP on the edge of pit, keep the sightline held, players start creeping up. The pre-aim is good towards Belchanok, but the kill doesn't get landed. Intriguing in that moment that it's Device with the rifle coming up ramp and not the other way around, that Cadian's holding the AWP at pit. But Parivision can, I think, thank Belchanok in that round. Without that first kill against Device, they would have struggled to hold on to the bomb site.
Astralis call their second tactical of the game. 5 rounds separate them from Parivision at the moment. I also recognise the danger that's on the table. Money has been whittled down for the T side. This is a swing round that could swing against them and cause them a mountain of worries. Parivision are in a similar boat, but they've got a few more reserves. Astralis to win this round, probably seal the deal on this first map. So better to do it now than wait for later and maybe never do it at all. Or simply Device. Oh, what a connection. Saw Belchanok jumping over the smoke and not quite the frag, but the tag is certainly there.
Acadian tried to fake that they were rushing into B there, try and draw some of that counter util from the CTs. Belchenok being down low is a concern for the late round. James had that AWP posted out towards long, but he starts shifting into short. Astralis slow, but it seems as if they want to take long.
And slowly shifting the 1xBet odds over in their favor as well. Remember how it was skewed towards Parivision by a tiny amount. Now a lot more favoritism towards our ranking favorites. Acadian but to flash his teammates into long. And they've got Travis on the other side of the doorway to deal with it. Caught none of it by that flashbang at all, but the second one comes forward and Stown can connect upon that kill. Advantage now, well and truly with Astralis kicker, about to get caught off guard by Yabi, holds his patience and plays it to perfection. 5 on 3, established 2 CT still on the A bomb site, but that may be about to change here.
And Nota needs to get a flash from a teammate, there it is.
Kill returned by Stare though from beyond the smoke. Nota will drop, Belchenok's low, James stands the AWP almost completely alone himself on short. 2 players. This is the 3 of which are working their way up towards long. Belchenok hiding inside that smoke is not going to offer up a vision or information until the timing is right. But you still got device backed up there. HGs have been sent, footsteps are heard. Belchenok swings, finds one, device punishes him real quick. It's all on James now.
James just surrounded, late lurking from mid. 2 players coming up on A. Footsteps are heard. Yabi's making noise.
Doesn't win the fight though. Yabi, AK headshot. Taking all rifles out of play from Parivision. You'll see the limits of the buy. They've still got weapons that they can buy, and particularly the AWP from Nota passed off to James. But it's map point for Astralis. 6 of them available on Dust 2.
Pure quality from Astralis. The first flash is to blind anyone off from the long corner or towards pit, and then the second flash is anyone close towards the blue bin, which is exactly where Travis was. The position on Xbox, the off angle to wait for the rotation. So much to praise in that last round for Astralis.
Start to wonder how Parivision find a way out of this awkward situation here.
No, they certainly don't on this map, I'll tell you that much.
Not encouraging for their own map pick.
No, it's not, but perhaps it's just a playstyle. There's a lot more freedom being given to Astralis in both the first half and the second half of Dust 2 because of the way that Parivision like to play. And just a huge contrast to how the last few officials have gone down for them, how hard they had to work for almost every round and every map win, whereas today, it hasn't felt like a challenge at all.
Again, it's so contrast to what Astralis were bringing to the table in the last couple of days. There's a very good reason why we said 2-0 for Parivision. It looks like it's more likely that Astralis get the 2-0. Get to see how Inferno goes down. Of course, that's had its own awkward moments, so I'll hold my tongue on that front, but not the stomping that I thought it was going to be for Parivision. Travis will at least try and hold on to the SMG here. Stown picked up. Acadian try to turn back against him. He will connect onto that kill. Nota unable to resist against Stare as Yabi strikes on Jamie. It looks like this map is over to egg. Kicker will do his best, but his best is not good enough. Say goodbye and get out of here. This map is going the way of Astralis. Belchenok's 1v3 is all a formality.
Master's going to try, but players are looking at the edge of the smoke, and there it is. Parivision completely outclassed, and I don't even think you can pinpoint individual rounds and criticize mistakes. That was just another level, and it was something that they hadn't faced in the Gamer Legion series, in the Heroic series. They come into today, and they legitimately just get blown out of the water.
Yeah, and that's the thing, blown out of the water, right? It'd be one thing if Astralis cinched this map up by quite a small margin, but no, this was a bit of a runaway, honestly. And you're right, they outclassed them, they outplayed them. I feel like that a lot of the qualities that we saw in Parivision over the last few days weren't quite enough to deal with the Astralis that we saw in this map-up, which is so contrast to the Astralis that we saw not only earlier on today, but yesterday as well.
And maybe it does come down to the teams. I mean, let's look at Gamer Legion. They only recently added RES. They only recently added PR. They're probably in that conversation for a 1.5 tier team. You look at Heroic, that's a core from Sangul, that's a pretty new roster, again, tier 1.5. Whereas Astralis, they might be struggling, they're still a legitimate tier 1 team. They still compete in that environment all the time with a long-standing core, with a long-standing roster, and maybe that's the difference if we're using parallels from previous games to today.
Certainly, I mean, look, I think you've hit like on a really good point right there. I mean, even then, like Astralis, I don't think they've made any changes in a very long time. So it's like they've got this stability behind them where the other squads haven't quite found that. So maybe those small little bits of chemistry that they're missing out on in terms of Heroic and Gamer Legion that don't quite match up to the same chemistry that Astralis have are punish points that maybe Parivision haven't been able to achieve in this particular map up. It's certainly not an encouraging way to start the best of 3 again. Dust 2 was their own map pick, and Inferno is up next. And the one thing I have to say, Dwayne, is that there is a small concern for Astralis given how awkward Inferno has been over the last couple of days. But the way they're playing right now, I don't know if that's going to become much of a factor.
It's going to be a tough turnaround for Parivision, and they're going to have a fresh mindset moving into Inferno because they know it's going to be a tough battle. They got completely smashed on Dust 2, and they've got to look at Inferno and say, right, we've been doing really well in the local Tier 2 divisions, in the online environment, our home turf. Let's make sure we can put in one of those performances here in the final.
Well, Parivision have roared through the competition, but are they going to go out with a whimper? We'll find out on Inferno after this very short break. Map 2 is coming up when we return.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Well, not the kind of performance we expected out of Parivision to open up the grand final. A 13-6 result for Astralis, making them look a much more solid unit than what we had expected and what we had seen over the course of the last couple of days. Parivision never really allowing those stars, or never being allowed, those stars never really being allowed to really perform in that first map up. And now we move to Inferno, where things could get a little bit more dicey. I mean, we've talked about the fact that it's Astralis' own map pick. You thought it was still a mistake. Do you still think it's a mistake, given what we've seen on map 1?
I mean, I can't promise that Parivision are going to win Inferno, but I can promise you it's going to be a much better showing. There's no way that you've got a team that's won 12 out of the last 13 best of threes on HLTV, smashing teams, and with 2 major winners and a major MVP just get blown out of a final. It just doesn't happen, right? So I think we're going to get a better performance. But Astralis, they look quality. They look really good, and it's a positive sign for the Danish squad for sure.
And again, a lot more quality than what we've seen in the last couple of days, in my opinion. Not necessarily like this map hasn't had its own concerns for them. I mentioned before that 9, of course, they had taken them to overtime on this map up, got 10 map points over Astralis. Astralis had to fight back from the brink and had to continue to extend that match time and again. But on the other side of the board, remember we're talking about the fact that Parivision have blown teams out of the water on this map, and I think that we're going to see a little bit more of that. We saw it a couple times during the group stage qualifier against the Mega and Bait, where those were some really confident results out of them. I feel like we're going to need to see a little bit more of that here and now to try and take this Inferno away.
Well, if we're going to make any sort of parallels, you have to look at Astralis and say, well, there's none. You've had every single map so far in this tournament go either all rounds in regulation or overtime, and yet all of a sudden we've just had a 13-6. It's the first time that they've properly shown that they can be a real threat, that they can just not give much hope and much confidence to an opposition. So I imagine Astralis' mindset coming into Inferno now is we've put in a very good performance on Dust 2. Let's back that up by another 13-6, another 13-7, where we just don't really give much of a look in, and we take the spot that we rightfully deserve. We're high in the rankings, we're a tier 1 squad, we shouldn't be losing to Parivision, so why should we lose a map to them?
Well, the only invitees that remain here in the bracket, so let's see whether they can actually turn it into success now, because you're right, on paper, this is their tournament to win. The Pistols go live for the second map of the best of 3. Will Astralis continue to outclass Parivision, or will Parivision finally wake up here in the grand finals? One player on the B defensive. Smokes coming out immediately for Nota. Going to need some players to come ahead and backstab. They're pressing up mid right now. The HG's come down again for 21 points of health. Can he get anything out of this? Yes, a stray bullet. Landing to the head is down. First blood is drawn by Parivision.
Kicker's got 1 flash, but Nota's getting run down and dealt with already.
Travis tried by shooting onto Device. Stairs going to get picked up as well. The Abbey on the back of the bomb site gets 2 picks in return. 2v2. Still got Cadian inside that smoke as Kicker makes his way out. The smoke to the cross does clear. James going to check this, and Cadian is looking for a headshot or 2. Not going to happen. Kicker with a double, and Parivision take the pistol.
The round is read completely right. So you've got Nota as the single B player, and if you're playing 4 towards A, there's 2 options. You can either tuck and have a brackets crossfire setup, or you can be active. You can try and take map control away. So as soon as they start walking down mid and they're not seeing anything, that's Nota's time to drop the smoke and try and delay. Now, it's a massive helping hand that not only does Travis get a kill through a smoke, but that Nota does as well, but it sets up the 2v1, and then right at the end, clearing out towards CT. Astralis get 3 kills, they get a bomb down, they're going to try and buy it up. They're going to try and see if they can force that reset straight away.
We've got the AK on Stair, upgrade pistols, and a MAC-10 for everybody else. Stair obviously being the emphasis man of this round with the best weapon in the team at the moment. There's Playing very far back, though. Initial prods towards Banana from Astralis to put those smokes down and hide behind them.
The previous round, you didn't have top Banana being contested by the CT side. And now you've got Nota and Kickit that's just blocking, delaying any of that map control and the progress. Stair lurking out from brackets with a lot of his teammates. And that AK would love an opener.
Diego might get there first for Yabi. James M4, part of a crossfire here on the long position. Hubby also held by Belchanok. Second or third player, or fourth player, I should say, was considered the rotation through Speedway. Goes back into that B bomb site instead. Team to maintain this 3-2 split until Travis breaks away and makes it a 2-3 split instead.
It's still decent util for Astralis to work with to go in for the site hit. Get a molly down towards the pit position, maybe another molly close in sight. James wants to try and take the attention away from Belchanok at long.
Short's undefended as James swings into Stair, takes that AK down. Device going to pick it right back up and try and apply it. Belchanok hiding in the cubby. Wait for his chance to strike. Flashbang just barely missed out by the man, getting Yabi in the end. Device now forced to fight. James continuing to repeat to try trade back against his opposition. And they also got Nota that's pushed all the way down here, sandwiched between T-side presence. They have no idea about this. Finally, Stown's going to detect what's going on and take him all the way back, but they know the rotation's inbound towards that B bomb site here. Molotovs are up for Stown and cut off rotations and pushes up from CT spawn. Instead, Kicker comes from Coffins and connects a triple sequence burst that puts Parivision on 2.
Parivision just had everything on the money in that round. Yeah, there was a slight timing where the Banana player gets uncomfortable, but how quick are the rotations and how fast is that flashbang? James knows one flash is going to blind all of those top Banana players and Kickit is going to clean. He makes that 3K look simple.
Those performances from Parivision looking very proficient on this map. Should be looking for a 3-0 now. No, actually a buyback coming in from Astralis. They're going to continue forcing the issue here.
But they know that that last round was expensive. It is gimmicky though. Vice sees the jump spot, but no damage is done right now from the spam. The HE back puts him down to 3.
Bowling ball right to the face in that one. Astralis will eventually have to slow things down as a result. And of course, Parivision have already taken quite an amount of map control, particularly here at Banana. Kicker doing smoke support from Noto, the SMG, considering the back off, and they will start to do so. Nothing seen over on the A site in the meantime.
This, in comparison to the last round, is where you want to see an AK getting set up. Now, previously it was Stair in from brackets that lost that fight towards James. This time it's a bit more defensive on the T-line, not quite as much searching going on with those rifles. 50 seconds on the clock, still a high amount of usage. That util is going to be very proficient to getting into a bomb site, but are they running into a trap? You've got 3 players on A right now from Parivision.
James seen down bottom mid will take Cadian and back off immediately. Unaware of how close and low Device is at the moment. Kicker finding Stown next up. Unable to deal with Stair. The AK stopping power is a little bit better, but Belchanok backed up with an M4, 2 of them still on the back of the bomb site. 15 seconds for Astralis to make the move. Nota gives Yabi the kill that he's looking for. The Molotov does not spread towards Belchanok. He's going to surprise them. Kill found. Device is low, as is Stair, just stalling for time. Blind sprays from James from beyond the smoke will take down Device, and Stair will fall to Belchanok the same. Parivision stalling out as much as possible, and now they're starting to look like a bit more of a scary unit here. Force bites haven't worked out for Astralis. They have to eco now.
And when we casted Parivision yesterday against Gamer Legion, on the majority of the CT sides, they were being really active, constantly searching, constantly moving around the map. And we're seeing Parivision read a lot of these rounds correctly. Notice how James comes out mid here solo, drops that bomb, and it just sets up the round. Because Astralis are then sort of stagnated from one another. You've got players trying to open up the bomb site, but then the bomb's slightly further behind. Bit of a lazy check there from Yabi. And another buyback, not forcing back all the way, so keeping money in the reserve, but at some point they've got to try and get a bomb down, or at least try and break the economy from the CTs, because you can start seeing it build up. Belchanok's already getting close to 5K.
He's the only one getting close to 5K though. Stair just domed him as well with the Tech 9, AK out of play. Picked up by Stan very quickly as well. Travis also tagged. The flashbangs are so well placed against the CT forces. They're all blinded. Travis finally gets a couple kills out of it, but he loses Jaime in the interim. He's now on 2 points of health and alone in a 1 versus 3. He knows he can't win this round. He's out of there.
Nice little set piece there from Astralis. And those rounds are always so difficult because not only is there pace with the overall Tech-9s, but it's just the flash assists. And Astralis, of course, first in the event on their T side for most flash assists per round. That's probably a good example of it, isn't it?
Astralis answer back. Not even with a force buy. And Eco with a bunch of upgrade pistols. Bolstering their money to try and get into the next round buy at the same. Now they won't even have to do that then. Pretty much set up already with 3 rifles held in. Picked up off the CT side. We can see a bit more from their perspective how things went downstairs. Opening kill. The HEs that kept Travis. Well, I'm surprised he even got away with these 2 frags.
He did well.
Stown and Kadian and Co did even better. Parivision, I have to dip into those savings that you mentioned. 1 rifle saved is only going to be the 1 rifle. Brought in 2 more, the AWP, an M4, an SMG, a FAMAS. Certainly not as confident as it looked in the previous.
Now, when I look back at that grand final last week versus Monty, it was Belchrock and Jane being the top performers. As of today, they've been quiet. Nota, though, spams his way through to the opening kill. Acadian could not do anything about that one. Yabby fast, putting pressure onto Travis, but not quite quick enough to get the kill.
AWP set for Jane, though. Yabby may run right into him. Trying to bait the man to make a mistake. Instead, James blinks first. Apartments is hearing some noise. I mean, Yami is now making no qualms about this position. Down a man, Astralis can't seem to find that trade here, and yet to be offered one up here by Parivision either. Yabi will make his way out of border and back into mid.
The device just clearing out the half wall and top banana. Resmoke has gone down. Util's quite light for these B players. Nota's got an incendiary and just a flash. And then you've got an MP9 that's jiggling down from CT directly. Good fight there from Belchnock. Stair just trying to put Util into the cubby.
.40 seconds. Vice leads into the B bomb site. He needs a kill though. There's yet to find a trade, Astralis. Nota seen. Oh, what a kill. Didn't even require his teammates there. Now Astralis at the back off. A great set piece to steal one back, but the follow-up just isn't there for them, so Parivision, hell of a response.
And I said it in the pre-show, Jay, to this map. I can't promise you a map win, but I can promise you a better performance, and we're seeing it right here. What have Astralis won? An upgraded Tech-9 half-buy? Haven't won a gun round yet. And this has been a clean act from Parivision. They've shown depth, and they've shown a real level of threat early on in this map. Not giving many chances over to Astralis, building the banks. And this is potentially a scary first half scoreline. I'm thinking 4-1 up. Could you be pushing to 7-8 rounds? That's probably going to be the goal. That might be a par of what Parivision are thinking about.
Given a golden opportunity, the way things played out on the first map, at this point, Astralis will be starting to knock on the door of evening up the scoreline. Instead, it's very possible that Parivision can pull ahead. The money still sustains a buy for the T side, and as it does here for Parivision, the same. A lot invested by Astralis, though. This could be a counter reset. Oh, AWP sticking out there for device. James waiting for a hand to peek forward, turns away with the flashbang. His opposition, a second player, a rifler, has to push him away from the angle.
One aspect that I remember noticing a lot in the Astralis 9 series on Inferno is how quickly contacts were being made. We were getting players dropping within the first 20-25 seconds. This time around, it's so much slower, isn't it? We're getting to the minute marker or so before we've even seen an opening death.
Astralis playing as tentative as possible. Heavy-handed over towards this A-lean. 4 players total to defend it. Clearing out that cubby corner as well for Stair, knowing that nobody's going to be there with the body blocks. Again, turning away at the right timing from Yabby. A flash at the ready for himself. Nota, oh, he's found the perfect angle to spray through. Get a triple! And mow down all of Astralis. The whole round teetering on a knife's edge. And they slipped and cut themselves in half.
So picking Inferno, hey? Didn't we talk about that at the beginning of the series? Questionable pick. I didn't like it. Parivision look on fire. I mean, the lurk attempt and the overall walk of an info play from Nota could not be timed any better.
Wow. Just like that, Astralis make a concession. They're hunting him as well. They can get Yari after time. Nota, he's right there, in with the Quadra, in with a hell of a round. And if you ever wondered why this guy has been so highly praised, there's your answer.
Astralis lost for answers. Economy's not going for them. Bomb plants aren't coming for them, so you're not going to get consistent buy rounds in. You are down and getting punished by Parivision. Oh boy. This might just be map number 1 and map number 2 being blowouts. And just seeing what we discovered on Dust 2, noticing the real lack of threat that Astralis are bringing on this T side, I'm wondering already by round 6, how quickly is Ancient cooling? Do we get another 13-6, 13-5 kind of score? Maybe.
I mean, usually I'd be the kind of person to be like, oh, calm your horses, Dweg, it's only round 6, but honestly, I'm thinking the same thing as well.
To get killed after time just disrupts the economy massively.
Yabi on $50, and they'll buy a hero weapon, a half buy to bring the money line almost together, not fully. See if Device can get anything in the hero setup. He's almost single kill thus far and naded to 31 points of health before he even gets a chance to see a CT. He'll hear them, he'll know that they're out there. But can he win a fight? Realistically, the answer to that question is no.
At some point, you've got to be considering getting that AK in somebody else's hands. I just would have liked him to have backed off there, give it to Stair, give it to Cadian. So low HP, trying to force a fight, and that's the scary prospect there, is Device is being forced to do something. And that's not what Astralis have played like on Dust 2. They just look all over the place at the moment.
So contrasting how Astralis have played up until this point and how they played in map 1 versus how they're playing now on map 2. Stairs covered the AK and will try and put some effort down, but Nota has an AK of his own and another multi-frag sequence. 2 kills to his name, still playing around the pillar. His teammates just saying, let him go, let him cook. And he cooked up a fry up with the triple. Kicker now closes out the last. Cadian will not be allowed to walk any further. Minimum 6 for Parivision.
And that fountain angle, I feel gets slightly underused in the pro scene. You try and use it in your pugs and in some of the lower divisions. It's an angle that, while you don't think warrants a huge amount of success from, there's a lot of ability to counter-strafe left, protect yourself, strafe back to the right. If you're getting flashes from spawn, it's even better. If you can have a teammate distracting from dark or first oranges, it's just fantastic. Nota makes that look comfortable when he's being swarmed. There's a lot of players coming top banana.
Tactical from Parivision this time. As far as I took it, they don't really need it, to be honest. Astralis will suffer the consequences of that money game. You mentioned Yabi going down after time. A Deagle only for this next buy-up. Astralis still are odds favourites at 1x bet by virtue of the map win alone, I'm going to say. Because there's no way I'd be predicting them to win this map with even the way things have gone. Astralis. Play out that default. Parivision are held back onto the bomb sites. On B as usual. T's. He might face some resistance and aggression from these nodes, so he doesn't see anybody here. HGs will pop open the smoke, but he doesn't stick around to find out what's behind it.
Yeah, they're setting up the youngster consistently, aren't they? They're always getting him in impactful zones. Right there, you flash him half wall. Okay, he doesn't quite get a fight. Nothing's warranted, but you can see the setup. You can see how they're trying to utilize him. And picking up some retaking nades, get the smoke at the half wall, the molly out to car, try and drive the T's away perhaps. Cadian's just jiggling to see if anyone was down there at spawn.
Flash forward, Nota domed in by Stown, pre-firing, and CT walked right into it. Kicker now needs some extra support, and there is a player on the way. Flash for James to allow him to walk back towards the CT cross.
Good read. This is an A stack, and it seems as if it's going to be an A lean by Astralis.
Kicker's going to try and resist. The smoke's coming in to fake it out from the Astralis camp, but actually these two players are actually going to walk forward with it, but they hold their nerve on Parivision. You're right, the read is perfect. When will they see that bomb carrier? Kicker finally swings in, gets nothing, and still they don't move here. The site's been gained, but the bomb's too far committed, and Travis is mowed down, has basically won the round. Yabby to fall to another triple on Parivision, and Astralis have bottled the near perfect circumstances they were given.
There's nothing wrong with that fake. It's a good call. It's probably the right call. You have a man advantage. It's late in the round. You've got two players top banana. You're selling it. You're putting everything in it to force an over-rotation, and they are just not moving. What a read by Parivision.
Almost got it. But almost is not enough. Look at Astralis' money game. Again, the buyback is going to be so harsh around the two save weapons. 7 on the board of Parivision. They have the half, and they've got a 6-round commanding lead over Astralis. This is a lot more of what I expected out of this matchup coming into it.
And maybe something else you need to be thinking about is James only recently been kicked by VP. So he was most recently playing at that tier 1 level. There's a lot that he would have learned from Astralis, even if he wasn't playing them.
James close to the smokes. CT players looking for pad casualties, and they'll get them. Belchnock in particular from range over at Graveyard. Travis is known. You've still got James close to bomb site. But Stown and Device are in a 2 versus 4. Parivision. The winning position right now. Kicker to remove Device next up, and Stown just has too many players to deal with. It's a bad map in the office for Astralis. It felt so confident on Dust 2, but this is the complete polar opposite. And I'm genuinely stunned to see it. Like, I was stunned to see how things went down on map number 1. I thought that they at least maintained some of that, but Parivision have come into a world of their own here on Inferno.
I'm not surprised that Parivision are playing well, because I've seen a lot of their CT sides and they can be dominating. But this, of course, is certainly something that would catch you off guard. 8-1. Astralis not getting a look in. No one is putting up numbers at all for the T side.
I don't know if we're going to get much of a chance for them to post up those numbers. These rounds are quickly running away from them. Cadian's already fallen as the first casualty. I believe a nade stack that came down to Banana that killed him off.
Well, they're getting desperate. When you're down by this sort of score, you want to try individual moves. And right now, the individual move from Cadian warrants nothing, and then the next move from Stown gets him down to 34 points of health.
Not quite the kill, but it is close enough. Ultranok. Next to task against Yabby, AK that stands to attention. Minute to work with for Astralis to move. They've now got brackets control. Kicker to lean forward. Belchnock does get caught off by Stown, so small positives. James AWP, oh, missing a shot as he's caught in transition, extending. Kicker does take stare back and needs to maintain to an even 3v3 and extended to 2 against Stown. Sprays of Yabby finally come up good. The bomb's been dropped there, and Travis has a HP advantage in that fight. Now got to deal with Device here. Bomb dropped out at long. Backups also closing in from mid as well. Device sprayed through, damage done, but still not the kill he's looking for. Finally gets it. Where's the last man? He has no idea, thinking it might end up being long. Head on a swivel to check out short, but hasn't seen all the vision. And his back will be turned to Nota, who will close the round for Parivision. 9 on the board. The commanding lead gets worse and worse for Astralis.
It's incredible to think that Kicker pretty much gets 2 kills there. He should just be getting run down. He somehow was able to commit to the spray and drop Yabby to such low HP. And then Travis out from pit, just very stable player. A good anchor, doesn't get pressured all that frequently. Gets an easy kill and then just wastes time. And that sets up Nota for that backstab to get in there towards short, catch the right timing against Device. And Nota playing just his 205th map on HLTV. Very new to the scene. You compare him to Kickit and James that have played at tier 1 levels for many years. Travis that's been around the tier 2 scene for the better part of the last 4 years. Belchnock the last 5. He's a new kid on the block, and not only is he Warrington opening kills, but he's also the one to close down rounds.
In round 11, we'll see a half buy for Astralis. They are out of options. They are desperate for answers. Oh, James. Pixels worth of a shot on Device, and Device gives it over to him, trying to bait that shot. Extended just an ever too tiny amount far. Man's down already.
James searching for more, though.
Killing in hands with Yabby. Kill found on Stair. The Tech9 can finally rush him down. Beltranog's there with support, however. Also doing damage to Astound the same. Does get a secondary and his tertiary kill. All things come to an end for Astralis very quickly. Come to an end of that. The last round of the half we look to go. Parivision had a 10-2 half over Heroic earlier on today. It looks like they might extend that by a little bit more. 11-1 is their best case. 10-2 is Astralis' best case, and that's not a very good case to make.
Well, they're certainly regretting the I should say ancient decided, the Inferno pick now. You're picking into a map that has been steamrolling Parivision into best of 3 wins.
Yeah.
There is a good reason why all them wins have been blowouts, and we're seeing it right now.
I think everyone's going to learn a few lessons about vetoes against this Parivision side in the future.
And picking Train on Mirage would have been a great option for Astralis in this best of 3 for the final.
Hasn't happened though, and now they have to suffer the consequences when they look so good on Dust 2. They weren't able to convert that confidence here, it seems. We're talking about the map is over, it almost is. Stound's already fallen in the first contact of this particular round. The force forward again past half-ball has done damage to Kicker, but the casualties sit against Astralis.
The Kicker's waiting for them to fade the smoke, to get on the edge of it. You've got 3 defenders out there in top banana. Yabby's trying a bit of a solo lurk. He's trying to see if he can create something in the round.
I think James had a leg shot on Stair as well, so he's also been tagged. Repositioning as well towards the Archers and Speedway. Player jump face. Yabby does not get the kill he's looking for. He doesn't get the bait he's looking for, rather. Game repositioning. Wider angle. Doesn't quite take the shot and holds his nerve for an extra few moments to take Kadian down. Is he aware of the player that snuck in towards wine? Well, Nota certainly is now. 4v3 still remains for Parivision.
They've got to somehow try and get that bomb back, and they're worried about how they can fight against James.
Short isn't held. Yabby gets the kill. Does Travis read this? Now he does. Take a fight, dish out some damage. James is still looking for a player on long. Doesn't get the bomb carry though. Travis is still fighting. Finally overwhelmed. Pushed down to the open by the Molotov. 2 versus 2. Astralis have a chance to make a round happen here.
James just waiting to see if he can get first contact. Kicker doesn't have a lot of HP, so it's up to James to play.
Slow walks in. Kicker's going to try and join him. He's expecting someone to be back there at the graveyard. Has to move on to the site. Has to look for Device. Yabby up on short. Scopes into play. Time running ever so short on Parivision. They need to move now. Device checks on. James hits the shot. And Kicker gets caught looking the wrong way. James got to take the fight directly. Misses the AWP shot. And that should be enough time. More than worthy of a 4K from Yabby. As the Charlottes will indeed connect 2. But it's 10 at the turn for Parivision.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Stomp for Stomp is the name of this series. Astralis took Dust 2 handily and are about to lose Inferno just as handily, if not more so. Parivision up by 8 rounds off the back of their CT side. A pistol win would be enough to close this and take us to our third.
For Astralis' mental sake, I would even say just competing in this second half is going to help the jump moving into Ancient. At least if you can get yourself up to 6, 7, 8 rounds, it's a much better feeling than getting 13-2'd on your map pick.
Is that an outcome that's plausible or likely? I guess we'll find out in due course. USP's brought down mid, a charge forward of Astralis. Stairs being challenged over at the B-bomb site, and Nota will be able to push him away. Travis hiding at underpass. Gonna get checked by Stown very soon here. USP to bait in the Glock. Cadian draws out first blood in the half against Belchenok. Travis now to run away from position. Stown's going to realise that he's cleared off in towards second mid. James Bomb back behind the smoke over the archway and the arch entrance of Banana. B, it looks like it's the most likely take, although Astralis are backed off.
And no util, because they had to put that smoke down to try and disallow the CTs and keep pressing towards Banana. So you got nothing for the exec. You got time, but you still don't know, have the CTs held on to second mid? What's the stat looking like on B? The information is pretty much naught.
Unfortunately for Parivision, the CTs have no utility of their own. It'll just be a case of straight up duels to get into the bomb sites. Nota and Kicker, the two top fraggers of the server, are also in play for Parivision. Nota will lead them in. Device is here at Coffins. Very good peek up headshot on Kicker. So that's one of the top fraggers down. Nota going to try and overwhelm him alongside a crossfire. Stair comes forward from the back of the new box to get his kills in. Double up found, Jame alone. The 1v5 not going to happen. Astralis will take an all-important pistol.
Well, that's good for confidence. Nice setup there on B. Everyone peeking on each other. Bit of a hard bait from Stair, but rewards himself with a couple of kills. And, of course, his teammate doesn't fall. And Parivision shouldn't be buying up here. Use it as a Glock round, get the first rifle in quickly.
Plenty of rounds to play with here. Parivision, more of a formality in this particular context here. I wouldn't be surprised that they got mowed through. Just want to avoid the SMG more than anything else.
And notice how Device has gone with the head armor, but he's only bought Julies, and that's to prioritize getting the AWP in the next round.
Right call to make in this one because there's no force buy from Parivision, so cash flow will go into his account. Keep himself protected against the Glock players in this one. Right support towards Stown, who does end up with a kill. Device with only one pick. USP draw out. Stown is a little bit of pressure from running out of ammo in the magazine. Jamie actually does take the second kill. Now Stair's going to fight back, and he will be able to do so. Travis, the rifle close towards that cubby corner, but doesn't look like he's going to pick it up. Tries if he can stick the bomb plant in towards the B-bomb site. But any way of getting a bomb plant in is going to be difficult because there's just 5 HP for him to play with.
And Yabi's already top Banana, so no way that he'll be able to get the bomb down. I think you can be fairly happy with that. It's a P250 upgrade for Jame, and you've got away with a couple of kills. You've at least restricted the CT economy, not massively, but a bit.
Should be a quick burst for this SMG. Spots the man. Travis able to escape for the time being, but knows he needs to take a fight. He's got no chance of sticking the whole bomb plant. Yeah, down and out very quickly. AWPs in for Device. Rifles back for Astown as well. And also the weapon buys of Parivision all the same. The AKs. Now for the first time in this T-side half. Astralis 6 to make up.
And it's the first time that you and IJ are actually witnessing Parivision on one of the games that we're covering have a dominating lead, or at least a dominating half. We saw it against Heroic in the semi-final earlier today. Didn't see it in the Gamer Legion series. What we did see was a lot from Device on Inferno against 9. The AWP pick against Kickit. It starts off very early in the round.
Looking at these circumstances, thinking that if there's a man that's going to provide the ultimate difference for Astralis, it would be him.
Definitely.
He's struck again on Kicker. First to fall is the captain of Parivision. It's down spots as well, Belchenok. Driven back a little bit as Cadian leans forward. Spots players spray. Damage does quite a hefty amount on Nota and Jame. Belchenok took a lot of that as well. Nays to his position. Going to keep him at less than 25 points of health. Parivision made mincemeat of in this round.
Well, they might have to save. Problem is there's so much time. And because you don't have a lurk banana, you don't know if banana's been taken. It saves the right call, though. There's no point going for this round.
Keep the guns for the next.
And just hope that you don't get hunted. Just hope that with this kind of crossfire, Nota, 7 points of health, difficult. Everyone out towards second mid. Doesn't seem as if any of the Astralis players are too keen on overextending.
They got their own economy state to think about. Fending off Parivision again, a 5th to the CT board. Parivision yet to start in this second half. Astralis. I'm feeling real good about their position at the moment. We know that Kicker can't really afford to get up to the same rifle weaponry as his teammate, so it was the right call to make to keep those 4 AKs. But now they need to respond to Astralis because the lead's starting to close a little bit. Money being where it is as well, potentially at 10-7. But Astralis will start generating some real threat in this map up.
And don't have a huge amount of rounds to work with, but at least they've won 4 in a row. Device with the AWP. You saw him get that mid pick quickly in the last round. This time around doesn't even get offered a chance. Not even a jiggle is coming towards him.
Stairs flash. Keeps Parivision at bay. The Palmerston will not be allowed to walk. Astralis reconsidering the defensive positions. Minute to play with for Parivision. They do form up towards Banana.
Acadian searching. A teammate of Yabi's got some deeper HE and incendiary that he can drop.
Sees Kicker. Oh, the transfer, the spray is fantastic. A triple sequence from him now. Triple sprays across the board, it seems. Now the bomb's been dropped by Yabi. James to fall. Travis to wonder how it's all gone so wrong so quickly.
Now, I was critical of Gamer Legion quite a lot in their series against Parivision for having awful T-sides. They just didn't look creative. They looked off the page. And while I hadn't seen that again for the rest of the tournament, I'm now looking at Inferno thinking, saw hardly anything from Astralis on their T-side. Is it now happening to Parivision? And that was a tough gun round to watch. Top Banana was just a mince. And Cadian makes that triple just feel free. And now Travis has got to save again. Money's going to be lopsided. And this is Astralis going from 110 down to now 610.
5 in a row, including the last half. Remember how Gamer Legion had that 12-5 advantage over Parivision as well, and the bottle job that they had. Maybe it's another poetic return against the Parivision side.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Astralis not even doing anything majorly special to force the issue out. Just Cadian was in the right place at the right time. Hero weapon for the half-buy. Passed off by Travis, sacrificing himself to give Nota a chance to strike. He has been the top performer, although been a little bit awkward, and as is awkward from Stair, the Tech 9 of Travis actually does get away with a decent kill. Cadian forced to back away here from Banana, the incendiary of Nota. And Banota's position still going to force him out to a decent fight, which he wins against Yabi. Cadian trading HP across a couple of players, but Parivision have the man advantage this time.
Cadian's got no support whatsoever. He's going to have to fight by himself here at the half wall.
Smoke down, Belchinaut trying to spray into the corner, but was a little bit off kilter. Cadian's finally going to take some damage. He's expecting there to be a boost up. No, Kicker faces around the corner, gets that kill in. Stown now, the only player to defend the site. Device has got to hunker down on A. Parivision slow things up. We need an individual hero in one of these two. Who's it going to be? Are they going to make it happen? Doesn't seem like it for the AK at least.
It's just nothing. There's nothing to work with. Device is hearing a footstep in apps, but doesn't know about the rest of the guys. Hears it now.
Kill found, looks back towards the apartments. May have heard that player dropping off of the balcony. Close quarters combat with the Orby Stalker. Time gets down and get back here. Shot doesn't connect. Really close against Belgianox. Down spray through the smoke. Has gotten both the kills on Belgian Travis. Has he made the difference here? Has he become the hero I'm looking for? Jame now, heroics of his own in the 1 versus 2. Plant down, just about secured. Aware the device can come in from the short position, but it's down. That creeps closer and closer at long. Makes a triple happen. How the hell did he just pull that off?
Oh boy, that's a tilter. There has been so many rounds over this weekend that would have just completely frazzled and tilted squads, and that's one of them. That's a 4v2. First off, is there. I'm not really sure why he's spraying there. He needs to be tapping and bursting with such a tight angle against the pistol. But this was a done deal. This was a sold round. This was Parivision going to get 11, and then all of a sudden, the Stown spamming through, finds connections, and Parivision, well, they'll feel miffed about that one completely.
He must have had, like, comms and whatever blip showed up on the mini-map, given the circumstances there, as information to play and get that double. That is a miraculous moment for Astralis. That may have just kept them in this match. 6 in a row. The gap has closed to 3 rounds. Parivision, are they bottling this now? Damage done to Nota, 34 HP. If the flash forward and for Device now to move closer with his own AWP. Players to line up. No, Belgianox just straight shut down. Yabby holding the edge of the half wall. Device going to try and look for wall bangs. He won't quite connect them. Attempting to find something beyond Yabby's position, but finally going to back off and leave that rifler all alone in this position. Sandbags peeks forward. Kickout goes dropping next. It's 3 players remaining for Parivision now.
Great util from Yabby. Just block. Try and keep fighting. Flash around the corner. Travis knows he can't get on that front side of the smoke, and that's a freebie. Notice how Device is spamming through the half wall with the AWP. So that normally gives the T's an indication that no one's holding on that cubby wall. And now they're blocked off from brackets. 40 seconds on the clock. I actually wouldn't mind another save here. I just don't see a way into the rounds. Where do you get an opener from?
I think you do. Yeah, they're falling back. They're holding on to their guns. Parivision have yet to score on T-side. Astralis have made it a 2-round game. This would be the greatest bottle job of the tournament thus far. And of the tournament in general, considering it's the grand finals.
I've seen a lot of tweets over the last probably few weeks of these games on HLTV that are sort of 10-2 halves and then they go back to overtime. And I've always thought, man, we never get them. You might see it, but it's not games I'm covering. And now I'm just witnessing it with my own eyes. And this is an Astralis side that feel creative, look confident individually. And Parivision, I mean, outside of that 1 4v2 couple of rounds ago, how many other winnable rounds has there been? I can't name a single.
The only criticism I can level at Astralis right now is where was this for the quarters and semi-finals? Because you're right, they look like a tournament-winning unit. They look like a team that belong in Blast Open. And Parivision may have looked like they did at one point, but well, right now they don't. 10-2 at the half, 10-8 now. Rifle buyers will support the save weapons of the previous round for Parivision. If they lose this one, then surely Astralis will equalize and take away all of that progress from the CT half.
Now, Parivision need one of their star players to crack an opener. Whether that be Jame, Nota, or maybe a Belgianox, someone's got to create a 5v4 attempt. Down from mid, you've got a lot of util, but not much damage being done. Nota down at 88.
And the 71 with a HP. Parivision. Continue to work inland, they continue to work up banana. Yabby is the player to receive them behind the stack. Past the smokes, one will come back to return. They'll know that he's close. I think I'm anticipating that he gets closer right here. This one will start to fade soon. Parivision not pressing, considering a boost in fact.
Cadian's got a lot of nades, and now they hear the footsteps.
Spray through, they combine the crossfire, and between them they get 4 kills out of it. Travis and James can just about hold Dominion into the round for Parivision, but it's a very small amount of Dominion. Basically a 1v4 for the AWPer. Needs to plant that bomb, needs to receive 3 more individuals. Device is closing in thick and fast. Tech9 spams away, gets nothing for it. James, another smoke to go down towards CT. Back might be turned towards Banana, though. That's where the CTs are coming in from, and indeed, he's caught on a wide angle. Astralis continue the comeback.
And this has been just a much better showing from Cadian in general. You were right about the performance in the semi-final matchup against 500, being more consistent in comparison to the 9 series, but we know what the Inferno was like against 9 and how much of a struggle it was. It's not showing that today. 2 kills from Yabby, 2 from Cadian. Excellent work from the B individuals. And this has got to mean a lot for Cadian because his last grand final was on the 23rd of May last year versus Eternal Fire in the CCT Global Finals when he was still playing for Liquid at the time and ended up losing that best of 5. Right now, they are a few rounds away from doing the unthinkable and closing the series in 2-0.
Whilst that match might have been for a big prize, this one is for the qualification. A very important qualification for many teams, for everybody involved. Points on the line at Blast Open. Points on the line for this match as well. Down, another triple spray that comes in from a rifler to mow through all the pistols on the Parivision side. He'll tank a lot of damage, but he's done his job. This 2v5 is not workable for Nota and James. Mine is an absolute miracle. And with that, Astralis will be all the way back.
That pressure's getting to them. Cadian flashed around the corner, doesn't see anything. And I wonder if it's some of the more inexperienced players. Yeah, we know that Belchadok and Travis have been around in the Tier 2 scene for a long time. But we're still talking about Nota that creates the core. And those 3 guys have never played at Tier 1. They've never played in Grand Finals versus an Astralis. So is that perhaps what's going on right now? That they can't close out, that they have the lack of experience against some of the very best in the world?
You'll note that Nota hasn't had a whole lot of massive sequences in a fair while for Parivision. You get the exit onto Stam right here. Facing into Yabby, though, is probably going to lead to the end of his life. Yeah. Doesn't check all the way into that cubby corner. The crosshair was placed towards the back of the sandbags. In those circumstances, you really want to look towards those veterans again. James and Kicker being the 2 guys in server. Daston, the player on the, or the coach rather, in the slot. Because they need something big to turn this around now. It's 10 apiece. Astralis have recovered the deficit. They've picked up 4 AKs in the meantime as well. So there's a lot of firepower, plus the AWP to go into this round. And Parivision are still having money problems.
Lack of bomb plants too from Parivision. A lot of times I haven't even seen a bomb site. Yabby, aggressive down from Banana.
Straight in, Kicker, just revealed the end of the smoke utility in hand. A double from Yabby. Parivision cut down in an instant. No Banana control allowed. Another 2-man advantage, which makes you wonder how the hell do they get out of this circumstance now?
Well, even with the massive round-winning streak on CT's side, that's the first change-up that we've seen. Yabby's been quite defensive. He's been playing sandbag, half-wall, back in the cubby corner. He's now gone on the front side. He's given the fight down Banana. Device gets baited, Travis gets 1, and Belchadok gets another. Oh, Travis has made it 2 against there.
Stan's next up to task. The riflers are so low. James needs to come up with support. He needs to pick up one of these guns that have been dropped. Stown is also low. Tech9 potential. Stown creeping forward. Can't be too close to those flames. Will burn out. He'll start walking. Try and engage. Couldn't get to the bomb carrier. Now, Yabby will make his move in towards long. Nades come back. Stown's going to get picked up. It's Yabby requiring an ace clutch in this round. Smoke towards Moto will fade, but he's out of there. Parivision have finally got a T-sided round. Or have they? Yabby's having a second dip.
He's just looking for exits here, because if you can make the round expensive, then you can target the tier economy. If you're Yabby, you're fuming. You've got 2 picks in from Banana, and what's happened on A? That's not on you. You're the B player. You've set up the round. That round is theoretically unlosable. You have all of Banana, you have a 2-man advantage, and instead a couple of overswings from long and short, and it's just T-side galore for Parivision.
Travis and Belchenok forced those fights, and they become the heroes for Parivision this time.
Hey, was that a necessary position to be held from Device too? As soon as he gets baited, he can't move anywhere.
A little bit of complacency perhaps from Astralis. Now they've lost the even stance. They're back on the deficit. Can Parivision move to close this map? Of course, Astralis have a buyback. They have a buyback for the next round as well. Mentioned targeting the T economy. Yeah, he did get one more kill on the way out. So cash is low, and the lost bonus will be knocked back a peg. Means that Astralis still have a chance to claim map and match point with this round.
The first time in a long time, Parivision have put a lot of pressure towards top banana, and it's forced retaking util from Astralis. And flash around the corner, re-smoke at the half wall. And Stown's thinking about rotating back to keep 3 on A. Now, Device has got the AWP out to the apartments. And Stair can maintain brackets from short. And the round slows.
Start walking up banana. The T side. Device seeing nothing on short, just got utility pouring in from various positions.
I think there's a boost at CT at the flower pots. I wonder if Parivision are going to check that.
Haven't seen this on map. Canian spray certainly going to draw attention away from Yabby. Nota not seen. Now Belchenok has been. Yabby can't transition over though. Nota's good to return. The damage done towards him and Kicker is so massive though, and similar story for Jane, the same. Smoke still up for the time being. About to fade though, but they're ready for a reboost. A mistake that costs down and cost Astralis the man advantage.
Acadian didn't even put the incendiary down. Didn't even try and put pressure on the planter. Astralis now need to try and get themselves set up for at least a kill quickly.
Secondary flash coming out for them. Device's AWP can land on Jane. We're back to a 3 versus 3 with HP over Nota and Kicker. Travis is the man out towards Banana. Stair quick peek. Transitions over to Travis. He's now low HP, but Nota's got another headshot in the back line. Device's HE will get the kill. And Cadian is just going to run the man down. He's got a kit. He pre-fires it. Gets the kill together. I think he's got enough time with the defuse as well. Parivision have been evened up again by Astralis, who refused to go down.
A tight round. That was well handled from Parivision. Excellent read there from James that they're going to boost up on the flower pots again. They just couldn't quite stabilize in the post plant. The HE goes out towards Dark and limits what Nota can pretty much do. And then Travis, there's nowhere to go there. You're trying to play time, you're trying to get the kill, but it just doesn't quite come in. Astralis give Parivision 1 round and then answer back immediately.
No AWPs for Parry. Device has one for himself.
Ooh, Stown is taking a lot of space.
I like this a lot. He's missed out the marks against the players in the apartments. Charging up mid. May have made some noise there. Smokes are in the way, though, so they've covered off this angle pretty nicely. It does mean that these 3 players in Banana are pretty much bracketed off. The 2 mid players and second mid players have got to try and force the issue against him.
Oh, Nota's going back to clear this. Oh, he's seen him.
Oh, this is wonderful from Parivision. It's trigger discipline. Stown thinks he's safe. He thinks he's got the ultimate backstab, but he doesn't know the jig is up. Back to the apartments. They'll start to consider his possibilities soon, actually. They might start watching those apps entrances. Belchenok actually, yeah, head on a swivel. They're going to peek towards the man. Will he check this? Should do now. Stown. Oh, still gets the headshot, but Nota turns it back on him. Now it's up to the site defenders. Device's AWP and Stair's M4. Stair good to find Travis. The AWP misses though. Burning in the Molotov. Stair got so many players to deal with. He's running out of ammo though. And Kicker takes his own teammate out, but he gets his casualty. James got a turn on Cadian. It's Yabby again in the clutch. 1 versus 2. The retake. The smoke is in the way. The bomb has gone down, and both players half HP or lower. Yabby makes his move, but he runs right into Kickert, who makes it a triple. Parivision hold on to the 12th. They are finally on map point.
Device has actually looked quite uncomfortable in this grand final. Didn't produce much impact out there on map number 1. And then we've seen him get baited quite frequently. I think back to out there at Porch, down on the setup. Right here, mate, it should be a freebie. He should get that kill against Kicker every day of the week. And instead, it's a whiff shot. Stair doesn't quite have the ammunition to keep firing away. And Parivision, to get it over the line, they've had to recover a lot of these rounds. But I think back to that 5v3 that Astralis had. If they booked that one, the one that Yabby got 2 kills towards Banana, at least you've got the security of match point. You can go towards overtime. Instead, this is Parivision's real chance to take it in regulation.
One more round in it for overtime again, which Astralis will be very familiar with here on Inferno. Parivision to take us to our third and final map of the series and the third and final map of the whole tournament. A cinched around, all-important one that honestly shouldn't have gone their way. Given the way that Astralis the backstab, given how one bullet may make the difference. You're right about Device and his kill on Kicker. If he had gotten that casualty, Kicker could not have had as much impact as he did. And that could have well led Astralis to be 12-11 up. Yabby now to look for a few picks beyond the banana smoke. It's going to start to fade in a moment. Nota, Belchanok, Jame, 3 players await their fate. A resmoke comes in though. Belchanok soon as the edge, straight back, continues to transfer over the firing squad. Re-engages their tagged up, locating with a decent chance to get a couple of kills out of this one. Only the one. Jane with a double. 3v3. The bomb site has been taken.
And Device has got no util rotating out from spawn, so nothing that he can do to put pressure onto the T's.
Scope in at the church. Third player still making his way in. Stair worried about some sort of A flank or lurk. There's none in play. Smokes go out. Parivision hunker down.
And they've got an incendiary for the retake, so Stair should smoke off Banana, and they should get a molly down towards either Dark or Nubox.
Stoutland's just firing on various positions, hoping to get the pre-angle shot. Flashbang sent, re-smokes on the way. Travis starts making his way up. I think they've read the fact that all 3 CTs are coming from spawn. Device found by Jay. Stair trying to transition back, but he can't do it. Travis at the trade back. Stair with a 1 versus 1. He knows that the last player's behind the smoke. He's tapped it again. He's desperate to get Travis to make a move, but he's out of time on this one. He can't get the kill in time. He certainly can't get the defuse. Parivision have taken us to map 3.
And Parivision had to work for it. That was not an easy game at all when you consider that they were 10-1 up, but then I guess if you're looking at it from Astralis' point of view, you've won your opposition's map pick, you've been able to show a good level of Counter-Strike across the board. Why are we only seeing 2 T rounds? Why are we not seeing a competitive fair on your map pick in the first half?
That's very, very true. I mean, it was down to a comeback and a bit of a bottle job there from the boys over from Parivision. So Astralis, in many regards, got a bit of a blessing at the tail end of that map up. I mean, look, they got very, very close for only a handful of reasons. I think that, honestly, things are looking very unpredictable going into this third and final map because we came in with some preconceptions as to how Parivision were going to look. Astralis shattered those preconceptions. We saw them kind of return for a bit and then not go all the way towards confidence on Inferno. So now Ancient, very much up in the air for me, I think.
Yeah, I would agree. However, I was very pleased with how Parivision played in some of those high-pressured last few rounds. I thought that in the 2v2s, when there was a lot of chaos, when there was a lot of utility usage, it was players stepping up and being required to hit the right shots at the right time. So Astralis will be disappointed not to close in 2. For Parivision, they survive another map at least, and now they've got a chance to say, okay, we gave them a blowout in the first half. Let's see if we can try and give them a blowout on map 3.
Well, look, survive is one way of looking at it. I think that Parivision are a team that want to and need to thrive in this environment. They came into this one as your picked favourites, and for very good reason because of their momentum, but Astralis showing up that the ranking does mean something towards them. They still had a map in hand and still had the better scoreline when it came to the victory itself. So Ancient will have to be our final map up of this tournament and of this grand final. So do stay with us after this very short break. It is Ancient between Parivision and Astralis. Only one can make it to Blast Open. Join us after the break to find out.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Well, circumstances call for a third and final map in the series. One more map in the tournament. It is Ancient to decide who is going to Blast Open Lisbon and who is going out of the competition for good. Parivision have done extremely well to respond to the Dust 2 dominance of Astralis, but things were looking very choky towards the end there. Dwayne, the 10-2 advantage at the turn of the half into a 10-10 scoreline, eventually a 13-11 win for the Parivision side. Now Ancient is calling, and I have to ask, are there any concerns now for Parivision coming out of that last map, coming out of what we saw from that one? Is Astralis' comeback just a fluke or otherwise hampered by circumstance? Like, how do we weigh up how the end of that map went down?
It definitely wasn't a fluke. I mean, they were just outclassed. The rounds weren't even close. I think there was that one, sort of the one with Device in Boiler and Stown that was out there at long. You might look at and say, okay, it was a little bit of luck that went the way of Astralis that got them at least as far as they did. But Parivision struggled. And going into Ancient, it's a map that they don't play massively. I wasn't overly impressed with their T side against Gamer Legion. I thought their CT side was a lot better. I just want to see the impact from the AWPers, because Device has posted, what, 21 kills in map 1 and map 2 combined. That is very low. Bottom of the board for Astralis. So I want to see a bit more out of him and a bit more out of James come this Ancient now.
Yeah, it certainly contrasts for a player as well who was so defined on day one as being the star guy. Like, we were talking about how he was dropping 50 bombs against 9 and everything, and now it's not even close to that in between maps 1 and 2. So it is one of those things where you do have to see a little bit of concern in terms of that individual star, but you also wanted to see more out of the rifle pack. And right now, Yabi and Stown are the ones that lead the charge for Astralis over the series.
Yeah, I would say Yabi looks pretty good towards Banana. Stairs always quite good in those anchor positions. Won't see a lot of impact from him just because it's out on A, but Stown and Yabi should be able to be a little bit more involved. For Astralis, it's just difficult because you probably feel like your night's over and done with, right? It's 7:30. Right, we've got the 2-0, we've got the blast spot, let's go and chill, let's go and have some dinner, whatever, and hang on a second, we've got another map to play, and another map where at least we've seen some decent performances from Parivision. I thought there was a bit of complacency from Astralis, that one round in particular, the 5v3, where Yabi gets 2 kills towards Banana. Simple crossfires and not over-peaking wins you the round. Instead, we didn't really see much of that. A couple of individual fights were being won, and because of it, that was probably the reason why they didn't close in 2.
Maybe complacency to consider as well in terms of this map up, because you talk about the fact that we've seen some good performances from Parivision. Obviously, the Gamer Legion result is one of the comebacks that we think about. Obviously, that came from a 5-12 deficit, but it was against 500 we were sort of considering ourselves and where they stood against that particular side. That was a 13-11 result for Astralis' favour. I know the 500 didn't really look like they contested much of the map itself, but there's something to think about in terms of how those scorelines went down and whether or not there's exploitation for Parivision, whether there's something in that which they can use to work against Astralis.
Still going to favour Astralis on this final map. If we are looking back at what happened in that 500 series, I think the scoreline's slightly misleading. That was a good effort for Astralis, where they gave very few winnable opportunities to 500. And remember how many clutches had to be won in both the first half and the second half for the Bulgarians to even push it close towards double digits.
Well, favouring of Astralis in your case. Dweg, are you changing your prediction from the start of the show?
Yeah, well, look, it's not a 2-0 anymore, is it? We're in a third map decider, and that's something that both of us didn't think was going to happen. So because we are going to Ancient and what I've seen on both maps, yeah, I am going to back Astralis now.
Parivision have a chance to prove you wrong, have a chance to make something different happen, have a chance to turn back the onus against Astralis as the pistol goes live. USPs and Julie's out for Parivision's final CT side of the competition. Can they make good magic out of it? Will Astralis show that class once again? B site is completely open for this pistol. Have to be a retake from the Parivision side.
And no worries at all here for Parivision. You've got a HE that can be used in the late round. You've got a smoke from Kickit that will probably go down towards Cave. And then one good timed flash from Travis is going to be required to start swarming players in.
Smoke up on short to block that entryway for Parivision. Got a flash that they can still make their way in with. Smoke down towards Cave that will come down, try to get body blocked there by Stair, provide a little bit of a gap directly on the bomb site is where that smoke will start to land. It at least blocks them away from that long position, but there's angles to work with on the site itself. And Kicker, a gap generated there, goes to Cadium. Yabby, a kill one towards Belchenok as well. Device trying to strike in from this ramp entrance, and he'll get a kill out of it. Damage done to the second player as well. Travis and James are so low, and they will fight well to take some more players out of the equation, but it won't be well enough for the round itself. Very impressive shooting from James at the end. But again, Astralis will have the pistol.
And that can be sometimes the issues with Ancient in particular, of heavy stacking one bomb site and being reliant on util if you don't hit the right bomb site. Right there, the smoke doesn't land because of the body block. So it's just chalked. Where do you go? The cave is opened up, ramp is completely opened, and that's a field day for Astralis. Yeah, you are right, Jade. Look, James got a lot of impact towards the end there, but there was just no way that that round was going to get won once that smoke gets blocked.
Astralis on the front foot for the final map of the tournament. The Galils are back in across the entire rifle board of the T side. Still got a force invest from Parivision. Happy to go heavy-handed with their money game. But only one rifle for Belchenok, upgrade pistols for everybody else.
Belchenok in the start position of Donut. He can be quite active when that smoke starts to clear. Stair knows that Travis is tucked out on that right-hand side. And it's starting to shift, not the M4, but the M4 to be able to start pushing. And there it is. That's the duel that Belchenok was looking for.
It's down, fragged. Device looks to trade it. Saw that Deagle crossing away past that Molotov. And into the short entrance they'll get. Parivision still have players to deal with in mid as well. Kanian facing James down. Nota M4 still available to him. We'll hear that jump up and that drop off from Kadian. Clever pistol player swinging in to try and bait the player out, but both the kills go the way of Kadian himself. Draw the attention back to an amount advantage, and Evans taken back by Travis, who recovers that Galil and drops Kadian in the end.
And now they've got to make a decision. Do we cancel or do we commit to A? Because there's a smoke that's gone down towards Donut, which is delaying the T's access to A.
And that peak as well that came in has allowed the information to go the way of Parivision. They know that this must be the A hit. The third man rotating away from the B site, and the pistol kicker getting nothing done. James back in temple. Molotov off, can't do much from this position, although Stair's going to peek towards him. Deagle headshot is found and looks back towards Donut, where he only sees the position rather than a player behind the smoke. James makes his move up. Device gets the kill. James goes down. Travis now left to do it all on his lonesome. Not the kill that even up the man advantage. Now has to get them to gain the round itself without a kit in play and less than 40 points of health. He figures it's best to go back and save the weapons. So Parivision will concede 2 on the trot to Astralis.
And while I do believe, Jay, that you've got to be respectful of a lot of these tier 2 teams, there are certain points in a best of 3 and certain points in high-pressure matches like a grand final where your attitude needs to change and say, mate, these guys are just dogs. Like, it's a core 3 of tier 2 players that have no tier 1 experience. We're Astralis. And sometimes playing with that confidence and playing with that emotion can help you rattle the opposition. And Parivision, well, it was a decent effort for that opening kill of Belchenok. They get farmed out there in Red Room. That was a nice play there from Kadian.
The lead can take shape for Astralis. Starting 2 rounds, Parivision. M4 held over, but not a lot of cash to invest around it. Tacticals called in early for the CT side, and they want to use these tacticals very tactically. They're only going to get 3 more of them in regulation. They'll all be Hail Marys from there.
Yeah, we've seen T-side struggles from Astralis on this map in some of the big tournaments. I'm thinking back to Katowice, the RMR. Had some uncomfortable T-sides, so maybe this is something to think about. One of the lowest round win percentages out of any map in the pool for them, currently sitting at just 39.3. 2-0 start. Need to try and maximize this half.
Nade sets and Parivision working well against Astralis, damaged under stair and Yabby over at the ramp. It's Nota the man that leans forward into mid to fight against the back 10 Acadian. From range, the game can be played for Parivision's perfection. And Yabby now starts to make a move in towards the bomb site. Teammates right behind her, only 2 players to fight. One of them is Kicker. Down quickly. Second player, Travis, in the cave and leans out the entrance and loses his life very quickly towards Yabby. Parivision's advantage is stolen right back.
I just want to see Nota get that M4 in Belchnok's hands, get it on a high HP player, and let's see what he can do with it.
Might not get the chance to. Belchnok's been tagged and now taken down by Device, who lines up a triple perfectly on Jame and Nota all the same. Wonderfully done, Astralis. Move all of the elements from play, but that hero weapon will not be hindering the buyback from Parivision. AKs will be out for Astralis, and the M4s and AWP out for Parivision the same. The CTs going to try and kick this game into next gear.
And watch out for Jame and the AWP on the CT side. Now, typically, A anchors or even donut players like to use the AWP and be quite stagnant, whereas he on Ancient likes to be everywhere. Fast A take, fast CT, and donut smoke coming down for Astralis. No one on A directly for Parivision.
Try and play a retake with this, but Astralis has stalled. They think there might be 8 players, so instead they have to cancel because backup has arrived.
Look at the util from the CTs. What's left, Jay? They've got 1 smoke, 1 incendiary, 1 flash. They've drawn quite a bit of util out of Parivision.
Very well done there, Astralis. Where does it go from here? The cancel, the wraparound. Still have Yabby posted towards the B doors, so ensuring that no one takes lane out of this for Parivision. Meaning that they can start to creep into this part of the map, although they're still careful about it. Smoke comes down towards the B bomb site. One of the gaps locked out. Vicar and Travis more focused on the players incoming now. Yabby in particular, the first player to move for Molotov sent deep. Kicker tries to swing and punish it. Saw the second player there as well, but will not continue the fight.
And get that re-smoke down. Kicker's going to get on the front side of his smoke, though.
Tilly still in stairs. Hands kill. Found second player. Also seen they have to back away. That bomb's in trouble. Cadian's taking more fights. The flashbang keeps Kicker blinded. Nota comes in with kills through smokes, and Kicker has allowed a kill on Cadian. Device suddenly alone. Kicker has made a wonderful play. Got away with far much more than he bargained for. A quadra in the round. And Parivision's first.
Now, he might be a major winner, Jay, but that is a proper boneheaded play that's caught Astralis off guard. Man advantage, 2 players cheater, and he walks through his own smoke. Only in Tier 2 would you see that.
It worked, though. Astralis caught on timings. Nota got a very nice pre-fire angle. Supported his captain. And Astralis. They'll start to feel the pressure of the economy game. Yes, they might be in the lead by 2 rounds, but casualties leaving Cadian on a Mach 10 trying to fight from range. The damage being done to Nota is significant, though. Very low. Device lands Kicker. Swing out for the man. Not going well on that B-bomb site. Travis trying to get involved towards lane, doing minimal amount of damage towards Cadian. A lot more done on Nota. It's not the best of lineups here for Parivision.
It feels uneasy, doesn't it? You've lost a lot of damage, and there's not much to respond with. You don't have map control. You've got a very defensive Nota that as soon as there's a challenge from A main, all he can do is spam a little and fall back. So you're going to lose the A-bomb site. There's no denying that, but that's also why you've gambled B.
Smokes up, 60 seconds remain. Suppression of the CT side, now buying some breathing room for Jame to make his way in towards red. Maybe about to catch Cadian here. Astralis in general are backing up at the 45-second marker.
And they're worried about that main smoke, and it's a good cancel. You don't know what's waiting on the other side of it, but it does make you run the clock. Now, it should still be an A split. They should take Donut and then start putting pressure onto A.
Molotovs will suppress the AWP moving in. Travis has once again got to a shelf and caught off one of the backline rotators. In fact, even finding Stair as well. The bomb being dropped in the open for it. The incendiaries to block them. That might be enough. Travis has become the hero of the round, it seems, for Parivision. Astralis can't make it back. They've got to hunt for the kills. They're not going to get them in time. Oh, one move, one aggressive play, one angle to flank them. and catch them at the right moment has cost Astralis the round.
I believe that it was being watched. I could see a player with his head turned, that Shelf was being spotted, but just couldn't get the kill, and it's the bomb carrier out of everyone to get dropped. That's an uncomfortable round for Astralis, because they set themselves up nicely. Device has got the opening pick on what I think was the boost up out on B. You then have a lot of damage done towards Nota. You've got 3 on B and a single A player. It looks as if it's a done deal. If they ended up going through that resmoke in A main, round was probably over, but they didn't have the info that we did. Parivision should not have been able to get a look in, and instead, not only have they survived, but they're now starting to build up a bit of a cash flow.
And build back into this match. Astralis confident 3 to start. Parivision might have been a little bit silly in their approaches to some of these rounds at points, but have worked well to break the economy game, to keep Astralis now second-guessing their repositions.
Well, consider the confidence. You've got the in-game leader that's just got a quadra kill, and then you've just had Travis that's won the round by himself. Individuals making plays.
That's the Parivision way. AWP still available for Device, of course, saved from the previous round. The rifles on all 3 of those players have been saved. Pistols for the 2 that went down. Astralis not betting much in the utility department this time. A 4-man unit moving over towards A main. Belchanox thinking that might end up being the site here. I think there's information that may have been heard by his teammate in a donut. Now James going to join the fray. 3 defenders total to the A-bomb site.
Yeah, definitely no sound, but good read here. Out towards Tree, Cadian's been seen, and the bomb. Now heavy rotations can come.
Even the kill against Caden to drop that bomb in the open. Now that will really send them back. James, flick and a half. Got a player back at Temple being watched for, but Stare pops in, gets a headshot, and gets right back out. Device is also low. Yabi, he's made his way up on Shelf. He's seen the player dropped off, throwing off the accuracy. Couldn't pull the trigger in time. Nota turns it into a 4 versus 2 for Parivision. Device still low, Stare still without a rifle, going to grab that bomb and an AK finally, but moments away from being spotted by Belchador. Device sees him first, a kill found, and the bomb can try and go down here. Barely held in position, got to wait for Parivision to make another mistake.
But they've got no util, that's the problem. They need to keep tapping to draw some fights out in the open. That's what Stare's trying to do.
Parivision are calling their bluff though. Peeks in, shot rings out from Device that doesn't connect though. Jump around, kicker, finds Stare, drops the bomb a second time. And that time stalling has led to timeout for Astralis. Device to run for it. I don't know if Parivision can really get this hunt together, but it doesn't matter to their scoreline. A 3rd on their board. Another round where the AWP has got to save. And this time without 2 extra rifles.
This is starting to get quite tilting for Astralis, because they probably feel in the default that they're getting everything set up correctly. And the readability from Parivision was quite good. You have Belchnock that rotated over, James that also did the same, but while there was no info actually given away from A directly, there wasn't pressure on B either, was there? There was no util coming from lane, there was no elbow challenge, so because of that, that's what gave up the ghost, that's what gave the read over to the boys over at Parivision.
Cadian, fully blinded, easy picked up by Nota. Now the rest of the team start pouring into the bomb site where Belchanock actually does get a bit of a stunning headshot against his name. Still a man advantage held here by Parivision. They don't want to swing into the night of bomb plants. They know they haven't got a lot of vision. James catching Device. That's the AWP dropped. Stare and down. That's up into a corner. Damage conceded. Stare picked up by Kicker. Now down. Only do so much in the 1 versus 4. Eventually will fall to Travis. And the defuse locked in by Parivision. 4 on the board. Advantage over Astralis.
Well-handed up against the lightened by. You've got both of your A players doing damage, making sure that they fall, but with at least an opposition player dropping. A retake was very comfortable. A tactical coming through from Astralis, and this is just where now you won the pistol, got yourself up on the anti-eco, won the first gun round, and then since then, things have been a bit uneasy. You're being tested. Pressure's building. James looking fairly good on the AWP right now. Rifle pack. Not seeing a lot of impact out of them. Even the buy, very awkward. You won't be happy running 3 AKs and, what, a Mac 10, a Tet 9? It means that Cadian and Device are going to have to be quite baity, right? Where they're going to have to sit at the back of the pack, and then when one of their teammates gets traded or gets dropped in lane, that's when they can go and pick it up.
Well, a heavy investment round from Astralis still with lacking weapons. Cadian's Mac 10 will lead them into lane.
Looks like B-Pop. They've lined up 2 smokes or dropped them on the corner, which is going to smoke off long and short.
Well, 3 CTs to counter them, though. AWP, of course, set for James. Still, smoke's going to land on position. Take a quick, decent shot. Travis, very, very messy spray. Allowing Stairs to get that kill. Belchlock right on that corner. Those are their 2 players out there. James and Kicker. They respond to those 2 kills in return, though. Now Kicker is isolated on the bomb site. He does extremely well. Oh, the kills coming in so thick and fast. A 3 triple overall. A Device just all of a sudden surrounded, left alone, as Kicker just decimated the entire T-side force.
Is that the caller or is that the star player? Oh, mate, that is unreal. That may be one of the best individual moments you are going to see in the entirety of this grand final. He is alone on B. Travis has fallen in from Cave, and his backup dancer of Belchnock has not helped him. Let's see this again.
Boom. Done. Get out of here. If only he had more ammo and a little bit more of a higher crosshair placement, that would have been a stunning quadra, let alone the triple. Beautiful sequence. And Astralis left a little bit stunned. Because now Parivision are really, really going. They are really looking good. Kickut's looking good. And Astralis continue to have money problems here on this T side, and that's going to continue to affect that scoreline. Looking at a half buy for a number of players here. No one survived. We'll see weaknesses. Stair has bought the AK. Device can afford weapons as well. Cadian, Galil, Stown, Galil, Yabi, Galil. Yeah, there it is.
They're getting desperate, though, and this is where your mind just starts rolling back if you're an Astralis player to what happened on Inferno. Not closing out, not taking that 2-0 potential. Parivision have got AKs to work with, the confidence is high, and overall, they're looking more threatening than Astralis are.
Most certainly. Days of Astralis outclassing in this grand final seem to be long behind us. Parivision are the ones in full control. AK on Device, trying to get a kill on that bomb site. Leaned up on the AWP boost, but nothing is seen. And tension drawn towards red where Cadian's holding. No one's there on the A default for the T side. James is watching for that position, but it's going to fall away. They have to be wary of that. Leave another player in the back lanes instead to contest it.
Parivision have been excellent with their late round calls, stacking up the right bomb site at the right time. You've got the AWP on the defense, and Belchnock's being pressed towards A main, so he can actually tuck in A main and defend the site from there.
Meanwhile, James watching Donut, saw one, crossing shot the second. Cadian swings in, Nota wins the fight. James got a second kill on the AWP in the meantime. Got Belchnock as well towards main to swing out. Takes his fight, Stown somehow gets that kill. 17 points of health though, a pistol will be enough for James. The shadow is being seen, the Stown is going to creep closer. James finally forces out the fight. Device meanwhile in red taking Kicker, but he's lost the bomb and he's lost the round.
Our Astralis done. This is a big round streak, and considering what was going on Inferno, it looked as if, well, Parivision at the 10-1 up, could close it quite quickly, right? Didn't quite happen, struggled a bit, but got the job done. And I think, surely there's no way that 2 major winners make that happen again. If they've got a good lead, and they've got a good scoreline, they're going to close a lot quicker.
See the kills out of James again. Missed that second one. Beautiful stuff on the side defensive. Once again, Parivision have Astralis' number and they're dialing it in. Astralis can't seem to get a handle on the opposition here. Parivision leading the rounds by 3. More broken buys for the Astralis camp. Leaning in towards the A side. They're going thick and fast into this site execution as well. The bomb can go down. Incendiaries will block it for the time being. Nota will stall for time. Smokes are in the way, however. They can't get the kills from these positions yet.
Spam's going back and forth, but it doesn't seem as if a huge amount of damage is coming through. Yabi just about gets that kill against Kick It now.
He falls. Advantage Astralis this time. Parivision. Got AK to think about. Got the AWP to think about. They've got money to rebuy these weapons. Yabi's aggressing and Beltran's beyond a chance to strike back. Sees him jumping. Travis got a kill in the meantime. Backstab coming in from mid though. Cadian whiffs it. Belchanok so low. Stown can get that kill regardless. All sorts of smoke thrown towards the bomb site. They're going to try to go for ninjas. Nota has taken out his teammate though. And Stown's going to punish upon that. James, no time left to go for the defuse. He might have a kit, but there's too many players to deal with. He'll get a shot towards Stown. Make it an expensive one. But Astralis will still have the round.
I would still say for Parivision, that's a promising end to the round because it was a bit uncomfortable. Bomb goes down straight away. You lose your player around to spawn. Yeah, it gets very chaotic, but you also limit the T-side economy. It's still quite strong for the CTs. The buy-ups are going to feature a single Galil for Cadian, and you don't have full nade sets. How many mollies are even? There's only 3, so Astralis have limitations going into round 11.
A fast play out from Yabi and Co. Seems like smokes are coming in thick and fast. They're going to try it again. Parivision ready for it this time. They've got a lot more presence around the bomb site more directly. Nota sees players coming in. Good kill. His teammate behind the smoke at CT spawn will take a little bit of damage. Belchanok mostly just focusing on just getting the presence held. The Yabi kill is the only kill that they found. Stan will get the bomb down.
Kick It, give himself a little lurk smoke. Get it out towards main actually, and Device catches him.
Bot switching to weapons. Players moving in from Temple as well. Plenty to deal with. Cadian's going to get Belchanok next up. Jane moving close to the site. Teammate there with him. Travis finds Device on the center of the site. They've got a backstab coming in from Cadian. Stown and Stare to hold the site more directly. Watch that captain. He's closing in the pincers against the Parivision retake. They're moving onto the bomb site, but Cadian is being watched by Jane. Jane misses. Nota picked up as well. Travis, a 1v3 to take. He'll take 2 kills. He's trying to transfer back, but he's low HP. Desperate to pick up the defuse. He can't do it. Stare. It's a 5th on for Astralis, showing that they're not done just yet. They want to equalise at the turn of the half and then try and give as much as they can for that CT defence in the next.
Astralis really are good fans of Anthony Joshua. The first time was so nice, I had to do it twice. Back into the A exec and back in with success. Beaten by pace, even with Nota getting that opening kill on the edge of Donut. And Parivision's money is completely muddled. And Astralis, it looks as if we're going to be able to rectify 6-6 half.
Second tactical. One more left for Parivision, one more left for Astralis, and all 4 of those burned in just the first half. Money troubles shift back to the CT side. Astralis still suffering with their setups, but at least Parivision are not that much further ahead of them. No warps this time for either side. Actually lost there for Jane. Nota leading them into min. Got a teammate there with him also at Donut. Stare trying to press forward, trying to check out the top end of red. Nota to keep his eyes up. Stare moving, just barely seen. Both players could get caught, only the one man.
Cheeky. Even though Donut smoked, used that boost to spot the shelf. Cadian bringing pace. Travis out on that left-hand side, but the MP9 gets one. Can he find any more? No, gets traded.
Man advantage maintained by Parivision as a result of that 1-for-1, though. The players on the back lines are rotated to position. The bomb can try and put towards the site. Seen and spray, but Device still wins the kill against Nota. Will try go for the plum more directly. Jane will try get the kill for the smoke, but he fails it completely as Yabi will turn the onus back against him. Stown just presses the issue, and Belchnok's going to deal with him. Now a 1 versus 3 to ensue. He's got the first, Yabi and Device the next two. He doesn't know that one's going to be right behind him, and the tap to the side of the head gives Yabi a triple and 6 all at the turn. Astralis keeping this dead set even as we go to the final half of the finals.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Another 6-6. Seen many of these over the course of the day. Astralis doing all they can to keep pace against Parivision, who have had their number at various points. Dwayne, you asked the question, are Astralis done? They certainly want to respond with a no, we're not. The final pistol round of the tournament. Decide who takes the early advantage of this second half of the last half here in the RES Showdown. Parivision and Astralis, first to 13, will take a spot in Blast Open. Both have made good cases for themselves, but it all comes down to this.
Almost the same pistol setup that Parivision ran on their city side for round number 1. Very heavy stack towards A, retake B setup. Cadian, though, gets hit from both sides. Here's quite a bit on from lane, so because of that, there's going to be an over-rotation.
He's low HP in this exchange, though. It's almost a 5v4. They should have the B bomb site. They should put the bomb down for it. As you mentioned before, the retake setup for Astralis here.
And they've got the HE, all about the timing. It actually does almost nothing to the cave players.
Look at Stare, close to the smoke. Taps of the USPs. Coming down blinded, hoping they can catch something through them. In the end, nothing is gained. Nota starts to extend against them. Flashes keep them blinded. All three players back here are blinded. Stare and Belchnok can go close to blow. Yabi taking teammates down, getting Belchnok in return. Travis is going to pick up the pace, and things are alongside Kicker to finally overwhelm the last player. Chaos along, but it goes the way of Parivision. Another pistol to their name. That record's about to change.
Yeah, it looked like we were playing ARAM right there towards long. Everyone was fighting in one single area of the map, and both teams are just hitting each other with util. You've got the first flash that comes on the D side, the second flash that comes from Astralis' point of view, and for Parivision, look at this. How often do you see this?
Jeez. Quick out from Parivision in the follow-up round, of course, buying in against Astralis is forced by the counteract. Stairs already dropped. Kicker continues to spray manically on towards that smoke, but he can't find the secondary player. Stown has been tagged low, though, as has Cadian, dead past the smoker. Belchnok's kill. Device had to get flashed off here at Temple, but it's all just a ruse to stall for time, give enough breathing room for that bomb to get planted.
And what is going on in this second half? This is starting to get really chaotic. We're getting heavy util, we're getting pace, pure acceleration. That was just spam central. Players spamming through the smokes, util going down everywhere. And the fast A works. They smoke off CT and on Donut, but they get a duel just before that smoke goes down. Right in the entrance. That's where Kick-It started. Parivision up to A. Astralis to lightly eco around the few saved in weapons. At least they can hold on to 3. You've got armor, you've got MP9s. It's something to work with come the next round.
Parivision extending upon this scoreline, extending their lead, continuing to make the case for themselves as tournament victors. Astralis need an answer back, and they need one not now because they haven't got the money to buy into this round, but soon. We're getting to those dying stages of this matchup, the dying stages of the tournament. Everything that these two teams have worked for comes down to this. Parivision are pulling ahead at this juncture. Astralis will need to find a response.
James giving a lot of respect towards A main aggression, but also spotting deep at elbow. Kick it, flashed off, and just pushes away. I love that. The protocol to just back off, to realize it's not even worth hanging around.
Cadian sponged the damage. Astralis have at least pushed Parivision back for now. They're happy to play the smart game. They know that they can play slow because they can win out most of these fights. The Eagles from range might provide a little bit of threat if they hit the headshots, but none seen right now.
This only gets scary if a gambled stack gets hit. And from what I'm looking at, you've got 3 on B with a 4th player that could rotate in quickly. There might be some damage here.
Mac 10 sprays of kicker not gained against him. Travis is the man to get a kill on Stair, continuing to work closer towards that long entrance. HG's down, damage is done. Bomb plant will be secured. There's no resistance for Astralis until Yabby gets a kill through smoke. Device is cut down by Nota though.
Exit kills can make quite the difference. And Jane will want a strong economy float for the team so he can prioritize the Orbs investment consistently. Nota didn't quite spot Cadian, and the 2 short and long players are hanging around.
Good shot for Belchanok. Down neutralized. Yabby, the next threat. Gonna get exit frags above all else, but the heads do not connect for him either. Save the Kevlar. Astralis will need it. Need as much as possible. Because they are down by 3 rounds. Parivision are 4 away. And both teams still have 1 tactical timeout in their back pockets. Rifles in for both sides, except that Mac 10 for Travis still can play some bonus weapons here, Parivision.
A Nota out to mid, probably won't bring too much pace, just scale on the edge of the util, get the jump up molly in. You've got 2 players taking lane and the majority of the others sitting outside elbow with the bomb. Kickett's going for one of these aggressive shelf moves.
Spray up, doesn't connect. Let's continue on. Pressing that angle over at Cheetah. Nothing really allowed for Stown to move. Nothing allowed for Parivision to take anything back against them either. Travis seeing the aggression coming in from Astralis. They try and force the issue out. Some kills back here. Spray from Stair is so awkward. Naded and killed off by the Mac 10. Yabby is at least good for the trade.
The red timing is being exploited. Nota's been able to take a lot of space and might hear the rotations coming through from long.
Smoke, HG down, swinging from Nota to look for Device. Sees that second player, but can't register the full-blown kills. Down to keep us at an even stance. Cadian next to face or not. Belchanok backs away from main.
They just cancel because Nota doesn't quite get that kill all the way for the second. And Cadian gets seen and gets a dink off. That's well done onto Belchanok.
Abby's waiting. Stown is tagged, but does take kicker advantage. Astralis most definitively now. Both players remaining for Parivision are moving almost together. I was going to say, I was making a ton of noise towards this. Yabby is just so ready to take the pick. And all James can do is slow things up, try and stay hidden, try and sneak in a bomb plant. Unlikely he gets away with it though. As Stown closes into the back lines, it will be Astralis getting their first round of this half. Parivision have money to buy, so they're going to buy back and try and stop the even scoreline.
Now, it's difficult to notice it in that round, Jay, but once Cadian got the dink off against Belchanok and it became a little bit of a cancel, Cadian then went slightly aggressive towards main. And because Stown got the kill towards Red Room, they knew it was going to be B. And you just have players in good positions, rotating over quickly. Parivision probably unawares of how much of a read the opposition really had in that last round. A good return. Even kicker, he was very lucky. Whoever threw that front cave smoke, it missed completely. You could see it from the POV from the Cheetah player on the CT side. There was a massive gap. So whoever threw that cave smoke in the last round needs to either let someone else throw it or make sure they pin it. Because if that happens again, you're going to get punished a whole lot more.
AWPs unavailable for Astralis. James has one for himself instead. Parivision, again, edging them out slightly on the Astralis side. A site is the initial lean for the Parivision camp. They've just seen Cadian. He falls right the hell away. Happy to play passive. Be ready to receive Parivision.
Cadian didn't even drop the smoke towards Donut, so that means that he's got another smoke to block towards A main.
And does he throw it? Now would be a great time. Belchanok jumping up was heard there, so might have missed the marker in terms of throwing that smoke. One starts coming down from the T side. Yabby's in the thick of it in the big box. Two to find. James seen. Kill found. Transfer back with a double. Knows it's still an AWP. In that position. Yabby has just decimated Parivision. The Deagle's out for Belchy, who's picked up a device instead. Another big moment from an individual, this time on Astralis. Dropping the bomb. Parivision locked out.
It's one of the rare cases that a missed A main smoke actually gives more opportunity than it would have done otherwise. Now, you can feel, from Yabby's point of view, get that first kill and then hold the edge on the right-hand side of the smoke. Wait for someone to fade through it. Once you see a gap on the left, you think, oh, I've got another avenue where I can hold. Strong and defensive, and not giving any information away made that be a cleanup. Parivision now lose a couple rounds in a row, and this is where the experience of a Tier 1 squad, late in a game, in a grand final, start getting a few good rounds in a row, keep mass players alive. They're going to put a lot of pressure towards Kicker as a fairly new in-game leader to this kind of level, right? I know that he's been IGLing Parivision for the last year or so, but to come in and now be up against Astralis in a grand final that's going to qualify you to Lisbon, it's going to test him.
Been a testing match for everybody. From start to finish. Parivision, when they felt like they were finally pulling away, when they felt like they finally gained that true dominant one-up at Astralis. Answer back is glorious, swift, and absolute. Leaving little to work with on the T side. Set up again. Kicker, it's the one hero rifle to play with. Seeing Yabby already puts that incendiary down. The firepower player unable to strike yet. His teammates might have to walk through the smoke over at main. As Kicker gets naded down at half HP. Suddenly Yabby's attention turned over. Does get one decent kid out of it. But Travis's P250 of all things has turned into a man advantage.
Well, this is winnable. Bomb's going down. Spam comes in, but not against the carrier.
Stare killing off Travis. AWP from Device trying to get James, trying to land a tag. The HEs not connected to anything. It was a flashbang thrown there instead. The back tap towards the main push down might be a little bit more impactful, especially as James has dropped. But both Belchy and Kicker have picked up rifles. Kicker has dropped. It's Belchy all alone. Flash blinded. So are the CT players. They're going to peek together. A triple face. And all of them combine to get the kill necessary and to bring home evens again for Astralis.
Because Parivision don't have a huge amount of space, you can understand why A main's not being watched there. They're so tunnel vision towards CTs coming in quickly from spawn, out in temple. So that backstab timing is just a breeze to come in from Stown. It's a good effort from Travis. And let's be real, it's a low investment, it's a couple of kills, and it's a bomb plant. I think you've got to be pretty satisfied with that if you're Parivision.
If only it was more. How different the complexion of this match could look. How different of a position they could be in if they were in that little bit extra economical damage, or if they had gained that round outright. Been a day of missed opportunities, of what-ifs. With how close this matchup has ended up going, any one of these rounds we might be looking at and saying that could be the difference maker. Hopefully for Parivision and Eco won't be the one that makes the ultimate difference in the world. But in realistic expectations, you are right. Parivision have now bolstered their buy state. Still lacking on Kicker, as you would expect with the hero weapon. AKs for the other 4. AKs on 2 players on Astralis. Parivision losing 3 on the trot. Astralis stand at evens against them. And also have a lot of spare money in reserve. Maybe they gained a little bit extra again. That 3rd kill would have been wonderful to force another rebuy, force another player to consider their options. Because to lose this round means Astralis will still have a buy in the next, and Parivision will have to deal with that all the same. 1 victory will not get them out their woods. But 2 on the trot could well gain them tournament points.
And Nota has been very cheeky on the edge of this elbow util. Deeper smoke, but getting on the edge of the molly, playing anti-flash. And now he knows it's not a heavy mid-take.
Swinging for Stair. Nota set at elbow, watching the lane presence, watching that window area fall away. At least his teammates do. He continues to hold presence over the mid-control. Smoke on red in particular. Parivision still trying to suss out a position from Astralis, but they're holding those passive angles again.
Into bucket, you've got Stair. And it doesn't seem as if the T's want to line up a molly towards it, so they're going to take the area dry.
Stair, get out of this. Absolutely nothing. Kicker, well read, swung upon. Smokes down, 100 to Starvin, but he's back out of the way on the center of the bomb site, away a little the front wall. Canadians also here with him. Teammate behind in the back lanes. Yabi trying to provide support. Travis has been tagged up in another exchange. It's just tag damage being done across the entire board for Parivision. They are so close to death on so many occasions. Nota on 4, Travis on 55, Belchinot caught napping in that engage against Yabi. Couldn't connect the headshot there. Caden's going to try and punish it as his teammates try and work against them over a cave. Device has caught Nota on a lurk back towards the mid position. Finally, Belchinot has struck as his kicker. Yabi trying to go multi-frag again. He might need to. Device is nowhere near the bomb site. He will get here soon enough as James gets towards the plant position. It's a 3v2 for the T side, and Yabi is swung upon by Travis, who holds the back line, holds the site defense. Device has got to save.
And while Belchinot might have been caught napping, Jay, he rewards himself with an all-important kill. In from ramp, he just needed 1. An insertion towards cave, and there was a lot of players from Astralis on B. You left Device as the solo A player. He can defend mid from Donut. A kicker just gets the entry power required to open up. And Device is getting slightly hunted from main, but he will be safe in Donut. Lead gained by Parivision. And while money's good for another buyback, the money will start to disappear.
Terrorists win.
The AWP will at least be a saving grace. Like I said before, 2 on the trot may give Parivision the match point they're looking for. Astralis' investments, as you mentioned, will not be continuing off the back of this next invest, especially as they buy into a double AWP setup. We've seen this before from Astralis over the course of today, over the course of the series. Had its impactful moments. Can they make it impactful to turn the 1xBet odds back towards their favour? Parivision, series favourites, tournament favourites according to them. Shot from Device lands on Travis. It's a good start for Astralis. The M4 of Stair peeking forward to see another aggressive man, but Nota is not moving. That Molotov not going to extend towards him either. Belchinot is caught, however.
A Device is just putting so much power down, and Stair's going to clear out the cubby, but Nota capitalizes. It's still a man up, and Cadian's not seeing anything towards mid, so that should be the tell that it's still going to be a B lane.
Missed shot from Device. Nota's playing with fire here. He's on 23 points of health. The body block of that Molotov means that he's not going to get cleared up from the back lines. James hunker down, expect to see some aggression to the CT side. There's no need for Astralis to push the issue though, so Parivision have to make a move sooner rather than later, or Stown actually does get a little bit aggressive. James ready for this though. Nota's low. James doesn't see the swing. Stown doesn't take a swing. There's no utility to flash him into this position, at least not on the site itself, not with Device holding cave. Kick out to watch. Jane deals with Stown, but Device and Yabi instantly respond. Jane is all alone. 1v3, caught by Device. As Astralis hit double digits now.
That's got to be Device's best round of the entire final. He's been quiet. Haven't seen a huge amount of impact from him. And he's 4 kills away from tying up what he managed with the kill department on map 1 and map 2 combined out here before map 3 is even over. 4 kills on the defense. A good effort from James and Nota to find a bit of impact towards ramp, but they just couldn't slow down the AWP, could they?
Broken by for Parivision. It's Astralis' chance to turn everything towards their favour, to truly cripple the economy game of the T side. Smokes into the cave, Nota's seen a spray from Yabi, does so much damage across the board, including a kill on kicker. But Nota's found the responsive, Device has got to get right back on his arse, and he does do so. Advantage for Astralis now.
Belchnok's desperate for a return just somewhere on A, and no one's giving him a fight. There's no swing from Big Box, nothing at the back plat, so the lurk in A main can't find a response that Parivision need to force a 3v3, to force more mistakes. And Travis is scared about retaking lane because he doesn't have teammates. He doesn't know, has the front side of cave been compromised? If they push down ramp, we know in the last round they had a little bit of an aggressive setup. We saw it on ramp and we saw how much damage it did.
Travis moving down the stair. Missed opportunities. Astound takes Travis down. Bomb has been dropped now for Parivision. James AK, the only thing that could get anything out of this for Parivision is shut down by Device in an instant as the Astound take Belchnok out. And Astralis lead Parivision. So many periods in this Ancient have looked like the better squad. But now Astralis have a chance to nip this in the bud.
And maybe you're right. Maybe they had to win the eco. Of course, that's all hindsight, and that's backwards thinking, reflecting on previous rounds, but haven't seen a lot of threat from them in this second half. Yeah, they might have been able to win pistol. They might have gone up 3-0. But this is a lot of rounds that Astralis have been winning in the second half. Gun rounds. A force buy up. They don't want to play for OT.
All the chips are on the table now. Parivision gambling heavy on this one.
Device again, here we go.
AWP set and ready. Incendiary almost pulled it out to distraction, but going to reposition back to a passive angle. Reface, start to look up towards the third doorway. Shot on Travis. Deagle out against Nota. Gets his damage, but down. A little bit too close to the smoke. Kicker can take him. But Cadian's secondary orb turns it back towards Nota. Did he hear Belchnok? He suspects he might be there. He has an inkling as to what's going on right here, but needs to get that pick. The bomb in the open there against Yabi's position over at the donut entrance. The M4 can get that kill very easily. It's been dropped now. James closing in from mid as Belchnok has no breathing room. Literally hidden behind the box. He cannot make his way out of it. Yabi now to watch for James. Caught looking the wrong way at the wrong moment. This can be perfect. Cadian's taking Belchnok though. James got to do this all on his lonesome. Lost a ton of HP to that first fight. And Cadian's AWP is ready to receive. Locks on the triple. He might be bottom frag, but his impact in that round has put Astralis on map, match, and tournament points.
The orbs between Astralis have won 9 kills in the last 3 rounds. We saw 4 from Device on the B site hold, 2 from him again on B, and then a triple to come out from Cadian. The double AWP sequence has worked. It's been the secret weapon. And Astralis on championship point. Lisbon is calling.
Of all the teams that enter this competition, we looked at some as favourites, some that had something to prove. Dark horses and underdogs making their names. Astralis were not among any of those lists. A red star that had once represented supremacy and represented struggle for all of the last year or two. Now, it may shine bright once again.
Info player main, Jay. Look at this. So much space and info's being taken.
Yabi and Stare moving together. Nota, one chance to cut them down. He doesn't even take the first kill. Yabi on 6 points of health. But he's alive. Parivision have lost 1.
They don't know if the bomb's been taken, so Travis is going to have to clear out all of these cheeky angles. Kick it opens up a pathway towards B, though.
Does that change the narrative, though? Device is naded. He's smoked off at the cave entrance. His AWP so focused heavily on that ramp position. both the AWPers here on the B defense. One's about to get smoked off. Device actually gets ahead of the game here in the open. 2 flashes, neither connect towards him. He lands the collateral tag on Belchanok, but Cadian misses his chance. Escapes back behind the smoke. Kickert's on site right here. Cave is not compromised. The bomb is denied by Device. A wall bang through the smoke. And now Cadian strikes on James. It's all Kickert now. C-stare, but he's knocked back down to heaven. 13 on the board of Astralis. They will have a 2-1 series, and they will have themselves the championship here, qualifying for Blast Open Lisbon.
It's been 392 days since Astralis last won event. This has got to be a great feeling, Jay, to not only win something, but that it leads to so much more, that it keeps them strong in the Valve ranking, that they didn't get upset like all the other invited teams did. They deserve to be in Blast. They've got the spot today.
Indeed they have. They had to work hard for it, especially with how things had worked in that grand final against the boys over from the Parivision side. The second map obviously was the key one. We thought, man, this is where Astralis could really fall apart, but a tenacity to bring in the comeback, to continue to work all those potential moments, all those potential rounds. It looked so cohesive, especially in that first map over on Dust 2. So they really posted up a hell of a game today. And even at points where we thought Parivision were going to take it on that third and final map, it just doesn't work out for them. The Danes certainly were the best team today.
And it's a real test early in the year to get a bit of an idea on which Tier 1 teams are going to struggle playing down in Tier 2. Now, we know Astralis have got the Dallas qualifiers to play over the next couple of days, and you would expect if you're not quite in the top 10, if you're maybe 15 or 20, you're probably going to have to play these kind of events frequently. So it's a taste to get there early, to get a bit of an understanding of what it's like to be in the den, what it's like to be in the environment against some of the best in Tier 2, because there's no denying it was a struggle. It was a hard-fought effort in every single best of 3.
Yeah, 2-0 over 509 do not make it very clear how difficult those matches were. The 9 matchup with the Bonanza overtime, 500 taking them to 24 rounds every single time. I honestly walked into this grand final saying Astralis didn't have a chance because they had so many struggles throughout the course of this bracket, but when Parivision came to play, it didn't quite look like they were able to mount up to the structure and tactics of the Danish squad. So Astralis indeed will move forward. For Parivision, though, I have to give them hats off. What a run they've had. They came in as this one into like 91st in the world at the start of this week. They've certainly made up a lot of breathing room and a lot of ranking points based on the upsets that they've taken, and they very much are a threat now in the Tier 2 space.
Yeah, they are. I'd like to see them continue to rise. It's been a last successful couple of weeks, but to not go back-to-back in grand final victories is going to hurt the squad. They'll look at this game saying it was very winnable. We had chances. We had moments that we could have got it over the line, and getting a land spot for these kind of teams might be quite difficult. I know Parivision are going to go up in the rankings quickly, and there's going to be a lot of qualifiers to play in, but Tier 2 land chances aren't as frequent as when you're a Tier 1 team. So it might be another couple of months until that chance actually comes. Yeah, you can keep grinding up the rankings, you can keep grinding in Tier 2, but when's the next one round that's going to qualify us to a LAN or not? We'll have to wait and see for Parivision.
Yeah, that's obviously the difficult part about the new VRS circuit, is that so few qualifiers are on offer that we might be waiting until, I want to think like maybe the next actually Blast Open, it seems like it's going to be the next moment, maybe the next PGL or so is when we'll see the next opportunity to see Parivision in the highest ends. But look, they've made up a lot of ground here this weekend. They made up a lot of ranking points, and I think as a result we might see them at least in the Tier 2 online cups to start getting invites towards CCTs and online tournaments of those natures, because look, they do base themselves off the VRS, and so therefore Parivision should be in those higher echelons. I think that they've made a very good case for themselves over the week. So many people have been impressed with what they've done. They've shut down so many squads that they shouldn't have done, or at least that weren't expected to, because of the lineups, because the lineup has been so new, and as a result, look out for Parivision, because they're going to be a threat in the very near future. For Astralis, though, they are the victors, and they are the team that moves forward towards Blast Open Lisbon. That's going to be it from us here at the RES Showdown. Dwayne, it's been a hell of a weekend. Any final thoughts, anything to really say to wrap up what we've seen so far?
I think all you can say is Astralis came to achieve the spot. and they come away with it. Now, guaranteed they're going to perform better on LAN than they will online, but it was a good test and a good taste of the Tier 2 teams to say, hey, we actually can beat some very good teams in this environment.
Indeed, they can. Astralis move on. They will be in Lisbon, and we thank you so much for joining us here for the European Blast Rising event. That was RES Showdown. On behalf of myself, the Eternal J, my co-commentator, Dweg, and all the production staff and admins behind the scenes, I want to thank you so much for watching and for listening over the last couple of days. We'll see you back here very soon for even more Counter-Strike action at some point, but until that point, we bid you adieu. Good night and goodbye.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.